tricky. Trickier. Okay, encoder's going up. Encoder's going up a little further. Okay. Okay, we should be live. We should be live now on both Twitch and YouTube. We should be live on YouTube on both vertical and horizontal streams. I see them in the chat. Okay, cool. I don't know why my John here is not monitoring. But let's see. I'm going to turn this one app off. Program? What do we call these on Windows? Programs. Okay, let me turn that off. It's so wild to me. It's still just showing that my encoder or my GPU is at 0%, which is functionally not true. But whatever. We're not going to worry about it right now. If it crashes later, it crashes. And we'll adjust. What are we doing today on stream? Today is a variety day. We're going to do a couple things. First, well, we're going to do 3 things today on stream, hopefully. 1, we're going to make garlic butter cookies. Roasted garlic brown butter cookies, to be specific. These are the garlic cookies that I've talked about a bunch of times. What I'm trying to do today is just make a single batch of them. I have a recipe. I am pretty sure it works well. I'm going to follow the recipe exactly as I have it written. It should make about 24 cookies. What I'd like to know is a couple things. 1, can I double the batch easily in my mixer? 2, does this recipe work? Just, I know that I could, it should work. Is it right? Is it good? Is it sort of exactly what I'm looking for? And 3, that's it. Those are really the only 2 things I'm looking for. So I haven't made this in a while. So yes. 3, is the recipe ready to send it to Andrella? Did I send it to you already? I thought I had posted it in a thing. I thought I posted it in Discord or something, somewhere. You know what I should do? I should look at, watch. When I say I'm going to get in the weeds, here we go. Ready? I'm going to derail myself right now because I just remembered that I had tested this at one point and I have a bunch of my recipe testing notes here. And I want to just real quick go take like a peek through here and make sure, I want to see if this recipe that I printed out is the same as the one that I have used already and made notes on, or I think the V1 recipe that I printed out is the most up-to-date version. Catalina says dairy-free eggnog is 6 cups almond milk, 1/4 teaspoon nutmeg, 1/4 cinnamon, a teaspoon vanilla, 2 packs vanilla. Pudding. Ooh, pudding. Interesting. So your pudding is your thickener instead of heavy cream, because I'm assuming that to be true. That sounds actually really good. Minus the almond milk, which would kill me. I'm assuming that one could use oat milk or any other dairy-free milk would probably work. I am, unfortunately for me, allergic to almonds. which is what it is. All right. I think that every time I've made this recipe, I've put, I've actually taken my notes in my notebook. So that tells me that the V1 recipe that I printed is the most up-to-date version of that recipe. Why does it tell me that? Because I put it on the computer, and it doesn't go on the computer until it's like really, really ready to go. Okay, so we're making garlic butter cookies. We need to brown the butter first. We're going to do a video. I'm gonna record a YouTube video today. So we're gonna do a couple things. I'm gonna make vegetable stock. I'm gonna make stock, like I usually make stock on the stove. I have a little like patter script thing that I'm gonna talk through and do like the thing. And in that, during that time, I'll have a I will have a sorry, I'm adjusting something. During that time, I will do a recording. Like I'm gonna like record on the cameras, and that's where I'm worried about the computer maybe crashing. Anyway, we'll find out. We'll find out if it works or not. So I'm going to do that in two parts because the stock needs to like simmer for a little while. So I'm going to like get the camera from over there. We're going to do some like B-roll footage. We'll do the like talking head thing where, you know, I like do the script. I actually have a thing on the screen up here that I can like scroll and do that. So I'm going to like do that. And while I'm doing that, I won't be looking at chat. But anyway, we're going to do that sort of in the middle. We're going to do part one in the middle between things. Then we're going to make the cookies. So while the first part of the stock is on the stove, we'll make the cookies. Then we'll do the second part of the stock. We'll do the rest of the video. Then at the end of stream, or towards the end of stream, we're going to do some recipe development. Today is an easy one. Look, it is 13:05. Look at how optimistic I am. We're 46 minutes into stream. I've done nothing. Anyway, so we're gonna do that at the end of stream, and then that's gonna be dinner tonight. So that's what we'll be up to. Gwen says, "Can I let the cats out at some point?" Yes, at some point I can let the cats out. At some point I'll let Daisy out too. She hasn't. She's upstairs and she's in Calvin's room right now. When Daisy gets up and I go down to the living room, I will let the cats out at the same time. Because she's most certainly going to get up at some point. So if you watched 495 hours, that's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot of listening to me talk. 5,400 chats. That's your words on stream. 5,700 chats, 528 hours. Oh my God. Oh my God. Dan, hello. Chatty indeed. Chatty indeed. You know what I didn't do? You know what I didn't fix? I didn't fix the check-in thing, but we'll get there. We'll get there. Maybe. Anyway, let's make some brown butter because that's step one. Step one, I have a couple things we're doing today. We have a roasted garlic and brown butter cookie recipe. Pops up on the bread aisle. Get that bread. That's what I'm doing. Trying to get that bread. Get out, and I mean it, like, get out of my way. I'm trying to get bread. I'm shopping here. Please leave me alone. Okay, here we are. We have garlic brown butter cookies, browning the butter, steel saucepan. All right, we're gonna do the saucepan first. I don't have a recipe for the stock. I do. I actually have it. It'll be written down later. It's written down, but it's on the screen here. Anyway, I have a recipe, a basic recipe for the shrimp, the garlic shrimp. Let me make sure I have. Literally make sure I have everything that I need for this recipe. Because if I don't, we're gonna do hard cut and we're making soup instead. Because I have a soup recipe I have to do as well. We're not doing that today. I might not even do that on stream. We'll see. All right, I need garlic powder. So let's start with that. This recipe is super simple as far as I'm trying here. Oh no, onion powder. Sorry. Onion powder. Garlic. Spaghetti. That's important. That part's really important. I know I have spaghetti because I got a bunch from Costco. Butter, and then herbs. Okay. Basically, like whatever herbs you want. I'm probably just going to use parsley because that's like the typical. Parsley is like the typical thing that I do for this type of thing. This is a skillet thing. We'll get to this later. Okay, great. So I feel like I have all my ingredients for that. Brown butter cookies. All right, we're going to brown the butter first. With a whisk, wooden spoon, or rubber spatula, stir the butter slowly and continuously for 8 to 10 minutes. During this time, the bubbles will move from big to small, then begin to subside completely. The brown butter is finished when the bubbles are nearly gone. The butter has a nutty aroma and dark golden color, and toasted milk solids swirl at the bottom of the pan. Lovely. Okay, let's come over to the stove. Well, not yet. Not yet, but we're gonna get started over here, and I'm gonna do a little like test run of the recording thing here. Because I haven't done any recording with the prompter on yet, and I don't know if that's going to. I don't know what that's going to do. I'm hoping it's fine. We'll see. We'll see. Be kindly welcome. Welcome, welcome. Welcome and bienvenue. Welcome. Okay. I have concerns. Generally speaking. But specifically speaking as well. I have concerns because my monitoring thing isn't showing any GPU usage, which is like sus. But that's okay. That's okay. No cause for concern yet. No cause for concern yet. No real cause for concern. Be kindly, garlic cookies. Well, you've asked the right question today, that's for sure. Let's check that all the cameras work. Hey, they do. Look at that. They're on. Why do I look so washed out? White balance. There we go. I feel like, let's see, 4,400 is good. That's a little too warm. That feels better. What was I at before? I was at that. That feels blue. I look blue. Anyway, sorry. Getting into the weeds. Too into the weeds. Okay. Let me tell you what. Wrong camera. That's the one. Let me tell you about these. Let me tell you about these garlic cookies, B. Connolly. So these are a take. I just remembered something. I have the cookies from the farmer's market in my cabinet. Here they are, roasted garlic butter cookies. Amazing. These are cookies that I got at the farmer's market in like years ago. Years and years ago. I've been making different versions of them for a little over a year now. They have a bunch of different ingredients in them, which I'm going to get out right now so that we're like ready to make the cookies when it's time. They have a cup of butter, which is 2 sticks of butter. A cup of butter? That feels like a lot of butter. Wait, is that right? Yeah. Half a cup is 8. So 1, 8, 16. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. I'm trying to do like math in my head. So yes, they are basically butter cookies. But into the butter is, so you know how when you make butter cookies, you cream together like butter and sugar? Into that mixture, you're also putting roasted garlic and cayenne pepper. So they're like garlicky and spicy. There's a lot of sugar, there's a lot of butter. So they're definitely butter cookies. They are thin, savory. I don't know if I would call them savory. They're very sweet. They're savory though. Yeah, I mean, I guess so. But this is what they look like. They are very thin. If you look really close, come here and look really close at this. You can see, like, you can almost see through it. You can see the light through it in some places. But this is kind of nice that I have. Now, granted, these that I have here are 3 weeks old at this point, so they're not as crisp as they were before. They're a little bit stale, which is fun. But let's get out the rest of our ingredients. So we have the butter. That's going to get into the pan in just a moment. Roasted garlic I have in the fridge. I'm just going to like take that out of the fridge when I'm ready. Light brown sugar and dark brown sugar. I don't even actually know if I have light brown sugar. I may not have light brown sugar. I have dark brown sugar. Let's see. Let's see what is in. This if it's anywhere, it would be in here. I do. This is light. Let's go dark. I would definitely just do, 100% dark brown sugar. Would not be. I don't think it would make too much of a difference, but I'm trying. If anything, sorry, and I know I'm like kind of going back on this. But if anything, I would probably do all light brown sugar to keep the color a little lighter. 1 egg at room temperature. Good that I noted that right now. Vanilla extract, all-purpose flour, baking soda. Vanilla extract, all-purpose flour. That's your famous seafood flour. Vanilla extract and baking soda. I say baking soda and kosher salt, which I have on the counter. I don't need to worry about that. Okay, that's for later because we're going to get to that. Later. Roast garlic and brown butter. Cool butter to room temperature. Okay, so we're going to brown this butter first. That is step 1. One note for. Okay, first off, I need to make a transition here. Hold on a second. I'm getting really warm. I'm very warm. Not that it's like warm in the house, but I'm moving around a bunch and yeah, I'm warm. I don't know what else do you want me to say? I'm just warm. Okay, so we're starting the cooking process. So I'm putting a hat on, and and cayenne pepper. I forgot about the cayenne pepper, which I have. Here it is. For browning butter. I'm going to try something here. Hold on. Okay. For browning butter, when you need like a stick of butter browned, so like a half cup, you want to add an extra tablespoon because it loses moisture when you brown it. So if you need 8 tablespoons of brown butter and you brown just a stick, you're going to end up with less butter at the end of the process. So add a little extra in your pan, and that is going to be helpful. So I'm not doing that with this stick because we need a cup of brown butter. I am going to take a tablespoon of this butter and add that instead. Okay, so let's come over to the pan. Cool. Okay, I just tried to. I'm trying a little like recording right now to see if it like crashes my computer before I actually like want to do a thing. So I'm recording. I just recorded the thing about the butter there. I'm gonna record the stove. So like just the stove now. So it's recording. It should be recording. Wait. Record. Off. Let's check. So let's see. One action. Filter enabled. Okay, so stove recording is on. Okay, cool. That's neat. I can see it as it ramps up on my encoder. That's kind of fun. Now it's just recording the camera no matter what. All right, so for this process, we're going to take and turn the pan on. My pan is about a medium here. It's going to put the butter in and start to melt. So we're going to do a cup of butter. That's 2/6 plus a little bit extra for the moisture loss. And I'm going to take a whisk and we're going to stir this for about 8 to 10 minutes. So I'm just going to set a count up timer. I'll put that right there. So it's counting up. Chris, hello. We're going to stir this basically the whole time. Once this melts, we're going to start seeing some action. Someone says, apparently the recap earlier was the 2024 one. This year I watched 912 hours and chatted 12.4 thousand times. Holy shit. Oh my god. So that is a lot of chatting. That is a lot of words on stream as well. As well as actual conversation. That's a lot of words on stream. Darlene, welcome. Hello. Okay, so this is basically completely melted now. You can see that there's only one little teeny tiny little piece of butter in here. So we're going to keep my whisk going here. Just stirring this, and you can see it's starting to foam. So we're getting some white foam happening in here. And in a moment here, we're going to get some big bubbles popping up. So we're at 3 minutes right now. This is what the brown butter looks like at 3 minutes. This is on a medium heat. You can see we're starting to get some bubbles, some larger bubbles coming through. So medium heat by this definition for me is a 3.5 out of 7. My stove goes from 1 to 7. So 3.5 is directly in the middle. And this is getting a little foamy at the top. And you can see the larger bubbles are starting to come up. So if I let this sit for a moment, Not too long. You know, I set up, Tundrella, I set up Gardic as an option on, that was one of the other things that I did recently, was set it up so that we could actually play it. It's ready to go. So here we go with some bigger bubbles popping off. You can see in the center here. We're at 5.5 minutes right now. So you want to stir. I'm pausing here to just show the bubbles. It's easier to see when my whisk isn't in the way. But you want to stir slowly and continuously. You're just keeping things moving. Scrape the sides a little bit. But here we have, now you can really see we're at 6 minutes, just a hair above 6 minutes, and we're at some large bubbles here. So they're going to move from large, where they're at now, to small, and look sort of like they did at the beginning. And then they're going to start going away completely. And when they start going away completely, that's when your butter is about to be finished. This is a pretty slow process. You don't want to, you know, we're a medium. I don't want to boil things. I'm going to turn this down just a little bit. So now we're really bubbling. Lots of big bubbles. That's 7 minutes. This is what it looks like at 7 minutes. Again, big bubbles. We're starting to get smaller now. You can see it looks more foam-like around the edges. They're coming up big, but they're getting small right away. And now they're really small. So we're not seeing big bubbles in the middle anymore. They're coming up much foamier. I'm just stirring here. We're at 8 minutes now. This is 8 minutes. So very small foam bubbles, still pretty continuous. This can take anywhere from 8 to 10 minutes. So we should see the bubbles start to subside again here in just a moment. And when that happens, we're pretty much finished. I can see we've got brown. This butter in color is pretty golden. So the bubbles are pretty much subsiding now. Starting to. I'm turning this down just a little bit. We're about to cross 9 minutes. So we should be just about finished here. Yes. So you can see no more big bubbles, no more little bubbles. We're just kind of bubbling slightly. and we're starting to be able to keep a space clear in the middle here. So the bubbles are starting to go away. And we're at just about 10 minutes here, and we're going to call this at 10 minutes. And this smells nutty. It's dark golden, and you can see some solids at the bottom of the pan. All right, we're turning that off now at exactly 10 minutes. I'm going to take this. There's your brown butter. Looking really good. We're going to let this cool down to room temperature. You can see on the top here, we have some milk solids at the bottom. Color's looking good. There it is. All right. Mm-hmm. Okay, how do I come back to my main camera here? There we go. Okay, we got it. All right, so we have our brown butter. It's finished. It's ready to go. And we're gonna let this cool down to room temperature, and it'll be good in, I don't know, 20 to 30 minutes. I'm just gonna leave this pan sit out on the counter, and here we are. Cool. Brown butter. Okay. All right. Nova, welcome in. Hello. Good to have you. Chef Nova doesn't even know how to type a raid message. That's funny. Me and Son, welcome in. Hello. Suffolk, thank you for the shout out. I appreciate it. Welcome, y'all. Nice to have you. We're making brown butter. We're let me share a little bit about what we're doing today. Can I say I'm a funny guy? I appreciate. I think I giggled. I think I giggled. If I didn't giggle out loud, I did it in my head. Bere noisette. Oh, all the French people in chat just like hissed at me like a cat. Brown butter. Yes. Correct. We're making garlic butter cookies today, and I'm making garlic butter cookies. So this is going to be for that. I'm gonna let that sit over there on the counter where it can just exist for a little bit. I want to check something here because I'm trying some new stuff today. Main, third, main. Okay. Yeah, that worked. All right, cool. I'm trying to do some recording today in addition to the actual stream. So today's gonna be a little bit different than usual, but our first little like test run of things worked. And now my favorite part of the stream is when I get to check things off my checklist. Welcome in. Friends who are hanging out here, Chef Nova is a fellow food and drink streamer. Fellow food and drink streamer, friend of the stream. Worth following. What were you up to today? I know that you were I know that you were streaming food and drink because it says so in the chat. But I'm curious what you're actually making today. Anyway, if you're hanging out here, we love to support the food and drink community. Please go follow Chef Nova. Chef Nova knows not nothing. Chef Nova knows things, despite the name. So there is a good cause to go follow. Anyway, an English traditional Sunday roast. Yum. That sounds great. I'm into that. I am into that. I do love that. A roast. I haven't had roast beef in a long time. I would eat roast beef. Friends who just joined us, let me introduce myself and then I'll tell you a little bit about what we're doing on stream today. My name's Lou. It's nice to make your acquaintance. I am a home cook. I'm a recipe developer. I'm a dad. It's in the name. Literally a dad. Live in Philadelphia, East Coast, United States. For those of you who are unfamiliar, my pronouns are he, they, and I'm really happy that y'all are here. Thanks for hanging out. First housekeeping note, follows are silent. If you are like, hey, this is an interesting, what do we just land on? I'm interested, but like, I don't really want this guy to like say hi to me and like make a big deal of it. Well, guess what? If you hit the follow button, nothing happens. There's no sounds. There's no chat messages. There's no alerts. I won't say hi to you. You just get to be an anonymous until you decide to chat. So that's always the case. Follows are silent. This stream is all about cooking, mostly about cooking. Cooking conversations, mostly vegetable forward stuff. Today we're doing a couple different things, and I'll get to those in a second. But we also do IRL streams out in the world in Philadelphia, where I live. So things, food adjacent things, mostly. Sometimes not. Sometimes we just go for a walk, which is also fun. One of my favorite activities, going for a walk. Anyway, we do baking, we do meal prep, we do vegetable forward family meals. I do recipe development on stream as well. Our community is pretty chatty. We were talking about this earlier. Our Twitch recaps. We love a good innuendo, which is welcomed here. What did I miss? Y'all are pretty kind. We're protective of this space and don't love when people come in and are jerks about it. So we maintain a space to lurk as well. I'm a big lurker on Twitch. Like I said, follows are silent. Feel free to hit the follow button, catch the vibe, and say hi whenever you're comfortable, or don't, or just continue to lurk. And if you did just join the stream, I appreciate your lurk, whether or not you chat. So anyway, welcome. What are we doing today? We're making garlic butter cookies. These are roasted specifically the recipe. Let me look at the recipe. Roasted garlic brown butter cookies. This is a recipe that I wrote. I'm testing it again today because the last time I made it was June of 2025. So it's been a little bit. We are testing it because I really just want to like make sure it still works before I commit to like making these cookies for any other people. Anyway, these cookies have brown butter. So they're typical butter cookies. They have brown butter, light brown sugar, dark brown sugar, but into that you mix roasted garlic, which I have in the fridge. We're not roasting garlic today. I roasted a bunch of garlic last week because I knew I was going to be making these. Anyway, you also have an egg, flour, cayenne pepper, so they're a little spicy too, which we love. And yeah, and that's it. And then you bake them. So what we're doing right now, we just browned the butter. I'm waiting for that to kind of come down in temperature a little bit. Because this should be at about room temperature. So let's see. This is, all right. So this here, let's come on down. This is the brown butter as it is cooled a little bit. It's maybe 10 minutes off the stove. And the bubbles are starting to subside. So it's, we're gonna let this keep cooling and use it in a bit. No, but enjoy your cleaning. I hope it's not too taxing of a process for you. Um, if you manage to get back before you're gone, we'll be here until about 7. We'll be here between, we're going to end stream today sometime between 7 p.m. and 8:30 p.m. Eastern time. I should build a gingerbread house, Darlene says. You know, darling, I do love building a gingerbread house. There have been years where I have made my own gingerbread and have made my own gingerbread, shaped it, cut it, done all the things. And I don't think I'm there this year, if I'm being real honest. But I've considered it. I considered doing a gingerbread house. I actually considered doing it as part of the September promotion, but I didn't. Obviously, I didn't, because we might have hit that one. We did. I don't know. Whatever. Anyway, I do think a gingerbread house would be fun. I've built one, and they are fun. They're sort of fun. Let me back up on that statement just a little bit. When I say they're fun, what I really mean is they're a lot of work if you do them the way that I did them. So I'd probably be down to do a gingerbread house that was like pre-made. You know what I mean? Like a preconceived gingerbread house. What Lou, what are you doing right now? What are you even doing? Well, why do you have wires instead of cooking? I'll tell you. So I mentioned doing some recording for YouTube. The other thing that we're going to do today, a couple other things. So we're obviously making those garlic cookies, which like we're getting to. I'm going to, in a moment here, I'm going to fire up the camera on this side of the room, and we're going to do a little bit of a video. We're gonna start doing a YouTube video. What does that mean? That means I'm going to do like a little script. We're going to read off the teleprompter. It'll be interesting because I'm going to not like look at chat. You know, anyway. I'm going to do like some B-roll footage with this camera, and we are going to, we're gonna basically film a YouTube video on stream, which may or may not work out. Who knows? But I'm testing. Today's sort of like a test run for this. What I'd like to do is at least once or twice, maybe like once a month, do a stream that is like specifically for YouTube. Meaning, what I would do is have like a script and all that, and there we go. Okay, hey, it works. Look at that. Don't look at that. You can't see it because it's not on the screen. Anyway, we're gonna do like a whole like thing and record like a couple videos at once. I think we'll see. We're gonna try it today. I'm a little disjointed, so please bear with me today because today's a little. I'm still figuring out my workflow and how I like actually want to do this, because I do want to do that, but I don't know if I'm gonna like do the whole thing. Anyway, let's start, I guess. We're gonna do. Here's what I'm gonna do now. So we're moving into like the next phase of stream. I haven't made the cookies yet, obviously, because I'm waiting for the butter to cool down to room temperature. I want to do a bit of the. Let's see. Can I display the script up there? There it goes. There it is. Okay, so what we're gonna do first, I'm gonna do intro, I guess, for freezer bag stock. And then we're gonna do, we're gonna get the bags out of the freezer. I'll pull the chicken pieces out of them. I'm gonna separate them I'm gonna separate the chicken pieces out. We're gonna put those in a big pot. I need my big pot. I forgot about the big pot. I forgot about the big pot. It's downstairs in the basement, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Okay. We're going to put the chicken parts in. We're going to put the chicken parts on the stove. Then we're going to come back and do the cookies, like in their entirety, because the chicken needs to simmer for like 2 to 3 hours before we put the vegetables in. So I'm going to do that first. We'll do like the intro to why should you make stock, blah, 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 like all the stuff, all the like stuff that you do when you watch a YouTube video. And I'm talking through this out loud, by the way. I'm just making sure I have my sort of what's next. And then once the chicken is on the stove, we're gonna like hard cut and make some cookies. When the cookies are finished, we're gonna hard cut back to the stock process, maybe. And then from there, we'll do like the rest of that video. And then I'll do dinner. Then we'll make dinner. So I'm hoping to start making dinner just for my own amusement. I'm hoping to start making dinner and making my like recipe notes sometime around 17:30. It's 5:30 p.m. If it gets to be like 1800 and I'm still doing the stock, I may not do recipe stuff today. I may cut and just do something else for dinner. But we'll see. Dinner should be super easy. I think, except the part where I have to make notes during it. Anyway, all right, let's try this. What is on the screen here? That's the pot. Okay. Okay. There's a bunch of stuff on the counter off here that you can't see that I'm like maintaining the position of. Also, hold on. This is not like, this looks kind of wonky on the side here. Okay. Good. All right. We're gonna try something. We're gonna try to do. No, we're not. We're going to. Excuse me. We're gonna get the stock pot from the basement. That's what we're gonna do first. Darlene says maybe you should make Christmas tree and snowman cookies. You know what? I'd love to make cookies on stream. I think one of the things that I'd like to do, I didn't do this last year, but I did the year before, was make sugar cookies. Oh, kitties. Hi, friends. Nope. I just went downstairs to get this stock pot out of the basement. And earlier on stream, Gwen popped in the chat and said, can I let the cats out? I just went downstairs and all 3 cats are sleeping. Obi is on the windowsill. Ash and Elsie are on the couch. And they just looked at me, didn't move. And as I walked out of the basement again, all of them had just tucked their heads back in. So I could have just left that basement door open. But if I leave the basement door open, Daisy gets in there and eats things. So we don't want that. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to try We're going to try to do a recording. This is, y'all, this is going to feel awkward for me. We'll see how it goes. But this is like a little preview of what a YouTube video is going to look like whenever I get around to editing it. Because that's what I intend to do. I'd like to use some of the time during stream moving forward in different days to do like YouTube stuff. So it says, what's awkward? Well, maybe not exactly awkward, but what I'd like to do is, what I'd like to start doing during stream is having one stream a month to record YouTube videos, like a couple in a row, so that I can have stuff like lined up to edit. Because I'd like to have more of I'd like to do more on YouTube and not just Twitch. Like, I do a lot of like stuff that I think might be fun to like translate to YouTube. But for me and my like workflow, I don't love when it's just like an edited Twitch stream as a YouTube video with like the graphics and like sounds and like stuff happening. I just like, it's not my favorite thing. I would like my YouTube stuff to look a little bit more polished than that, I think. So about once, maybe once a month, maybe a little less than that, I'd like to take like a day to do YouTube recording. Anyway, what I was saying, what was awkward was the like, hey, I'm going to do like a script. Like I'm going to read a script off of that screen that I have up there. And it's going to feel awkward because it's like a script. It's not like, you know, me just talking. Anyway, that's maybe going to be a little bit awkward. I don't know. We'll see. Or maybe it won't be. Who knows? Really, who knows? But what we're gonna do is the first part of that script. Then a couple like, we're gonna sort my stock. I'm gonna put the chicken bones in here, and then we'll have we'll put those on the stove. So that's what we're gonna do. So let's start. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna start this. I'm gonna display the script. We're gonna turn sounds off. Okay, so sounds should be off, meaning like the sound command shouldn't work right now. Feel free to try them if it's funny to you to try them, and it would be interesting to me to know. It would be nice. Anyway, there you go, Dan. See, I don't want them coming through on the microphone. Oh, you know what I should do though? I should set I should set that to be off. Like you can't redeem the thing, so that you don't lose points. Earth, welcome in. Working, but I looked on Nova, and now you. I hope you had a good holiday too. I did have a good holiday. I hope you had a good holiday too. Thank you for saying hi. I'm notoriously bad at not saying hi. Okay, so we're gonna start this process. Let me going to turn that off, and then we're going to turn that on again. I'm going to set the prompter to be with voice sync. So we're really going to test. We're really going to test the capacity here. Liz says it's just the start of the cooking. It is, Liz. We're going to do a little bit of a monologue for the freezer dump, or the freezer stock bag, and then we'll be getting into the cooking after that. We did make the brown butter. So that's what we're up to. Yeah, Liz, what I'm going to do is basically like a little monologue to start a YouTube video, where I'm not going to like respond to chat in that immediate moment. And then we'll kind of come back to chat in that moment. Feel free to like say funny things in chat or like try to throw me off my game. Anyway, we're going to do that, and then we're going to get started making like freezer stock, because that's what the video is about. So anyway, here we are. I'm gonna make sure. Do I feel good? Do I feel okay? I don't know. I guess I feel okay. Let me move this. Hold on. I need to move this off to this side. Okay. I need to move this to that side. There we go. Why bother making freezer stock if you're a home cook? Hold on. Hold on. We got to start this. I messed it up. I messed it up already. Fuck, I messed it up. See? Yes, Liz. Exactly. Start spamming. Hold on. I need to change the size of this, because this is not, the size of this font is like, oh my God, I can't read. My poor eyes. Okay. Voice sync and go. Why bother? Why bother making freezer stock? Scroll? No, it's not scrolling. It should scroll. Constant. There we go. Oh, why bother making freezer stock? If you're a home cook, making your own stock feels so accomplished. Go. It's supposed to go with my voice. Is the chat going to be on the video, Liz asks? No, it's not. No, the video is actually the video is just the camera. So there's no graphics or anything. I'm trying to get this to, it's supposed to scroll when I start talking. Okay. Take a million. Why bother making freezer stock? If you're a home cook, making your own stock feels so accomplished. And it's super simple with just a little bit of thinking ahead. And it's not actually scrolling. Okay, we're getting there. We're trying to use the teleprompter for the literal first time ever. So I'm making sure, let's see, text, stock, power, font size is good. Wait, bump that font a little bit. Perfect. Okay, voice sync. Liz, you do have a reputation to behold. That is, to uphold. To behold. You have a reputation to behold. That is true. Is this set to my correct microphone? Why bother making freezer stock? If you're a home cook, making your own stock feels so accomplished, and it's super simple with just a little bit of thinking ahead. I just need this to scroll constantly. That's what I need. Thinking ahead. Okay, so we're gonna go. The voice sync thing doesn't seem to be working. So, why bother making freezer stock? If you're a home cook, making your own stock feels so accomplished, and it's super simple with just a little bit of thinking ahead. It's not something you do as a professional chef, but that's not who I'm talking to. This stock is for the home cook. It's flexible and relatively stress-free. Why make stock at home? It's rewarding to make something yourself. It reduces food waste, giving vegetable scraps a second life before they end up in the compost, and it saves money over buying box stock. For our purposes, I'm not following a recipe. If your soup calls for something specific, definitely don't use freezer scrap stock. The stock we're making today is very general. It's something a home cook can make easily without using any recipe at all. It's useful for a broad range of things without being specific to any one thing. We're not roasting bones, we're not dicing onions, and we're not going to obsess over skimming, I promise. All of these things are wonderful ways to make delicious stock, and if you have the time or the desire, you can certainly do all of them. We're not. Today, the resulting stock is useful for adding flavor to rice, grains, beans, braising meats. If looks don't really matter, it's great for making pan sauces as well. I love using it for non-recipe soups. I'm throwing together on a weeknight when I don't really need anything specific other than good flavor and convenience. You can store it in the fridge for up to a week and in the freezer for about 6 months. So, stock versus broth. Stock versus broth, what's the difference? I may interchange stock and broth words today in this video, but let's examine what those actually mean. According to the website Chowhound, broth is lighter and it's made by simmering meat, while stock is richer and it's made by simmering bones. Both generally have vegetables. Cooking animal bones in stock extracts gelatin, making homemade stock more viscous. Vegetable stock usually has a plant-based gelatin added in. The texture difference is subtle, and while you can usually substitute one cooking liquid for the other in a pinch, if your recipe calls for one over the other, definitely use that. For almost every home cooking purpose, though, stock and broth are interchangeable. So now that we know what stock is and why you should make it, let's get into it. And now the thing says transition. So we're gonna pause. We're going to stop. Okay. Because it's tasty, Chris says, right? Yeah. Okay. So that was like step one. Okay, let's get our stock bag out of the freezer. Am I taking feedback? Liz, I'm definitely taking feedback. Please. Feedback is totally fine. And if you want to hear me do it again, I'll probably do it again. I'm trying to read off of a prompter, which I've never in my life done. So this is all fairly new to me. Fairly new. It's weird, and I'm like, the thing was generally was following like the voice. There's a thing on here called voice sync that is supposed to like do the text with what you're saying. The other thing, too, is I might re-record some parts of this as an overall, like, just into a microphone, so it sounds, like, nicer. I don't know. Okay. Anyway, while we are... while we're getting used to it, though, I might do things again. Slow down. Yes. I look off screen. Oh yeah, I do. When I'm thinking, I look elsewhere. I look at the ceiling. I have like a habit of doing that. Some of the points were repeated. Yes. So some of that is on purpose, so I can have like different intonations for saying different things, because it's all going to get chopped up. And Liz, I want to tell you that like I am happy like to take feedback. Feedback is important. I don't have a negative I don't receive that kind of feedback negatively. Right? The feedback that I would receive negatively would be things like my appearance. Like, I don't like that shirt. Okay, cool. Or things that are non-constructive. No, and listen, anyone who wants to share some feedback, I want to say that I don't want to get bogged in changing necessarily the wording and verbiage of things. But I do want to that thing where that like, hey, maybe talk slower so people can hear you. Like, yeah, that's good feedback. I'm happy to do that. Cyber, the sounds are off at the moment because I turned them off because I didn't want them to come through on the microphone. Said the same thing 2 sentences in a row. I might have too. I might have also just like, I didn't like chat GPT this. I just wrote it myself. I also didn't edit it. I edited it enough. When I go back and watch the actual video, I will probably edit out quite a bit of things. Give me my 20 points back. You know, that is actually, I want to change. Earlier in chat, I took, I changed the something. It should have, let's see, mute state, action group. Channel point sound command disabled. It's supposed to disable those channel point sound commands. Meaning you're not supposed to be able, like, they shouldn't even appear. It's showing that they're not. It's showing that they're not supposed to appear. Said knowledgeable, more confident. It sounds authentic. I hate using AI for anything like that. I would use, so I like it for something like, tell me what types of shots I should incorporate into this type of video, that sort of thing. But I wouldn't ever use it to like write words that I was going to say out loud. I would not. I couldn't do that. I think it would be too. I think it would be too much. It wouldn't feel very good. Okay, we're gonna try that again, and I'm gonna slow down the prompter quite a bit because that was obviously, not obviously, that was something to work on. Okay. And we'll try it. We're gonna try that. We're gonna try that section again. I'm gonna try slowing down, not looking off to the side a whole bunch, and not leaning on the pot like I'm holding on for my fucking life. Try to be more like natural, suave, or whatever. That's, oh God, don't. That's not. Wow. That was whatever the opposite of suave is. Cringe. Except I don't think the kids say cringe anymore. I'm pretty sure they don't, actually. Wait, there we go. Okay. Show us your Riz. Oh my God. Oh my God. Here. It's empty. Starboy, don't make me ban you. I'm kidding. Ask Calvin about that. God, I just once it comes up from once the boomers bring it up at Thanksgiving dinner, it's certified over. Certified over. Anyway. Okay. let's try that one more time. I'm going to try to see if this voice sync thing will work. I don't know if it is. I don't know if it's not working because it's not on. I don't know, because the microphone's like routing through somewhere else. Who knows? Let's see. Let's try to put it on a different mic and then we'll go back here. Okay, are we boomers now? Yup. No, not you. Not you. Sorry, I was referencing my Thanksgiving experience this year. My experience of Thanksgiving dinner. Where there were actual boomers. Okay, let's do this. Let's try this again. Hello. Okay. Why bother making freezer stock? No. Okay. It's not scrolling, so we're just gonna hit constant and go. And we'll slow this down just a little bit. And if there's a couple pauses in between things, it's totally okay. All right. Why bother making freezer stock at all? I don't know, because it's good, because it's delicious, because it's cheap. That is too slow. Okay, there we go. If you're a home cook, making your own stock feels so accomplished, and it's super simple with just a little bit of thinking ahead. I just look off to the side. It's not something you do as a professional chef. It's not something you do as a professional chef, but that's not who I'm talking to here. This is stock for the home cook. It's flexible and relatively stress-free. Why make stock at home at all? Couple reasons. It's rewarding to make something for yourself. It reduces food waste. It gives vegetable scraps a second life before they end up in the compost. And it saves money from purchasing boxed stock. For our purposes, I'm not following a recipe. If your soup calls for something specific, definitely don't use freezer scrap stock. Use whatever it's called for. The stock we're making today is very general. Something a home cook can make easily in a matter of a few hours. It's useful for a broad range of things. It's useful for a broad range of things without being specific to any one thing. We're not roasting bones. We're not dicing onions. We're not sauteing anything, and we're not going to obsess over skimming, I promise. However, all of those things are wonderful ways to make delicious stock. And if you have the time or the desire, you can certainly do all or some of them. The stock that we're going to get today is useful for adding flavor to things like rice, grains, beans, and braising meats. If looks don't really matter, it's great for making pan sauces or ad hoc soups. I love using it for non-recipe soups, something I'm throwing together on a weeknight when I don't really need anything specific other than good flavor and convenience. You can store it in the fridge for up to a week and in the freezer for about 6 months. So, stock versus broth. What's the difference? In this video, I may interchange the words stock and broth, but let's examine what those actually mean. According to the website Chowhound, broth is lighter and it's made by simmering meat, while stock is richer and made by simmering bones. Both generally have vegetables. Cooking animal bones in stock extracts gelatin from the bones, making homemade stock more viscous. Vegetable stock usually has some type of plant-based gelatin added in to give it that silky, thicker feel. The texture difference is subtle, and while you can usually substitute one cooking liquid for the other in a pinch, if your recipe requires one, definitely use that. For almost every home cooking purpose, though, stock and broth are relatively interchangeable. Cool. Okay, hopefully that was better. Hopefully that was better. Okay, so now that we know what stock is and why you should make it, let's get into it. We're going to do that now. I'm still recording. Am I still recording? I'm still recording. Great. Okay, so we have a stock pot here. This is my stock pot. It's pretty big. It's going to be quite a bit larger than what I actually need for my quite a bit larger than what I think I actually need for my stock. So we have our stock bags. They're in the freezer. We're going to get those out and see if they fit. I'm also going to get out some additional ingredients from the crisper that we have that I'm not going to use this week, but are going to go bad probably before I actually get to use them. So we're gonna grab those now. Okay, stove. Okay, so let's come over here and we're gonna do that camera. Beautiful. So in the freezer, I have my stock bags. Not that. Not that. We have a couple different bags in here. One is a tiny bag of herbs. This is just leftover parsley. What else do we got in here? Oregano. There's some dill stems in here. Lots of good stuff. We have bag number one, bunch of herbs. I think this is an entirely vegetable bag that's in here. And bag number two is also, I think, an entirely vegetable bag. Oh no, this one has the chicken pieces in it. So we're gonna take the chicken pieces out of here and then take the chicken pieces out of there and we'll sort those out. So we have 2 bags now for our stock, plus a little bag of extra herbs. Also going to get out, I mentioned some extra vegetables from the crisper. We have some carrots. Three carrots left over from Thanksgiving. I also have some celery. I'm going to take 2 stalks of celery and do maybe 2. Yeah, I'll take some celery and the leaves. I'll put the rest back in there because I might need it for something. I also have, these are leftover herbs from Thanksgiving. So we're going to toss those in there as well. So the first thing we're going to do is sort all of these things we're going to take the chicken bones out of here. One of these bags is just vegetables. I don't think there's any chicken in here, but we're going to dump all of this into a big bowl. First thing we're going to do is see if this all fits. See if this all fits in the big pot. It should. It does. So, yep, this pot will be good for what I need it for, which is great. I also grabbed at Reading Terminal this morning. They have basically like clearance vegetables. Reduced for quick sale, packaged on December 2nd. So these are packaged this morning. These are just mushrooms. I'm adding some extra mushrooms to this for the taste and the texture. So first thing we're going to do is sort through our vegetables. Fudge darling, welcome in. Hello. Big pot. It is a big pot. I actually don't know how big that. I don't know how big that pot is. It's big. I don't have a sense of. I don't know how many quarts that actually is. Liz, enjoy your work meeting, or don't enjoy your work meeting. I hope your work meeting is productive. Okay, so here's what we're doing first. We're going to dump these vegetables out into the pot, into the bowl here. And then when it's kind of, I'll show you what we have in this bag. Okay, so we have a little bit of a note here. So these have some freezer burn on them. A little bit of freezer burn. I'm not super worried about the freezer burn on here. Freezer burn doesn't affect. It affects texture, but only insofar as if you're like cooking it for a meal, like you wouldn't want to use these vegetables in a dish. And we will get to that. There's a part of that that's later in the script. So we're going to talk about that a little bit in the script. What I'm doing here is separating out the chicken pieces. So what else do we have in here? We have corn cobs, we have carrots, we have onion skins, we have the bottom pieces of the lettuce. I have an onion. I have a produce sticker off of an onion. We don't want that in there. Arthur says, what veg should you avoid in stock? Mostly avoiding cruciferous vegetables, so like broccoli, cauliflower, Brussels sprouts. Avoid Brussels sprouts. Kale, collard greens, lots of anything that's going to add bitterness, asparagus. And you don't really need to avoid them so much as you don't want to make a stock out of them. I tend to avoid them just because when I'm cooking, I think about it, but I don't, if you want to add some of those things in, it's not going to make it fundamentally different from, it's not going to ruin it. If you add a little bit of broccoli, broccoli stems into your vegetable stock, it's not going to ruin the thing. It might make it a little bit more bitter than what you're used to out of the box. Don't forget to save your bags. Wash them first, but save your bags. So in bag number 1, I have a bunch of chicken parts. So what else is in here? Let me show you sort of what's in this bag. This bag has corn cobs, onion skins, we got carrot tops here. We have a rubber band. So definitely sort through. This is a piece of, what is that a piece of? I don't actually know. That might be cauliflower. We have a bottom of a lettuce, celery bits, carrot shavings, more corn cobs, onion skins. The onion skin actually makes things darker. So if you want your stock to be a little darker in color, make sure you have onion skin in there. There's lots of little herb pieces in here too. So little bits of parsley. All right, let's get this bag. Hold on. I'm separating the chicken pieces in here. There we go. Okay, there's a corn cob. So what we want to do here is we're cooking the chicken first. This is a chicken spine. So we're cooking the chicken first. If it has some herbs and stuff stuck to it, that's fine. Because the chicken takes longer, and if you want to extract all of the good flavor from the chicken without a lot of bitterness, you want to cook the chicken first. And you want to cook the chicken for like 2 hours or so. Again, save your bags. Save your bags. Clean them. Wash them. All right, so we have a big old bowl of vegetable scraps here. This is pretty big. I'll measure out how many scraps are in here in order to determine how much water to put in here later. But we're going to add, basically, I'm going to add everything to this right now. So I'm adding extra herbs. These were from Thanksgiving. These are also from Thanksgiving. That was chopped up parsley and dill. This is just chopped up dill. Or that's not even chopped up. It's just dill. I'm going to add these mushrooms as well. And here's my bag of frozen herbs. Save your bags. And then the celery and extra carrots. I'm going to add as well. I'm just giving these like a rough chop. There's no real need to do anything else with these. They're just going in. They're going to cook for about an hour or so, all of this. We're going to do the same thing with the carrots. And the other thing that I want to add in here is I have some gelatin. So I have some chicken fat and gelatin that I had from, where did I have it from? I don't actually remember when it was from. It's been in the fridge. I'm going to add the gelatin from there into the stock as well. So let's take one here. All right. So we're ready to start with the chicken, but let me make sure. I have a list of things that I wanted to like make sure I got a video of, or make sure I got on video. So, gallon from the freezer, testing the crock pot, freezer burn. Okay. No. We're not going to cut the chicken bones right now because they are frozen solid. So, we're definitely not going to do that. All right. But let's take a look in this stock bowl otherwise. Okay, I want to do that. And then that. Okay. Oh, hold on. Let me move my... remove some of this stuff so it's a little out of the way. Okay. So for our purposes, we have a big pot of scraps. Megan, welcome. So in this pot of scraps, this is all from a freezer bag. We have some leftover herb pieces. There's carrots, there's mushrooms, there's celery. Here's a shallot, just a whole shallot. What else is in here? Let's just kind of dig through and see what we can find. Here's some potato skins. So some folks don't want to add potato skins, but we'll get to that. Celery, onion tops, corn cobs, leftover herbs. So all sorts of just leftover scraps. So all of this is going into the stock. And let's see. Okay, overhead off. Now we go here to this camera. Okay. And then that can also go off. Cool. All right, so we have our vegetables ready to go. We're going to set those to the side. Now, let's do the next part of this. Let's do the next part of this, like scripted portion. I want to try to keep my counter clear as I'm doing this too, so it's not, because if you've been here during the stream, you know that this counter gets really full and in a hurry. Okay, so we're gonna do. There's another like scripted part that we're gonna read through. I'm probably gonna do it twice, just so everyone's clear. Alley Cat, welcome in. Megan, drive safe. I hope you have a safe drive. I do. It is hopefully it's not a wintry mix where you are. It's a wintry mix where I am. Okay, let's see. I also, you know what I need to do? I need to improve my workflow on my Stream Deck. That's what I need to do. Okay, let's come back here. Okay. So some of this is going to be a repeat of what I just said as I was like talking. So just so like y'all know, what is this? What am I looking at? Oh, it's the top of that camera. I'm like, what am I seeing on this screen here? It's literally, I'm like, it's the top of the other camera. It's not usually there. Okay, so just FYI, in case y'all are like, what's going on? Why is all of this happening? I'm doing some recording for a YouTube video. So there's things that I'm saying multiple times, which is also normal to a regular stream. There's things that I am repeating, saying multiple times. See what I did there? I'm also like reading off a teleprompter for some parts of it. Sounds are currently off in the chat. So if you're like, where's my sounds? They're currently off. How big is this pot? You know, I actually don't know. This is the ad. If anyone wants to look this up, I can tell you what it is. It's the AdCraft, ADCRAFT SSP-20. So this on screen right now is the, wait, where you can't really see it. AdCraft SSP-20. I think it's 20 quarts. I think. It might be. Might be about 20 quarts. Okay. So let's get to the next like part of this here, which is also off of a prompter. So we're gonna try it. Any feedback is of course welcomed, as I mentioned before, and then we'll get to putting the chicken in the pot and what have you. So okay, hold on, let's back it up. Oh, I have to hit the record on. Just looking to reference what I asked for Christmas. Heck yeah. This pot is great. I've never had anything that I've made. That's not true. I've made stock in here before that's gone all the way up to the top. But the sizing for this, Adcraft SSP-20. I got it off of restaurantsupply.com, I think. 24 quart. Yeah, I think this one might be 20. It might be 24. Let's see. Adcraft SSP dash, wait, what did I say? Dash 20? It's probably 20. Yeah, 20 quart. This is a 20 quart pot. A 20 quart pot. So 24 should be perfect. Okay. Let's get to it. Hold on. Okay. Oh, it's just anything over 22 is a big soup pot. Yeah, these are great. They're great, honestly. Okay. Things to consider as you're cooking. These are things to think about well in advance of making freezer stock. So, using a scrap bowl. When you're cooking, putting your scraps in here as you chop things, that makes it easier to put them in the freezer. You want clean scraps, so nothing with the dirt caked onto it. Clean your carrots, clean your onions. As long as you've rinsed your vegetables before peeling them, you're good. When you're finished filling up your scrap bowl while you're cooking, gallon freezer bags, these are great. Your straps will stay good in the freezer for a while, at least a month or two. I usually save 2 gallon bags worth and then make one big batch. That's what we're doing today. Don't worry about freezer burn. We're not here for the aesthetics, and it won't significantly affect the final flavor. Freezer burn stuff has a little bit of diminished flavor, but in this volume, you're not really going to notice. Freezer burn really only affects texture, and we're turning these vegetables into mostly mush through the simmering process. Anyway, saving your chicken scraps or meat scraps separately is ideal since you'll be cooking them for a lot longer, and separating them after the fact can be annoying. If you want to save them all together, great. Just separate them before you put them into the stock pot. You could make different bags for different flavors if you wanted to get a better balance even. Things like sweet vegetables, carrots, parsnips, corn, peas, anything that's already roasted, and savory. Things like onions, mushrooms, squash peels, squash guts. I don't do that, but you could if you wanted to. It's not necessary. Okay. We're going to pause for just a second, and we're going to do that again. Because I did the thing where I start talking really fast, and my prompter was just a little bit too fast. So we're going to do it again. I was also adding some words in there that were not in the script. You didn't notice because you don't see the script. Anyway, Alicat, you had to upgrade your pot twice. The soup is fabulous, but then tragedy struck. I decided to pressure can the soup and something happened and now it all tastes burnt. Oh no, I'm so sorry. That's so disappointing to go through all of that work and then have it taste burnt. I don't know what you can do to rescue a burnt tasting soup. Is there a thing you can rescue? Can you rescue a burnt tasting soup? Is that possible? I don't know if it's possible. I would say like adding more water and making it liquidy. More liquidy. I know you can rescue like a stock if it's not thick enough or not flavorful enough, but like the burnt sounds frustrating. Definitely frustrating. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the top on that one, and we're gonna try it one more time. Okay, so things to consider ahead of time as you're cooking throughout the week, throughout the month. Keeping a scrap bowl on the counter is great because you can just toss your scraps in here, your onion skins, your onion skins, onion roots, carrot peels, all of that as you're cooking. But you want clean scraps, nothing with dirt caked onto it. If you rinsed your vegetables before peeling, you're good. Toss them right in the bowl, toss them in the freezer afterward. Not directly. You want to use gallon bags for your freezer scraps. Your scraps are going to stay good in the freezer in one of these bags for a while, at least for a month or two. When I'm planning to make scraps into stock, I usually save 2 gallon bags worth and then make a bigger batch of stock. Don't worry about freezer burn. We're not here for the aesthetics, and it won't significantly affect the final flavor. It does affect flavor, but not at this volume. It only really affects texture. Freezer burn only really affects texture, and we are turning these vegetables into mostly mush through simmering anyway. Saving your meat scraps, in this case for me chicken, separately is ideal since you're cooking them for a lot longer, and separating them after they are all frozen in a big bunch can be annoying. You can make different bags for different flavors too of vegetables to get a better balance of broth if you want to. Sweet things like carrots, parsnips, corn, peas, anything that's already roasted can go in one bag, and then another bag could have savory things like onions, mushrooms, squash peels. I just want to be clear, I don't do this. I like to make a big general stock, but if you like yours to be a little bit more balanced in sweet and savory, go ahead and save or separate your vegetables before cooking them. Okay. What's next? Oh, Cyber says things that get overdone during pressure canning are pretty unsavable. That is a sad state of affairs. You know, I've never done that. I've never pressure canned. I've never canned anything, actually. Don't tell Kanara. Don't tell Kanara. Okay. Next section is all about what to save. So we're going to try this again. We're going to try this for the first time, and then I'm actually going to start cooking this stock because we do want to make the stock today. So let's get to that. We're just going to launch right into it because I don't need anything else I don't need anything else here. Okay. So as you're cooking, what do you save? A good stock has a mix of flavors without being bitter. Unless you have a specific use for your stock, you want to avoid adding really strong flavors, or a lot of them anyway. Things like ginger, lemongrass, or even a large percentage of a single vegetable can tilt the flavor of your stock in one direction or another. If you find that your stock bag is mostly scraps from one type of vegetable, you can balance it out. If you find that your stock bag is mostly scraps from one type of vegetable, balance it out by adding extra onions, a garlic bulb, or more carrots, something else to add flavor that's not that one vegetable. Remember though, you can always add flavors specific to the dish that you'll use later when you're making the dish. Things like saving things. Okay, hold on. It's back here. Sorry. Remember that you can always add flavors specific to the dish that you're making when you're making it, when you're using the stock. So you want your stock now to be more balanced if you can. For chicken bones, scraps, meat fat, and drippings, you can add pan drippings as well. They help add richness and flavor to your stock. You can add raw or cooked chicken parts. It doesn't really matter. They're going to simmer for a long time regardless. Vegetables, things like onion skins, tops and roots, carrot ends, tails, peelings, garlic ends and skins, celery root, the stringy peels and the leaves, the leeks, leaves and the roots, fennel bulb scraps, mushroom trimmings or the whole thing, corn and corn cobs, turnip tops. Oh, hold on, we gotta back up. Corn and corn cobs, turnip tops and their tails, parsnip tops and their tails, pea and bean shells, not green beans, spinach, shard stems and leaves, squash peels like from a butternut squash or pumpkins and the guts of squash, tomatoes, all of it, herb scraps and stems. For herbs, parsley is a classic, but feel free to toss in whatever makes you happy. Adding dried herbs is also good if you don't have any fresh scraps in your bag. There are some extras that you can add into your stock, which we'll add today. Things that taste great that aren't vegetable scraps include acids. So a splash of lemon, white wine, apple cider vinegar. Adding tomatoes can have a similar effect to your stock. So adding an acid is great. Peppercorns are fantastic. These add a bit of spiciness and a bit of seasoning. I usually add about a half a teaspoon of peppercorns. I usually add about a half teaspoon of peppercorns per quart of water. Parmesan rinds add a lot of richness and they can add some body to it. Scraps aside, whole vegetables and herbs that are in your refrigerator that are just past their useful life can also be frozen for later use, or you can add them in directly like I'm doing today. Obviously, you should avoid anything that's distinctly rotten or moldy. As well, adding the last few bits of fresh vegetables from your crisper drawer is a fantastic way to use them up without feeling super guilty. So, things that you should use at your discretion, meaning maybe leave them out if they're not the best flavor. Try that again. Things you should use at your discretion, things that might add bitterness, but if you like their flavor, add a little and you should be okay. It's things like peppers and zucchini. Some folks find these a bit bitter or too strong for a general stock. Potato skins, some folks find the stock turns out starchy and gummy and they don't add a lot of flavor. Ginger can add a really strong taste. Ginger can add a really strong taste. It tends to be overpowering. Anything that's already been seasoned, this is important. Don't add it in. Light seasoning is okay, but avoid anything that is sauced or spiced. Anything that is light seasoned is okay, but avoid anything that's sauced or heavily spiced already. Don't add those in, and you should be good. So things, what not to add. So these particular vegetables do tend to leave a bitter taste in the stock. They're best left out if you can, but again, add them if you want. There's really no harm. It might be a little bit bitter. I've made and used stock with all of these ingredients before, and if you don't have a particular flavor profile in mind, they're not so bitter as to make the stock inedible. So mostly cruciferous things: broccoli, cauliflower, asparagus, Brussels sprouts, green beans, the greens of carrots, like the leafy green tops, collard greens and kale, and beets. Golden beets are usually okay, but unless you're making borscht, you don't want to add red beets. Your stock is just going to be red. Don't worry too much if some of them get in. Stock is pretty forgiving, and it'll be okay. And just add some more salt. These are things, some bonus additions. These are things you might not think to save, but are great regardless for a freezer bag stock. Bean water. So when you have a can of beans, the water that comes out, amazing. Same thing with canned vegetables. and canned tomatoes. All of that liquid is great. You can pour it right in your freezer bag and it'll freeze solid. Leftover tomato paste is perfect as well. Any leftovers that have already been roasted make a great addition, but again, nothing that's too highly seasoned or too specifically seasoned. So if you've just generally roasted vegetables, then they should be okay to add in. If you're only using vegetables and no chicken, no meat, no pork, no beef, you might want to add gelatin to increase the viscosity so your stock has a silkier texture and it doesn't feel as watery. Other things that can add that same type of texture and mouthfeel: nutritional yeast, miso paste, kombu, mushrooms. All of those things help add flavor. They create extra body and silkiness. They create that silky mouthfeel that you're used to with a stock. Okay. Camera's off. Great. Camera's not off. Peppercorns. Sidebar. I could not say the word pepper. I could not say the word peppercorn to save my life. Like, why was I having such a hard time saying the word peppercorn? I can say it perfectly now. Why can't I read it? I don't know. I don't know. It's fine. Okay. We're going to talk about adding. I kind of want to do that section again, and I'm sorry. I hope this is. Listen, y'all. This has got to be boring for some of y'all, and I know I'm positive that there's some folks that are like, fuck this, I'm out. And that's okay. That's okay. Anytime things change and new stuff comes onto the stream, it's not always going to be for everyone. For anyone who like popped in and was like, what are you doing? What's happening today? Why is this like this today? Why are you being weird? One, it's who I am, and I will not apologize. Two, I'm trying to do a little bit of like YouTube recording during stream so that I have some like stuff to edit that's not me trying to like haphazardly edit together the things that I've said. And it sounds a bit more coherent and logical and put together without as many ums, ahs, is, and what have yous. So that's what I'm doing. And we're getting, that was the big section. That section there was the largest one. So we're going to go back and I'm going to try to do that one more time. And so that is, then we're going to put this stock on the stove. So I'm going to try to read a little bit slower. I noticed that my prompter was a little fast there. So we're going to try it. We're going to try that one more time. I hope that's okay. I'm sort of kind of sorry if it's not, but like not that sorry. Anyway. Oh wait, wrong button. That's the right button. Okay. So let's talk about what to save. When you have your stock bowl out on the counter, what should you be looking for? What should you be thinking of? A good stock has a mix of flavors without being bitter. Unless you have a specific use for your stock, avoid adding strong flavors, things like ginger, lemongrass, or even a large percentage of a single vegetable. If you have a ton of carrots, it's going to tilt the flavor more sweet. If you have a ton of onions, it's going to tilt the flavor to be more savory. If you find your stock bag is mostly scraps from one vegetable, balance it out by adding an extra onion, a garlic bulb, a carrot, a stick of celery, something additional to help balance those flavors. Remember though, you can always add flavors that are specific to the dish you'll use the stock in when you're making that dish. So, what to save? Chicken bones, things like scraps, meat, fat, the drippings from a pan. Adding pan drippings helps add richness and flavor to your stock. You can add raw or cooked chicken parts. They're going to simmer for a long time regardless. What kind of vegetables should you be looking to add? So this is the part where I got hung up. This is the part where I got hung up earlier and it started going really, really fast. Anyway, so what kind of vegetables should you add? Onion skins, the tops and the roots. Carrot ends, their tails and carrot peelings. Garlic ends and the skin. Celery roots, the stringy peels and the leaves. Leeks, their leaves and their roots. Fennel bulbs and their scraps. Mushroom trimmings or the whole thing. Corn and corn cobs. Turnip tops and their tails. Parsnip tops and their tails. Pea and bean shells. Spinach. Shard stems and leaves, squash peels like butternut squash, pumpkins, and the guts of squash, tomatoes as well, all of them, herb scraps and the stems. Parsley for herbs is sort of a classic, but feel free to toss in whatever makes you happy. You can also add dried herbs too if you don't have any fresh herb scraps in your bag. Some extras, things that you want to add that aren't necessarily vegetable scraps. Things you want to add that aren't vegetable scraps. Acids. So adding a bit of acid is helpful. A splash of lemon, white wine, apple cider vinegar is great. Even tomatoes have a similar effect. So if you have a ton of tomatoes, maybe don't add more. Peppercorns. Add a bit of spiciness and seasoning. I usually add about 1/2 of a teaspoon of peppercorns per quart of water in my stock. Parmesan rinds. The leftover rinds of your cheese, they add richness and body to the stock and give it a better, smoother mouthfeel. Scraps aside, whole vegetables and herbs that are in your refrigerator that are past their useful life can be frozen for later use right alongside with your scraps. Obviously, you should avoid anything that's distinctly rotten or moldy or smells a little bit off. And on the day that you're cooking the stock, adding the last few bits of fresh vegetables from your crisper drawer, it's a fantastic way to use them up without feeling guilty. So things that you should use at your discretion. They may add bitterness. You might like the flavor. Don't add a ton of them. Peppers and zucchini. Some folks find them a bit bitter or strong. Potato skins. Some folks find the potato skins turn the stock starchy and gummy without adding a lot of flavor, so they avoid them. Ginger is a really strong taste. It does tend to overpower, but if you like the flavor of ginger, add it in there. Anything that's already been seasoned is important not to add. Light seasoning is okay, but avoiding anything that's heavily sauced or spiced. So, things that you should not add to your stock. These vegetables leave a particularly bitter taste when they're cooked for a long time, and they're best left out. However, I've made and used stock with all of these things before, and if you don't have a particular flavor profile in mind, they're not so bitter as to make the stock inedible. So mainly cruciferous vegetables: broccoli, cauliflower, asparagus, Brussels sprouts, green beans, the green tops off of carrots, collard greens and kale, and beets, especially red beets. Unless you're making borscht, then obviously go for it. Golden beets are okay in your stock though. Red beets specifically, you should leave out. Don't worry too much if some of these get in, though stock is pretty forgiving. So, let's talk about some bonus additions. These are things you might not think to save because they're not really vegetable scraps, but they're delicious regardless. They're delicious regardless in a freezer bag stock. Bean water, canned vegetable water, canned tomato liquid. So anytime you have a recipe that says, drain a can of something, save that liquid. Any leftover tomato paste also. All of that can go directly into your gallon stock bag in the freezer. Any leftovers that have already been roasted make great additions. But I should note, you should avoid anything that was heavily seasoned or heavily sauced. So you don't want to add a ton of extra seasoned vegetables in here. If they were just salt and pepper, great. If you're only using vegetables and you're not adding any meat, I'm adding chicken today, but if you're not adding any meat, you might want to add gelatin to increase the viscosity so your stock has a silkier texture and doesn't feel as watery. Other things that do that, nutritional yeast, miso paste, kombu, and mushrooms all help add extra body and silkiness if you're doing a vegetable only stock. You can add those if you're doing a meat stock too. They're great either way. Okay. Okay, hold on. Off. Vela says, I take it we're not supposed to mess with me right now or redeem any sounds. So when I'm like staring directly at the camera talking like that, I'm reading off a script and I can't see chat because chat is in two places. It's up here unless I'm like doing a script thing, and it's down here. So I can see it come through, but the sounds actually are not on right now. So if you played a sound, it wouldn't come through on the stream. I'm recording just the camera feed too. So like the chat, you can say whatever you want in chat. It's not going to be on the video, on the recorded video. I do have the sounds off though, because they will come through on the microphone. Cool. All right. So that is fine. I think that's good. We're going to talk about how much water to add now. And then, let's see. Anything I want. Yeah. I mean, well, within reason. Okay. I'm just looking at this. Okay. I'm going to do, here's what we're going to do. We're going to, I'm going to read the part about how much water to use. And then we're going to cook the chicken. Okay, sorry. Yeah, no, I was just buffering. And also Bella's like, if I'm just staring at the camera like that, it's because I have a teleprompter and it's just like the camera's behind the prompter. And so I'm just staring at you lovingly as I scroll. That's what we're doing. Okay. Okay. I didn't move for a good 5 seconds. Right. And it might be my computer too. That's also possible. It's entirely possible. Let's talk about how much water to use. I make a mixed stock using chicken leavings and vegetable scraps. There is a wide variety of opinions and recipes with different ratios based on the meat to vegetable mix. A standard ratio is 1 part meat or bones to 2 parts water. A more concentrated stock might be a 1-to-1 ratio, whereas a more brothy stock might be like 1-to-4. When I'm making stock, mostly I'm not using a recipe, but I often opt for the ratio of 1 pound of material to 1 quart of water, or 2 cups of material to 1 quart of water. So mostly though, I don't measure. I cook the chicken using usually the ratio of 1 part chicken to 2 parts water. So pound of chicken, quart of water. Yeah, I cook the chicken using a standard ratio of about 1 pound of chicken to a quart of water. When that's ready, then I'll fill the pot with the rest of the solids and add enough water to cover them until they are just lifting off the bottom of the pot. So that's after the chicken has cooked though. I'll keep that topped off throughout the simmering process so that the liquid level stays relatively the same. Here is for our stock, here is my standard recipe and storage. You need a pot that's big enough to fit all of your solid ingredients. I have a 20 quart pot. This is plenty big for all the stuff that I'm making today. This is a pretty big pot. Toss the bags in the pot first to see if they'll all fit before moving ahead. Of course, you can do all of this. Of course, you can do all of this in an Instant Pot. The timing is going to be much shorter. So in an Instant Pot, you'd cook the chicken bones for about 30 minutes. Then you'd add the vegetables and cook for about 15 minutes more with a natural pressure release. For the Instant Pot, you save on time, but the downside is you won't be able to make as big of a batch. We're doing our stock today in 2 parts. First, the meat, then the rest. So, first the meat. Chicken, we're gonna do 1. Okay. First the meat. We're gonna do 1 part chicken. So we're gonna weigh this and see how much this weighs. Kathy, hello. Kathy, I got your package. Got your package. Thank you. I'll show you in a minute here. So we're gonna weigh this chicken. Okay, so got 1.5 pounds of chicken here. 1 pound, 3 ounces worth of chicken. That is roughly a little over a quart of water. This is not, for this pot, I'm going to end up, if I put the chicken and a quart of water in here, it's not going to cover the chicken. So what we're going to do is we're going to add, oh, hold on. Okay, what we're going to do with this is we're adding the chicken to the pot, and I'm going to add just enough water in here to cover the chicken. So just enough to cover. And I'll take a note of how many quarts that is as I add it in. So let's get our big pot here, or big bowl. This is two quarts. A bowl here is a 2-quart bowl. So this should be enough. Maybe, we'll see. All right, we're going to add 2 quarts of water here. Almost. I'm going to add maybe 1 more. Actually, I'm going to add, I'm going to add 1 more quart of water and see if that is good. Yeah. Okay. That'll be a good amount of water. We're going to simmer this for 2 to 3 hours so that everything gets really broken down. I'm going to add to this some acid. So we're going to add a bit of apple cider vinegar. Add a bit of apple cider vinegar. I had a pound of chicken. I'm gonna add about 2 tablespoons of apple cider vinegar here. Not a ton, just like a splash. This is also gonna help the chicken break down. And then I'm gonna add 1 bay leaf per quart of water here. So bay leaves are somewhere in here. Where are they? I had them before. Is that it? No. 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 I'm not out of them. I can't possibly be out of them. Where did I put the bay leaves? This is, hold on. Maybe we're not adding bay leaves today, and if we don't have them, that's okay. I swear. Are they hiding? Aha! Like, I had a whole jar of them. Of course. Okay. We found them. I found them. There we go. Okay. I'm going to put all that. Oh, no, that's definitely not going to go there. Okay. So we're going to add 1 bay leaf per quart of water. We added 3 quarts of water in here. So we're going to add 3 bay leaves. And then, okay, so in this pot, I have 1.5 pounds of chicken. I have 3 quarts of water. I have 2 tablespoons of apple cider vinegar and 3 bay leaves. So 1 bay leaf per quart. We're going to pop this onto the stove. We're going to simmer it for about 2 hours or so. Then we're going to add all of our vegetables. So we're going to add, basically, for every 2 cups of vegetables we have in here, we're going to add 1 quart of water. Per quart of water, we're going to add 1/2 teaspoon salt, 1/4 teaspoon of peppercorns, 1/2 tablespoon of nutritional yeast, and if I have a cheese rind in the freezer, we're going to add that too. We're cooking the chicken first, so it has more time to extract flavor. Adding the vegetables too early will make the stock taste bitter because they'll simmer for too long. So you add the chicken and the water to the pot with the bay leaf and a splash of vinegar, and you cook that first. So let's get that on the stove. If you want to do a bit of extra work, you can break up or cut up the bones to get more of the marrow out as they simmer. I would recommend doing that before you freeze them. These are frozen, and I'm not going to do that right now because they're very solid. So we're going to put this on the stove, and we're going to simmer it for about 2 hours slowly and gently, and we're going to top off the water as we go so it maintains about the same level as it is right now. So let's get this on the stove. I'm going to put this on this back burner here. And we're going to turn it on. So I'm going to turn this on high first so it comes to a boil. And then I'm going to simmer it with the lid on, covered, for again about 2 hours or so. So, once we've simmered it, okay. Once we've simmered it, we're going to add all the vegetables, any other seasonings, and the rest of the water. We're going to bring that to a boil. Then we're going to simmer that covered for about 30 minutes. We're going to try it. We're going to season it with salt if we need to. And then we're going to simmer it a farther 20 to 30 minutes uncovered. Then we're going to taste it, and we're going to season it again. If it needs it, we're going to strain it through a fine mesh sieve, and then it'll be done. I like to freeze mine in a mix of quart and pint containers. as well as putting some in an ice cube tray so I have the right amount of stock on hand when I need it. Okay. Off, off, off. Prompter off. Okay. So we're going to return to this. We'll return to this later. I have, I'm back. Okay, I'm back. We have a poll up. Which is it? Potatoes or potatoes or potatoes? Do y'all know where my loyalties lie? Potatoes. Let's turn the sounds back on too. Okay, sounds are back on. Okay, so that was quite a bit about stock. That was a lot. That was a lot of stock talk. But we're finished with that now. Once this boils, I'll show a shot of like, we'll do like a little camera shot of the pot boiling. And then we will not do that because the lid is on, and I was gonna have an overhead, like a consistent overhead shot of the thing the whole time, and then I was like, wait, we can't do that. Potats, that is cute. That is really cute. Okay, let's see. We're not going to cut the chicken bones. We placed the chicken in the pot. We added the bay leaves and vinegar. We'll do a shot of the chicken later. Okay, while I am I said we were done with this scrap talk, didn't I? I want to measure how many cups. I want to measure how much stuff we have here. That way I know how many cups of water or how many quarts of water I want to add to this later. So I want to do that now while I am while I have all the bowls out before I transition to making cookies, which we're going to do here in just a moment. And the cookies shouldn't take super long. Adorkable. 1, welcome. 2, thank you for your resub. I appreciate you. 33 months. We love a 33. Is 33 a prime number? It might be. There should be something for prime numbers. I don't know if that would be ridiculous or not, but there should be. Okay. Maybe. Okay, I'm turning the sounds off again, just FYI. And then let's do, we're going to do the main camera, record that, and then record the overhead camera. Okay, cool. So what you're seeing on screen will be recorded. Great. All right, what I'm going to do is measure out how many cups of vegetables I have here. That way I know what to actually, okay. I'm going to measure out our cups of vegetables so I know how many quarts of water are going to go in that pot when we're ready to cook the vegetables. So I have an 8, almost knocked it over. I have an 8-cup glass measuring thing. This is sort of rough. A little bit rough here. So that's 8. That's 8. That's 16. There's 24. Oh my gosh, my counter is a mess. Counter is a mess. 8, 16, what did I say, 24? And then this is about 8 right here. Yeah, call that 8. So that's 32 cups. 32 cups worth of vegetables. So if every 2 cups is a quart, it's about 16. That's 16 quarts. I don't think I'm going to use that much water. That feels like a lot. And this isn't all very like packed in. So that is a rough estimate. That's a rough estimate of how many quarts would be applicable for this amount of vegetables. Okay, great. Great. So now we know, and now once this chicken is ready to go, it's been simmering for like 2 hours, we'll be ready to add the vegetables in there, another hour, and then it'll be done. Okay. Vegetables are going to just go off to the side. We'll put these over here on the counter. And yes. And now we're going to make some cookies. We're going to make some garlic butter cookies. Wow. Potatoes literally ran away with that one. There was that wasn't even a contest. That wasn't even a contest.
Potatoes.
We love it. It's not a prime. Okay. See, I don't know anything. Twin primes are just separated by 2 digits. That's a dollar amount I would love to have. Either one of those would be great. That is a nerdy random fact, Tundrell. You're right. It's easy to remember if you're into 80s pop culture. Oh my God. Is that why that song is that? Tell me that's why that song uses that number. It's gotta be. Someone in that band is like, oh, we'll show them. We'll do some real nerd shit on them. Watch us. Okay. All that is for later. Okay, let's get to these cookies now. Did I turn the sounds back on? If they're not, they should be now. Okay. Okay. All right. Listen. I promise that we're only going to do YouTube stuff every once in a while. Because I only can edit and like process videos every once in a while. So it's not of my mind are an enigma. We did it. Okay. Prepare your ingredients: roast garlic and brown butter. Cool to room temperature. Yes. This butter is now decidedly at room temperature. Here's our ooh, that smells real good. Here's our brown butter at room temperature. It is a little bit. This is a little bit more viscous. than it was before. And it's starting to solidify. So this is pretty much, I can't tilt this any more than it is, but this is really ready to go. Beautiful. So let's get the rest of our stuff out. Let's read this recipe real quick first. Prepare your ingredients. Preheat your oven to 350. That has been done. That's been done. The oven is definitely preheated. All right, my chicken is about to boil. So in just a second, we're gonna shift and take a look at the chicken again. Preheat the oven. In a small bowl, sift together the flour, baking soda, cayenne, and salt. Okay, so small bowl. And now we're also going to use a big bowl. Or not that big of a bowl. This doesn't make these cookies, if I recall correctly, it doesn't make all that many. The volume of cookies is not, the volume of cookie dough is not that significant. Okay, so let's move this recipe over here. Okay, now just a second, because we're going to this pot here is about to boil, so we're gonna check that, and let me set a timer for 2 hours. And that is going to be the amount of time that we're going to cook the chicken. We're going to simmer it. Let's take a look over at the chicken now. And we'll see, I'll show you what that looks like. I'll show you what that looks like in the pot as it is about to boil here. So come on over. Come on over, baby. All right, so this is our chicken. Hold on. All right, so here is our chicken, mostly. It's very steamy. But there's our chicken about to boil and looking pretty good. You can see the steam coming up. You can see some bubbles forming. And we're going to turn this down now to very low. Turn this down to very low. And let that simmer just like it is for about 2 hours. About 2 hours. What up? And then we'll check it again. Okay. Oh, wait, that's 2 minutes. Yeah, Kathy, that butter it smells great. The moment I stirred it, it was like magnificent. It smelled magnificent. The phone number was actually the phone number of a woman named Jenny, who guitarist Jim Killer dated, so the song is not intentionally related to twin primaries. But like, I have to believe someone somewhere pointed that out and was like, "Hey, did you know? Did you know?" Okay, so preheat your oven. Sift together the flour. Oh, I want to line my sheet pans with parchment. I want to do parchment here because that's what the recipe says, and I forget. I've made these cookies. I probably 4 or 5 times on stream already. I haven't made them since June, but what I'm doing today is following the recipe as I wrote it, because oh, Keller, not Killer. Well, I don't know who the guitarist for the band that sings that song is. So correction accepted, but I don't think anyone was correcting you on it in Workable. All right, we're gonna line these sheet pans. And I also forget if I was using my big sheet pan or not. I bet I was. I have to imagine I was. Sent that before I read it out. Fair. I feel like I was probably a little bit behind then, clearly. Okay, whatever. We'll do it on the small sheet pans. They're fine. I should be doing it on these half sheet pans because those are the ones that most people have. So regardless of which ones I did it on, then regardless of the ones that I used originally, we're gonna do these sheet pans because these are the ones that folks would have. We're used to you being behind on chat. Yes, this is true. Often I am. So I'm not proud of it, but it is a fact. Okay. In the small bowl, sift together the flour, baking soda, cayenne, and salt. I should also note that this dough has to rest. There's a 20-minute resting period here. So whatever. Where's the sifter? There it is. That's what happens when I'm cooking, right? Right. Like if y'all were here in person and I heard what you were saying out loud, I might be a little bit more responsive. I would not be any more responsive. I buffer in real life too. 177 grams all-purpose flour. That's 1 1/3 cup. Just like note. 177 grams. $40. 67. So we need 10 more grams. Okay. 177 on the dot. On the dot. Love it. Baking soda, cayenne, salt. Baking soda, cayenne, and salt. My recipe is not in the right order. A teaspoon of cayenne, a teaspoon of baking soda, a teaspoon of salt. A teaspoon of salt? A teaspoon of salt. That's a lot of salt. Okay, I guess we're doing it. We're going for it. Salt, baking soda, soda, please be baking soda. Oh, thank gosh. And a teaspoon of cayenne. Now, I got new cayenne for today. Because I want it to be as fresh as possible. Let's I'm gonna pour this over top of my lid for this. I can't fit the teaspoon into the thing. I could just do a half teaspoon. I'm not going to. Kathy, it is a lot of cayenne. I definitely agree with you. And I recall, like, I've tested this recipe. This is, like I said, this is probably at least the sixth time I've made these on stream. And so I am just following what my recipe says. Sift together the flour, baking soda, cayenne, and salt. Okay, so we're sifting. Why am I sifting? I don't know. It's just something I don't usually do. But we're sifting. Okay. Looks good. Looking good. In a stand mixer fitted with the paddle attachment, cream together the butter and sugars until fluffy, about 2 minutes. Add the roasted garlic, egg, and vanilla extract and mix on low to combine. Add the dry ingredients and mix on low to combine. Okay, so I actually don't need this bowl because I'm combining everything in the bowl of a stand mixer. Okay, let's get that out. So as I'm waiting for these to rest, I'm going to do a couple things. One, we're going to take a real quick break so I can clear up my sink because my sink is starting to get busy over there. I'm going to clear up the sink. We'll play a game of words on stream, and then we'll come back. And I'm going to start measuring out some ingredients for my for dinner tonight. The dinner that I'm making is a recipe I'm working on, so I need to like cut up some garlic and like measure that and weigh it and all that. So we're going to do that while we're taking a quick break, or while we're waiting for this to rest, because I didn't read the recipe ahead of time before streaming, and I forgot that it had to rest for like 20 to 30 minutes in the refrigerator, which I do know is an important step, or else I would not have put it in there because I hate resting things. So anyway, in a stand mixer fitted with a paddle attachment, cream together the butter and sugars until fluffy. Okay, so butter is all of this in this pan, which is now at room temperature and is, oh my God, this is like really beautiful looking brown butter. Okay. Hey, you want to see some beautiful brown butter? Take a look. Take a look at this beautiful brown butter. That is now like room temperature and just absolutely gorgeous looking. Whoa, what do we do? 1. Let's change that back to where we were. 2, let's not dump the butter out of the pan. 3, let's put the butter in here. Okay, so these are, I'm using a spatula because this is now sort of viscous and I want it all to come out. So let's do it. The sounds clearly work again. If you're hearing a little background like hum, that's my heater. The heater in my house is on and is heating, as one does. Okay, butter, and then sugar is also by weight. So that's next. We need 100 grams of 175 grams of dark brown sugar. So dark brown. And I remember doing, I do remember adjusting the ratio for this a couple times. I remember doing it with all dark brown sugar, and I think I did it with all light brown sugar at one point. This recipe, I remember being like, okay. I remember being pretty happy with how it came together. So I'm going to try it just as it is, and hopefully things go well. What did I say? 175? Yeah. 154, 170, 175. Okay. Dark brown sugar. Check this stock and just make sure it's not boiling in here. It is simmering. I want to turn that down even more. Okay. 100 grams of light brown sugar. This. This can just be poured out of the bag. Whoop, not that big chunk. Nope, not you. You're not invited. 100 grams. 60, 70, 80, 90. Easy now. Easy. 7, 98, 99. 100! Yay, we did it. Okay. So this gets creamed together in the mixer for 2 minutes, roughly. All right, we did it. Okay, let's turn that on. And turn it up a little higher. Oh, too high. That's some splattering happening. All right, 2 minutes on the clock. I'm going to put these back in my cabinet. Oh, I also have a canister for the brown sugar. I was like, something was missing out of the cabinet because I had a canister that the light brown sugar was in. All right. Canister's back. Oh my God. Okay. About 2 minutes. About a minute left here. So this is creaming together nicely. I'm going to turn that up just a little bit. And then we're going to add the egg, the vanilla, and our garlic, which I need to measure out on the scale because it's by weight. Two tablespoons of vanilla extract. Damn. Lou, what were you on about? Two tablespoons of extract. Yikes. That is a lot. All right, so this is cream together the butter and sugars until fluffy, it says. Fluffy. That's a direction that I wrote down. Where is my roasted garlic? There it is. Okay. I took this out of the freezer 2 days ago. It should be fine. Okay. That is 2 minutes. That's pretty fluffy. I'm going to give that a rest. And I'm going to get a spatula and we'll clear this blade off so I can take the bowl off without dripping. Well, so I can take the bowl off and there won't be any drips. That's the goal. Okay. No drips, yeah? No drips, yeah? All right. Great. Okay, so into the bowl, we're adding garlic, egg, and vanilla extract. So 1 egg, room temperature. 1 egg at room temperature. Rinse my hands. We're adding 2 tablespoons of vanilla extract. 1, 2. And then 35 grams of roasted garlic. So we have, this is where our garlic cookie comes from. This garlic has been roasted and mixed together already. So it is good to just add here. Let's see. I don't know how much. I don't know what 35 grams looks like of this. So that was 20, 31, 35. Okay, 35 grams. Man, that is really good. That is real good. Put the vanilla away too. And that is it for my ingredient. Beautiful. Put this tray under the stove. Okay. Teaspoon. That goes in the sink. All right, so we're going to mix this together. Mix on low to combine. Mixing on low to combine. Then we add the dry ingredients, and again, mix on low to combine. So let's get a couple things. One, I'm gonna get my blade, my paddle attachment wiped off here, cleaned off. I'm gonna scrape the side of the bowl a little bit so everything is like back down. Now this is a really like fluffy looking sort of dough. I creamed all the butter together and the sugar together till it was fluffy. Now we're going to add our flour, baking soda, salt, and cayenne pepper. And we're going to mix that again on low to combine, just kind of giving it a few pulses here. And then we're mixing on low. So everything looks good together. I'm going to scrape the bowl. We're going to mix it one more time. And then we're going to chill it in the refrigerator for about 20 to 30 minutes, or as long as it takes me to measure out my ingredients for dinner. Okay, so I'm going to mix this one more time. I'm just kind of getting it. Let me make sure there's no dry on the bottom. Nope, everything on the bottom looks good. No dry particulate matter on the bottom. No flour on the bottom. That's what we're going for. Oh man, Cinderella says, I have a silicone scraper with a notch that fits around the segments of the mixer attachment to clean the batter. Oh, that is great. That would be super helpful. This part, the like getting the batter off of this attachment, is like the most annoying part. I have a new paddle attachment that is it has like a rubber scraper, so it doesn't like, it scrapes the sides of the bowl now, but it doesn't help at the end when you're cleaning, trying to get everything off. Okay, that is well incorporated and good. All right, that does sound super useful. That's one of those like one-use kitchen tools that I might go in for. Okay, but before that, all we have is this little spatula today. So we are where we are, and it's okay. You know what the best tool for doing this is? Honestly, your fingers. Like, if you have, I haven't washed my hands in a hot second, so I am not doing this with my hands. But if you have clean hands or like a glove, just using your fingers to get all this off is like also super easy. Okay, this is good. We're pretty well set here with everything. Warm my warm the water up in my sink so I can do a pre-rinse of those dishes and put everything in the dishwasher. Okay, so this dough looks good. It is pretty soft at the moment. So we're going to put this in the fridge and let this firm up for about 20 to 30 minutes. And I'm going to switch gears for just a few moments here as that happens. Okay. Good. Into the fridge it goes. Let's set a timer for 30 minutes, lest I forget. And I'm going to put some things away. So we're going to take a quick break here in a few moments. I'm going to let Daisy outside. I'm going to let the cats out of the basement if they're interested in coming out. I am going to do a few dishes as well, or rather I'm going to put the dishes that are here into the dishwasher and put everything else in the dish pan. I'm not doing any actual dishes. I don't think I need to. Do I need any of those dishes that are in there? No, not particularly. Okay, but that's fine. Before we do that, I'm going to move these to the side. Okay. Before we do that, we're going to check on our stock. Our stock has been in there for about 20 or so minutes now, so not very long. It boiled, it boiled, and it's now at a simmer. So we're going to take a look and see what that looks like. So why don't y'all come on over to the mobile stove camera today. All right, so this is going to be pretty hot. Handle's definitely very hot. And we're a little steamy here. So we're simmering. Things are simmering away nicely here. I could turn that down even a little bit more than it is. Oh, got some steam. Sorry. But things are looking good. Color is looking good. We're starting to get some gold in there. Yeah, starting to get some gold in here. Starting to get a little bit of fat buildup on the top. The bay leaves are hydrated. And we just have a few bubbles going on. When I put the lid back on, it'll be back at a nice simmer. I'm just going to let that one go for quite a bit longer. All right. See you in a bit. Okay. We are back. Here now. Oh, the other thing I wanted to add to this, which I'll add the next time I check it, is a bit of this. This is gelatin. So this is like chicken drippings from the tray. I'm going to actually take the fat out of here. I'm going to take, whoa, hey Daisy. I'm going to take the fat out of here and put that in a separate little cup. And we'll put, oh hey, Calvin's home. I'll take the fat out and put that in a separate cup. And then we'll add this chicken fat in, or the chicken, I don't even actually know what to call this material. What do you call this? It's not the fat. It's like the bonus sort of gelatinous liquid in here. It's like, it's not quite fat, but it's also not a solid.
Smells like the pumpkin pasta.
I don't really know. Calvin says it smells like the pumpkin pasta. I'm making the garlic cookies. So those will be for this afternoon. Gelatinous gel. Yeah, well, that works too. That is what it is.
Yeah.
It is. I don't even know what I call it. I know that there's a technical term for it, and I wish I knew it because then I could say it. Then I could say it and look real smart, but I don't. Pickled green tomatoes. Have I even had pickled green tomatoes? I don't know. I don't think so, but they sound good, and I would eat them. Okay, let's. You know what? I really need to like get a better workflow for my stream deck.
There's a school thing for winter solstice.
Yeah, winter solstice.
Food and stuff like that.
Oh, winter solstice Friday, December 19th. Well, at least it's not this week.
Yeah.
Look over the list of needs below and choose something to contribute. If you choose a food dish, we ask that you make enough to serve 8 to 10 people. Please send dishes in disposable, oven-proof containers. Avoid using peanut oil or adding tree nuts. If you want your container or serving spoon returned, put your child's name and section on it. Volunteers to help organize, serve, and clean up the food. That sounds up my alley. Write your first 2 choices in the lines below. Return this from school by Monday, December 8th. Return by December 8th. What's today? The 2nd?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
next week.
Okay. That door is not meant to have pressure on it from anywhere. Deliver food to any hot foods in aluminum containers as close to 12:30 as you have limited access to microwave and ovens. Okay, so they want you to like heat the food up. Got it. Okay, so quiche. Oh, number 1 on the list is quiche. There's an accent mark in Geely. I don't know how to make on my keyboard. I don't even know how to say it. So aspic. It might be aspic. I don't think aspic is it though. I think it's jelly. Quiche, baked ziti, lasagna, fried chicken, baked macaroni and cheese, pizza, or fried rice. Cold food, deviled eggs, prepared sandwiches, coleslaw, or hoagies. Potato salad, lettuce salad, pasta, or macaroni salad. Or a family favorite. You can make a family favorite. Send in any dish you wish to share that your family loves, or one that is part of your culture. Desserts, fruit, brownies, cupcakes, cookies, or cake.
Or pie.
Or
Whipped cream,
pie.
too.
Or pie. Yeah, it says whipped cream too. I'll make something if you want me to make something. Your vote is pie. My vote is quiche. Okay, I'll make something. Let's consider what that would be. I don't want to make any promises in this exact moment, but
Yeah. There's also beverages, paper goods, paper towels, paper plates. Oh, that's just.
yeah, those are all.
Then there's
stuff.
beverages, water, juice, no soda.
Yeah, that's right.
What about?
What if soda is our cultural family favorite?
What about prebiotic soda?
No.
Oh. Speaking of prebiotic.
Speaking of water. Aspic says this is the most common term for a savory gelatin-based jelly made from meat, seafood, vegetables, or eggs set in a mold. Jelly. This is another name for aspic and refers to any gelatinous jelly often used for both sweet and savory dishes. Like, yeah, I guess I'm not like, this isn't jelly. I didn't make this. This is like what comes out of the chicken when you roast it.
It was.
That's not fat.
It was Polari's first day at school today.
The bear's name is Polari.
Yeah.
That's cute. I like that.
Polari.
I like that. That is super cute. I usually call it fat. Yeah.
You call Polari.
Like, but there's like 2 tiers of fat. Right? Intro, sorting, chicken in.
These are just suggestions.
Okay, we did the brown butter. Okay, cookies are next. But did I start the timer? I did. There's 10 minutes. There's 20 minutes left on the timer. Okay, sorry. Can you take this and put it somewhere? Like right there is fine.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, y'all. Here's what we're gonna do. I need, now that Calvin's home, he can let Daisy out. So that's good. We've taken care of that. Now that Calvin's home, he can also let the cats out of the basement, maybe.
Should I let Daisy out? Right now?
Let Daisy, make Daisy go out because she's in the living, she's transitioned to the living room. If the cats want to come out of the basement, they can come out of the basement. If they don't, close the door again because otherwise Daisy will go in there and feast. All 4 of the little cats are not home right now.
Yeah, I know. They're not allowed.
They're getting, no, they're not home.
Oh, yeah, they're not.
They're getting spayed and or neutered today.
Oh my god, the lock is.
Okay.
I can't unlock the door. If the lock is stupid.
Collagen. Yeah, and that's, see, Tondrella, what I'm saying, I think collagen might be the word I'm searching for. Because, like, this is fat. This is like solid fat that I scraped off the top of this. Like, this is just the less, this is the, oh, it splashed me. No, thank you. That was unwelcome. Okay, they came out?
Yeah.
Great.
Eating them, but it's their little legs goodbye.
Great.
Baby house, hello.
The only other word I can find is glace. Like a demi-glace. I haven't used any of these words either. I just call this the sub-fat. Hey. Ready for a cat? Which cat do I have? Who wants to guess which cat I have in my hand?
No.
Don't guess, Cal.
Yeah, I'm not good, but I know.
Someone might. It is. I'm going to show you in 3, 2, 1. It's Ash. My baby.
He's making a comeback
He's
Elsie.
He's making a comeback.
Well,
This
last time I saw.
This is Ash, and Ash is bigger than he was before. Oh baby. Oh baby. He's making little coos. Hey Cybor, if you're in chat, we have a cat on stream. Cybor K Chop. If you are in chat, there is a cat and a child, but mostly a cat. And the cat is visible on the screen right now. This is Ash.
Cat counter.
Ash is 7 months old, almost 7 months old now. He's getting bigger. He's getting bigger.
Is he gonna? He's not as much of a noodle as Obi.
No, he's not as much of a noodle.
Cat counter.
He's not as much of a noodle as Obi is. But Ash will sit on your shoulder like this. He will sort of just chill.
He will.
Excuse me. We have seen Elsie the most, actually. Elsie has been the most commonly seen. Look at this. This cat is just chilling on my shoulder. He's like literally, oh, now he's trying to get down.
Yeah, he saw that.
He saw the chicken fat and he's like, give me that. Give me that. We might get to see another cat because now that they've been released, they're going to be all around. And now that they smell stock on the stove, especially like boiling chicken water on the stove, they're going to be very invested in what's next. Okay. Hold on. You want the cat counter?
Yeah, are they able to see it?
Let's see. What? Let me, hold on. We'll do command cat counter.
Oh, Ash is making a comeback.
Yeah, Ash is almost there. Daisy, you leave him alone. Hey.
Yeah, Daisy's never gonna catch him.
No. Okay. we're gonna take a quick break. I need to use the restroom. I need to triage some of the dishes in the sink.
Hey, Ash.
So this isn't mine. Let's hold on. 1, look out, Callie. Thanks. We'll put that fat back in there. 2, we're gonna put up a game of words on stream.
Ooh.
Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put up a game of words on stream. We're gonna run a 3-minute ad. If you're not a subscriber, I'm very sorry. You are going to get an ad. There's several options here. If you don't want to experience an ad, 1, you could just leave, which is
There's an elf.
whatever, which is not great. But it is what it is. You could get up, keep lurking, get up and get a sip of water, get a snack, use the bathroom yourself, perhaps. We have an Elsie on stream now. Command Elsie. She's here too. Here she is.
She'll be held for a little bit, but she's not someone that wants to stay.
No, she doesn't want to stay. You could
We got 2 of them.
also go over to YouTube. There's a link for that in chat.
Here's an OB too. We got the Ash and the.
I got him.
We got the Ash and the Elsie. So.
I got him. We counted them. All the cats have been present at one point or another on stream today. God damn. Okay. See, now this is why I didn't want them out earlier, because now they're literally all over the place. You know how calm it was earlier?
Why?
All the living creatures that live in this house are within 1 meter of me. What cat 1, cat 2, cat 3, dog, child.
Hey, I'm not within a meter.
Yeah. Ash is pulling the towel off of the stove. Elsie is trying to get the vegetables that are over on the counter. And I'm just trying to use the bathroom. Okay, we really are. We're going to take a quick break. I'm going to run a 3-minute ad. Sorry. Trinidad says, my cats don't even like each other and will regularly have all 5 in my room within feet of each other. I know. These cats are triplets and really enjoy each other's company for the most part. So
The knife.
should you put the knife? No, I'm gonna do things with that in just a moment. Okay.
Over there because I don't want them to. cut
It's fine.
themselves.
It's fine. I don't want them up on the counter right there. So I'm going to try to keep them off of there. All right. Since I put that cookie dough in the fridge and said I was going to take a break, it has been 18 minutes. It only needs to rest for 30. Okay. Here comes a 3-minute ad on Twitch. Ash, oh my fucking God. Ash jumped into the trash can and it closed on him. Bro. Swear to God. Stop eating the hat. They're eating my straw hat. God. Go back to the basement. Daisy, get him. Okay, I'm going to run a 3-minute ad. We're going to play a game of words on stream. And I'll be back in just a moment here. Oh my God. Seriously. The literal moment. I told you know how I say this all the time when new people when Calvin enters the house, not just Calvin, like when other people enter the space, it gets chaotic. Okay, Joldeski, welcome in. Hello, we're gonna run a 3-minute ad. I'm really sorry. I'll be back in a moment. I really just need to use the bathroom and triage the dishes in the sink. Okay, here comes a game of words on stream. Here comes a 3-minute ad, and go ahead and go over to YouTube and subscribe if you don't want to deal with listening to the ad. Okay, but I'm gonna take my microphone off and use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Okay. We're back. Let's get to these dishes in the sink here. Y'all wanna come over here for a second? All right. Because we are sinking. Literally. Hey, nice. Hey, nice. All right, so goal here is not cleaning things necessarily. The goal is getting everything where it goes. So either in the dishwasher or in the dish pan. Either one is fine. We're not actually like clean anything per se. Okay. The only thing I do want to like rinse out here is this tablespoon, because that I foresee needing that for recipe purposes. And again, we're going to get to a recipe development here in just a little bit. First thing we're going to do is take our ingredients. Hey, can we do one more game of words? Is that too much to ask? Can we do? Oh wait, no, sorry. That's the ad ending. See, I forgot exactly what I forgot. I'm like, I thought the "it's over" sound was words ending. See, I haven't run. The ads have been annoying me. You can tell I haven't been running them. All right. Anyway, we're gonna put our cookies in very shortly. All right. Again, I reiterate my ask. Can we do one more words of stream? Words on stream? One more game. One more game and I'll have finished with this bag is over. Speaking of over, this bag has like several rips in it. Well, charge that one to the game. Man, I just looked at my trash can and the bag that's in there, Ash. When Ash jumped into the trash can and then got stuck, the bag that has the trash bag in there is shredded. Just shredded to pieces. He must have really gotten in. He really got in and caused some chaos in there. Oh, God. Just add that to the list of things Ash has gotten into. The literal trash can. Now, once we come back, we're going to take a look at our stock again, but this looks good. We're good. The sink looks good. All right, the sink is empty. The dishpan is not quite full yet, and the dishwasher is loaded with everything that can go in it. So, amazing. Amazing. Okay. Y'all, thank you also for your patience as we come back from an ad break. I know ads aren't everyone's favorite thing. They're not mine, and that is just how it works sometimes. We're not running them regularly during stream today. We're taking a little break from the automatic ads. Taking a little break from the auto running the ads today. Anyway, let's scroll back up here, because I know I saw at least one person pop in to chat. So Jill Dussy, I said hi to you just before the ad break. Wisteria, welcome in. Good to see you. Thank you for saying hi. Thanks for hanging out and playing some words on stream. And yeah, of course you're trying to steal Soph's words on stream, because like she's very good at it and puts a lot of good ones in chat, and you know, it only lets you do every so often. So anyway, Twinderella, enjoy your lurk. I hope you have an easy late afternoon. Okay, we're gonna come back over to the stove real quick here and get a look at the stock that's in there. So let's do that. So this is the stock that we've been working on. It's a little hot now, so we're going to take this, and we have been simmering now for about 45 minutes or so. Things are looking pretty good. It's you can see a little bit more fat on top here. You can see a little bit more color in this, and it's let's see. The bones, everything is certainly loosened up quite a bit here. So we're working through. This is looking really good. So we have some different things in here. We have a chicken spine, a piece of a chicken spine. We have some skin going on. We have some of the bones. So we're looking pretty good. So all that's in here right now is chicken pieces, a bay leaf, a little bit of vinegar, and a couple herbs that were stuck to the chicken. But that's what's going on in here right now. So into this, I'm going to go ahead and add, set my camera down for a second. I'm going to add this, hold on, let's come over here for a second. Sorry, I'm going to add to this now. We're at about an hour. I'm going to add this leftover fat. This is from the chicken grease, essentially, that came off of a sheet pan. I've saved this. I've skimmed the hard fat off the top of this, and now we're going to add the remainder to the pot here to simmer along with the rest of the chicken bones. So let's come over and take that to the pot. All right, hold on, we're on camera. And okay, here we go. So this is our pot. So I've turned it way down right now, and it's been off the heat for a little bit, so it's not simmering anymore. Less steam coming off of it. So we're gonna melt that in. Whoop! I said there's not as much steam, but yet here we are. So we're gonna melt that in. I'm just gonna turn this off, and we're gonna stir. And that's pretty much melted in our, well, timer's going off. Okay, that's pretty much melted in already. And I'm gonna put the lid back on that and let that simmer for about another hour or so. Okay. Cool. We have cats over on the counter. Get out. God damn it. They just pulled the herbs out of the vegetable bowl. These beasts. These beasts. All right, I'm putting the vegetable bowl over there where I can see it. Yeah, I see you. I see you. Ash is looking at me like, who, me? Who, me? Sofla says we're having all the weather today. It was foggy. It rained. It was turned to snow. And the sun peaked for 3 minutes. Oh my God. Roads are icy. That is probably pretty annoying. It was not in Getty. I know, it really is. He's over here like, oh my God, seriously, bro, you have to stop. Go bug Calvin. Calvin is up in his room on his iPad and would love nothing more than for you to go sit with him. I promise you. Come here. I'm going to put you on the steps. Go this way. Here, go up. Now look who's over here eyeing the compost bin. Mm-hmm. Elsie, that's your 50th appearance on stream. Did you know that you've been on stream 50 times? Did you know that, baby? I got that for you. Pissed. I caught her on her way to the compost bin. Now Daisy's, oh God, see, this is what happens when Calvin gets home. It just turns into mayhem. Like instantly. Negative 32. Oh my God. So that's cold. That's like too cold. Marianne, welcome. Hello. Well, my timer went off for my cookies, so let's just make those instead of starting prep for dinner. Let me wash my hands. Timer went off, which was like the time for resting the cookie dough. So we're gonna just do that instead. Because my oven is quite literally this oven has been on for the entire stream. I preheated the oven thinking I was going to do the cookies first today. This oven has been preheating now for 4.5 hours. Which is a lot. So says I made so much last week doing deliveries because no one wanted to go outside. Yeah, I can imagine so. That's great though. And it would be the same thing if it was super hot, right? Isn't that a thing? Like, people don't want to go out sort of no matter what. What is that? It's on the screen. Okay. Aha. Okay. On the overhead, on my screen, I'm seeing, I was seeing like a little dot that wasn't there before. Okay. Anyway, on a sheet pan, portion 25-gram balls 3 inches apart and flatten slightly with your palm. That should be easy. Bake for 10 to 12 minutes until cookies have spread thin. They should not be domed and are lacy and golden brown around the edges. Remove from the oven and let cool on the sheet pan for 10 minutes, then transfer to a wire rack to cool completely. Okay, so 25-gram balls is what we're going for. The recipe says it should make about 24 cookies. So 25-gram balls. All right, that is 25 grams. One, and then flatten slightly, it says. So we're going to flatten slightly. If I recall correctly, these spread pretty aggressively. So we're going to really take to heart the spacing between here. Just started in September. Yes. I would bet you that the level of like orders is relatively busy when it's super hot too. Although I don't know, maybe I don't know. Do y'all go outside when it's super hot? I tend to go out. I tend to be better going out in the winter than going out when it's in the summer, when it's hot. I would prefer to go out when it's cold, but that's just me. I feel like that's not the common. I feel like I'm alone in that. Rather be outside -30 than +30. Yeah, that's where my head is at. Kathy says no. Fair. Can add extra layers to keep warm, but can only take so much off when it's hot. That is my philosophy too. If it's hot and I'm outside and I'm miserable, I can't do anything about it. I can't have better skin. Like, it's not a thing. So my preference is always just like, if it's cold, I'm fine. Wear a jacket. What are the Dutch say? There's no bad weather, just bad clothing. I feel that. Like, bad. Well, there is bad weather too. Like, I don't really want to be outside in like a squall, you know? But like, point taken. Okay, I think when I made these before, I used a bigger sheet pan. Because I'm looking at these and I'm like, these are, I fit 12 on a sheet pan before, and these are not fitting. I am not fitting 12 on the sheet pan. I might be able to fit, I'm gonna fit 9 on here. So maybe, we'll see. Yeah, negative 50 for 10 days, that's a lot. That's a lot to deal with. Then you're just like tired of it. But I would say, you know, I would rather be outside in cold weather. If I'm picking like, so I'm thinking for like, take a time frame of like 2 hours, right? Calvin, question for you. Would you rather if you had to be outside for 2 hours, would you rather it be 30 degrees or negative 30 degrees? Or no, let's say 30 or negative 10.
Okay, I was gonna say 30 or negative 2. 2 hours.
2 hours. 2 hours outside. You're spending 2 hours out in the world.
Negative 10.
Negative 10. He says negative 10. Why?
I like cold more because you can only make yourself warmer a certain amount, but you can keep putting more layers on, like as much as you want.
Calvin's on team layers. That's right. That is also my philosophy. Good. Good.
I
Good
just
job.
want to see if this.
Don't plug that in there.
I wanted to see if
Okay, we're gonna put this in the oven for 10 minutes.
the other one didn't.
Okay. Put those in. 10-minute timer, and go. All right. We're gonna do the next tray. The next tray, 25. Okay, so we're continuing with the 25 gram balls. I'm flattening them. So I'm going to need to do another sheet pan. Would you look at this? Look at this cat. Look at this cat. Look at this cat. Sneaky. Elsie. Psst. Psst. Get down. Get down. Down. She seriously. When I say that when she is the most relentless cat of all of them. She's the one who's just like not phased. Like I said, get down, and she barely even looked at me. When I made the hissing sounds, she barely even looked at me. And now she's back. She's right here. She's like trying to get up. She hears the tone of my voice, and now she's left the room. Go be with Calvin. He wants you nearby. I want you nearby, but you're too much trouble to be... You're too bothersome right now. All right. So putting these on the tray, we're spacing them pretty generously. And just continuing to measure out the 25 grams. We have 9 cookies on that first tray. Is it 9? Did I put 9? Yeah, 9 cookies. All right, those are spreading nicely. They're spreading very well. Hopefully, they spread farther than that. I think I need to press these a little bit more. So part of what I'm doing today is also just I'm seeing what the recipe that I have does. You know what I could do with this? I'm thinking that this might actually be better, but I'm not doing this right now, just so we're clear. We're not changing what we're doing right now. I'm sitting here thinking, I could put these in like a log. If I put these in a log and cooled them for a little longer, I could slice them and like they would be pretty thin. I could slice them relatively thin, and then I wouldn't have to worry about the dough. See, these are the questions that I want to ask the people at the farmers market who I am making these cookies in. These are copycat cookies. they seemed, see, the thing is that the guy who I talked to at the market recently said that he was like, yeah, my mom got this recipe from somewhere else. He was like, she got it from some other market and had like, you know, worked to try to make it what it is. And I'm kind of wondering if he'd be open to questions. Maybe. Liz says, for the cookie tomorrow, we have to remember that you should try to one warm. The cookie club recipients should warm them up to get to the moltenness. That's a good call out. I always warm my cookies up. And I prefer them that way, but you're right, Liz, for this one, it should be warmed. It should it's part of the experience. Good call. It does say to eat them warm. As with all things, most cookies are best when they are warm out of the oven. Not all things, but a lot of things are better directly warm out of the oven. Okay. Y'all, I had an interesting experience on Sunday of this week. Has nothing to do with cookies. Sorry. But it was I hung out. I got coffee with somebody who I haven't seen since before Calvin was born. He randomly he texted me, and I still had his number in my phone because I don't delete anything. Like, why would you ever delete somebody's number, right? I don't understand. Block them, sure, but don't delete their number. But he texted me and was like, hey, I found this. I was like looking up recipes online, and I found one with your name on it. Is this you? And I was like, yeah, it is. What's up, dude? Like, good to hear from you. How's life? You know? And he was, anyway, so and he ended up being in town over Thanksgiving, and we got coffee. And he was like, I remember one of the, you know, when we hung out before, he's like, I remember you talking about how you were trying to be left-handed. How's that going? And he said it jokingly, and I was like, it's going great. Thank you. Anyway, it was funny because it was like, I don't remember when I started doing that. I'm always like, oh, sometime about 8 years ago. No, it was definitely more than 10 years ago because Calvin is 10. And this person, the last time I hung out with this person was like 2 years before Calvin was born. Bella says, I was baking a lot of bread. I do like them warm, but if you slice them too soon, they gum up. There's something about the steam, right? The steam has to like stay inside of the bread. I know that's true for focaccia. Liz says, what cookies am I making to share with Calvin's teachers and friends? Thursday, I'm going to make some chocolate, the same chocolate ones that we're doing for Cookie Club. I think this season I might do some sugar cookies again because I didn't make them last year and I like them. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly which ones we're gonna do for like recipe for school stuff. It seems like they're doing a potluck type of thing at school, and cookies are like but one of the things that you can make. So I might not actually make. I'm gonna make like something to give to like a bunch of people who I see randomly in the world regularly. But it will probably be sugar cookies because those are like super easy to do. It's weird trying to adjust to you reading chat from a different screen. I am using a teleprompter today. So because I was doing like the video thing, the YouTube thing, I don't love looking up like this. It's not natural. for me to do that. I've been looking like here the whole time. I have chat on both. I'm trying to read it from this one because someone on the internet said that if you can like look in the camera when you're reading chat, it makes stream more engaging and it makes people stick around longer and blah, blah, blah. Because you're making direct eye contact with people, which is maybe odd. It's like you're staring into my soul. Yeah. I don't know if I love it or not. I also don't love having like a larger piece of equipment where the camera is. So if I'm not doing YouTube videos, I'm probably going to change that. I'm not a fan of direct eye contact. I am. I am a fan of direct eye contact. It is, in fact, a thing that I've been told before by people when I meet them. They're like, hey, you make really good eye contact, or you make a lot of eye contact. That's another one I've gotten. A lot of eye contact. And when someone says a lot, that usually means, hey, maybe back off a little bit. But whoa, these are big. What happened here? Those are interesting. Maybe if I drop these. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay. That was amazing. That was amazing. Because those went from looking like wrong and not good and like puffed to looking absolutely perfect. Whoa, we're not doing that again. Learned our lesson. Yeesh. All right, hold on. Let's put these on the tray. Let's get these other ones in the oven. Sorry. Okay. We're working on it here. This says I've gotten a lot better. It's not my natural form, which is reasonable. It makes people uncomfortable sometimes, for sure. It's too much there is a too much eye contact thing, I believe. There is, fellas. If you're like, I think if you don't do the thing, like mostly when you're talking to people, right? Like if they're not on their phone, they're looking away. They're not just maintaining eye contact. It's not normal to like maintain eye contact for like an extended period of time. And it definitely can start the timer. It definitely can feel weird. Ray, welcome. I do generally like, I don't know, if you've met me in real life, chances are like I've been told that I've been told that I'm a good listener, and I think that it's because I do a lot of, like, in real life, I do a lot of active listening. I try not to do too much, but active listening, like, when someone's talking and you're like, oh, okay, sure, and you're sort of, you're reinforcing that you're hearing and understanding what they're saying. I do that a lot. It's like my default way of existing. And I know some people have said that it's odd. I've gotten that feedback from people I've gone out with, that it's odd. Like, you make a lot of eye contact. I'm like, I know. Sorry. It was in my profile. Maybe you should read it. Is this the time we're supposed to remind you about the drawing names? Not quite yet, Velos, but thank you. I had quite honestly forgotten about it. So, This isn't the time that I was mentioning, that I intended, but it is a good time because I had, in fact, forgotten about it. Elsie's over there on the counter, messing around again. She's over there. She's circling around these vegetables, trying to make the most of it. When I banged that pan of cookies down, it was like the most amazing thing. I'm still kind of amazed at how that worked out. Because they're supposed to be pretty flat. And I think in the past I may have, I don't know. Now I'm thinking about all the other times that I've made these when they didn't flatten out, and I'm like, was that the secret? Just drop the pan and like flatten them intentionally like that? It sure seemed to work. Bella says, I won the tent battle. Congratulations. The manufacturer agrees our tent had a defect and they sent us the next battle model for free. Now the $1,500 tent. Hell yeah, you do. That's amazing. Congratulations. That is a nice win. That one feels good. And having the nicer version without having the rest of the whole paying for it thing. Fantastic. That's beautiful. Okay, I misjudged the amount of dough that was in this bowl still, because I have 6 cookies on this tray, and I have, how many cookie balls do I have left in here? I could probably fit another cookie or 2 onto this tray, yeah? Let's see, how many cookies of dough is that? Obi, down. These goddamn cats. They're everywhere. They're everywhere. Elsie is right here staring at me. Obi is right here staring at me. I have Daisy over here on the floor, just like, hello? Just like looking at me. God. Serenity now, serenity later. All right, I'm just gonna do this. I'm gonna form these 2 into cookie balls. We're gonna take those cookies off of the tray that they're on, because they've been resting for a few minutes. Troy, hello, happy Tuesday. Not using the tent until spring. Well, hopefully you've gone over it and this one doesn't have a defect in it too. Lights know they had to shovel. We've been at freezing or below for the past week. Oh my God. The colder weather started earlier this year. We're in it now. It cut very abruptly from like summer to, it was like summer, then fall, and then like fall was like 2 seconds long. Building a wooden deck. Perfect. I love a tent platform. Hope it didn't get snowed in. It rained. There was no snow. How many foster kitties? We have 4, Liz, right now. All 4 of them are spoken for adoption-wise. So it's they're good. Yeah, they're spoken for. But they're not going to their forever homes until like Christmas. So they'll be here for a little while longer. Okay, we're just going to take these off the tray. Obi, these cats are going to drive me bananas. Go up to Calvin's room. Gosh. Okay, these need to cool a little longer. And I'm going to transfer the cookies that I have on this tray to the bigger tray. A friend who home bakes in South Philly. We love home bakers in South Philly. There's a lot of good food folks in Philly. It's funny. I feel like South Philly specifically, I know that there's a lot of like, I've met quite a few people from South Philly who are all enthusiastic cooks. I think having access to the Italian market so closely is helpful for a lot of folks there. Okay, so we're good. This is the last 2 cookie balls on the tray, and I'm just doing these without gloves because I'm a monster and I'm eating them myself. So, you know. Okay, these are ready to go. We have cookies in the oven that are going to be another 2 minutes or so. Let's put these in the sink. Put a little water on the bottom of that to soak. Where's my towel? Here's my towel. Yeah, the market is a big plus. So I have a monthly food budget. I don't, Liz. I don't. Just honestly. I go to the grocery store like once a week. Here's what I do. I meal plan. So I know what I'm making pretty much every day of the week. Mostly it's like leftovers. Some days are new stuff. I do have a number in mind that I try to stay under when I go shopping. And I try to shop my pantry first, generally speaking. And what do I mean by that is when I'm meal planning, if I'm not doing a recipe that is requiring a specific ingredient, I will usually just look through what I already have and try not to go shopping at all, if that's possible. Often it's not, often I need, some sort of fresh vegetable usually. I don't have a specific like number for like a month that I keep track of. Mostly it's per week. I just try to stay under like a specific number that I keep in my head. So I try not to impulse shop. What I would say is kind of generally speaking, when I go to the store, I try to stick to only what's on my list. I buy big items from Costco, so things like olive oil, and so it's hard because I also don't blend. I blend sort of food and household together. Y'all watch these. Watch this when I drop these. So you see how these are like puffy, right? And they look like puffed up cookies. Now they look much flatter. That was cool. That's the trick right there. The bang in the pan. Oh wait, I wanted to put more cookies in the oven. I've got another tray here. Whoops. Okay, last cookie tray in the oven. We're going to set a timer. Great. Yeah, we're gonna set a timer, and then we are going to, what are we doing now? Let's transition to prepping my ingredients for the recipe that I'm making today, or recipe that I'm working on / MM making. Remove from the oven, let cool in the sheet pan, transfer to a rack, cool completely. Okay, so I still have some notes. Hold on, let me make some notes on this recipe. So I can fit 12 cookies on the tray. There were 12 on here. Portion 25-gram balls 3 inches apart and flatten with your palm. How flat do I suppose those were? I can't measure it now. Those are probably, say, a ½ inch thick. Approximately 1/2 inch thick. Okay. Perfect. That's good. I could also, I think if I'm gonna do that, I think I might want to portion these a little less, so that I can, so they're like a little smaller. I don't know. I'm in my head about it. Anyway, I think these turned out pretty well. How are these right now? No, these are still warm. These are supposed to be crispy, so they need to dry. Like they need to be cool. Before they're really sort of the right consistency. So we're gonna come back to these and try these later because they're still a little bit like floppy. The right consistency of these is like crispy all around the outside and only slightly chewy in the center. Oh my. Okay. But yeah, Liz, I was to the point about like budgeting. I have a number that I try to stay under when I shop. I try to shop my refrigerator and pantry first. I try to meal plan around things that I already have in the house. So nothing, I'm not going out every week and making a new recipe. If I'm making a recipe, it's often, these days, it's often like one that I am writing. So that is a little bit different. So it is, I try not to overshop. I try to keep my impulse buying to an absolute minimum. Like the reducing impulse buying is super helpful. I've actually found that I will spend less using something like Instacart, where I just go and get the things on my list and I don't see other stuff, because I don't shop when I use Instacart. I don't go through the like things you may also like. I just buy what I'm getting and that's it. So Kathy says, I always try to shop my pantry and fridge first. Totally. Like, do I have leftover cheese in there? Do I have some rolls in the refrigerator? Do I have like a little half jar of pizza sauce? Boom. Like we're having like bread pizzas for dinner or whatever. Like I do try to do that first. And a lot of that, you know, when I do stuff on stream, it's mostly like, the things that I do on stream are often the things that I'm buying something for. The rest of the week, I'm not. It is like that, you know, I'm not buying anything for the rest of the meals for the week. Last night we had the soup that I made, the cabbage soup. The night before that, we had quiche from the freezer. Tonight we're gonna have pasta. That is a recipe that I'm making, but like tomorrow we're gonna have like leftovers. So Liz says, I've been trying to eat through my pantry and freezer and picking up smaller fresh things to finish the meal. Right. I realized that I go well, that sounds good, which doesn't always help keep a good money to a good amount. No, I do that too. And I love doing that. There's a certain part of me that loves, there's a big part of me that loves going to the grocery store and being like, what am I getting? Like what looks good. I do that at the farmer's market and then fill in the gaps at the grocery store. Because the farmer's market and the produce, and Reading Terminal, Vine Brothers specifically, are cheaper than the grocery store. So I will impulse buy like a couple vegetables, and then I'll come home, I'll look in my pantry, I'll look in the fridge, look in the freezer, see what's available, and then I will like supplement that. Maybe I need to buy like a thing of Parmesan or something, but like the next week I'll use the rest of the Parmesan for something. Sounds like a great idea. Go with it. Which one? The pizza toasts? Love it. I love pizza toasts. Okay, we have 28 minutes, about 30. So let's look at this chicken now. We're gonna look at this chicken over on the stove. So come on over to this camera, and we're going to take a look. Take a look at what's over here now. So we are on an hour and a half of simmering stock. This is looking pretty good in here. I'm going to give this a stir, and it's going to have some fat on top. This is looking really, really tasty at the moment. So we have just meat in here right now. We've been simmering this for an hour and a half. It is going to simmer for another 30 minutes or so, and then we're going to add the vegetables and cook those for about an hour. So this is looking really nice. So again, we're at about 30 minutes to go here. And this is a really pretty looking stock at the moment. Where do I do the thing? There it is. I am taking stock of the situation. I like that one. That was good. Means I don't have to get out in the rain. No, it's been pouring here all day. It has been pouring all day. Liz says, I don't personally do New Year's resolutions because it feels like a lot of pressure, but I'm wanting to make some strides to home ownership next year, so I want to save as much as I can. And food is always like the largest expense, I think. I mean, other than your rent, other than like housing, food is like the number 2 expense. And for me, it's definitely the number 2 expense. It's less than housing, but it's more than utilities for sure. Hearing the rain all day. Yeah, I've been seeing it outside the window. I've been like kind of watching it evolve. I got a text last night. I felt like such a jerk. These two things are related. I often just feel like a jerk sometimes when I respond to people at all. But I got a text last night from another parent that was like, fingers crossed for no snow day. Or no, it was like, I'm waiting. The text was like, I'm waiting to see what the school district said. And that was it. And my instinct was like, okay, I'm going to like look at the weather, right? It's December. Maybe it's supposed to snow. And the weather report, the one that I looked at, said nothing about snow. 0 snow. So I was like, I responded kind of like a jerk. Well, I felt like a jerk afterward, but I was like, what are you talking about? Like, what? I think I responded and said, like, why would school be canceled? Because I was like, it can't be the weather. It's supposed to be like 5 degrees and rainy here. Like, that's what it says. And they responded and they were like, snow. There's like, it's going to snow tomorrow. And I was like, I just didn't, I think I said something to the effect of like, oh, I didn't see that. But I was like, I said to Gwen can tell you, I was like in the house and I was like, how could you get snow out of this forecast? Ugh. I was just like incensed about it. I don't know. I felt like a jerk afterward because I was like, oh, I probably shouldn't have been so dismissive of this person's text. But I was. You're waiting and waiting and waiting for it. Okay. I think this is something that I understand about getting older. Okay. That when you age, you are assigned a thing. Weather, birding, woodcraft, etc. You just pick up an obsession, right? And I'm not saying I'm obsessed with weather, but I have my favorite weather app. And I'm pretty good at like sussing out what the weather's going to be. And I said to Gwen, I was like, there is 0 chance it rains tomorrow or snows tomorrow. And she's like, well, it might. And I was like, it's not. It's not going to snow. 0 snow. Didn't snow. And I feel vindicated. Jamie, welcome. Hello. I don't have the emote I need for it. Yeah, the Simpsons one. Yeah, it all ended in the Poconos. And to this morning, I looked at the clouds and I was like, "Ooh, it might actually snow. I might be wrong." And I wasn't wrong, and I felt so good about myself. I felt so good. I really did. Jimmy, I did have a nice Thanksgiving. It was good. It was a very we drove a bunch. It was a bit of travel, but overall it was nice. Generally speaking, The Simpsons. Yeah, I know which one you mean. I know exactly which one you mean. Yeah, baking, Liz, cooking. Cars. Some people get into cars. But I feel like the people that were into cars were like always into cars. And the people that were into fishing and like that kind of stuff, like those are hobbies that feel like they just form earlier in life. Whereas like birding feels like something that like you just like all of a sudden you wake up and you're 30 plus years old and you're like, what kind of bird is that? And then like a decade later, you've got like 2 pairs of binoculars hanging down your chest and you're out at dawn doing the thing, you know? The dogs are enjoying it. I'm glad the dogs are enjoying it. Yeah, there's no, see, that's the thing, Troy. I'm just like, sometimes I'm just like, I felt vindicated that there was no snow. I really did. We'll be making cheese danishes. It is one of the streams this month. I'm going to be making cheese danishes, Liz. Yes, that is absolutely my intention. I've gotten a couple good recipes that I found. I need to narrow it down. It might be a 2-parter because one might be like, I might try to make the pastry myself. Troy says I ended up in photography. Fair. Lemon says I joined a new workout app, put my hobbies into my profile. It's cooking, gaming, fitness, home improvements. I pick my build from middle age to senior. Totally. And that's what I'm talking about. But that's fine. That's what you did. That's what happens. Should we make them the same day we make cinnamon rolls? Maybe. That could be a good one. Now I was going back and forth on whether or not I wanted to make my own pastry. That was sort of the factor, the decision-making factor was like, do I want to try to make pastry? Or do I want to try to make like a really tasty filling and then do like one plain, one fruit, something like that, and just use like regular pastry. I'm leaning toward regular pastry because the more I look at making pastry, the more I'm like, holy It is going to take forever. We'll see. I am going to do them this month, though. Okay. We're going to start on our recipe now. We have a recipe that I'm working on. This is a new one. This one should be pretty easy. What I'd like to do is get all of my ingredients sort of like ready and measured out, and like weight, volume, etc. Then it'll probably be time to transition to putting the vegetables into that stock, adding a ton more water to that pot, and getting that next process going. So we're going to do this first. Then we will move to the stock. Let me check. My oven is off now. Oven is off. Okay. So this recipe is a skillet. I propose this to be called skillet shrimp and Sketti. I think that they are going to not call it that. I think they're going to call it like garlic butter shrimp pasta or something. I'm not sure. Anyway, I pitched this like 6 months ago, and they just emailed me about it last week. So I was like, sure. I didn't know you kept pitches that long. Cool. This is straightforward. The recipe includes frozen shrimp, garlic, spaghetti, butter, onion powder, and herbs. That's it. Salt, pepper, olive oil. Unless I write those on here, I will forget to measure how much I put of each of those things in. Directions. Cook garlic and shrimp. Set aside. Break spaghetti and cook with minimal water in skillet, stirring regularly, risotto style. So the goal of this is you're not boiling like a big pot of water. You're taking like a big old skillet. You're making the shrimp. You put the shrimp to the side. You make the spaghetti in the same skillet with that you cook the shrimp and the garlic in. Then you kind of top it off as you go. Then you add the butter and onion powder, and you stir those in to the spaghetti to make your sauce. Then you add the shrimp and the garlic back in. You stir all that together, and then you put like chopped up parsley on top. It's meant to be super, super straightforward, super easy. It's literally like a garlic butter sauce. Now, for me, as a enthusiastic home cook, I would probably, for this type of thing, if I'm making this without a recipe and I'm not trying to keep it simple, I would probably empty out my refrigerator and add more of that roasted garlic in here. I would add Parmesan on top. I would probably add some peas to this. But we're trying to keep this like super simple. The only reason it has parsley in it is for color. Not because it's, well, taste too, but mainly for color. Liz says, question for chat. Am I in the minority when I hear Sketti and spaghetti? I think of nudes with marinara sauce and not just the noodle. No, because I think of that too. So you are not in the minority. I am with you on this one. Dan says same. I'm definitely like, I do too. When I hear spaghetti, I think of red sauce and noodles. Shrimp and skillet pasta. Yes. I mean, that would be appropriate too. They're going to call it whatever they want, honestly. Like I'm going to submit a title, but they're going to call it whatever it is that they feel like calling it. So yeah, they're going to name it. I am just writing it. And that's usually true. I almost always submit a name. I always submit a name, but often it gets changed to something a little more accessible or palatable or whatever. It gets changed. And that's fine. I don't have any sort of ego built into the whole thing, so it doesn't really bother me. So it says my butter and parm noodle shape of choice is spaghetti. Gwen's too. Butter, spaghetti noodles, and enough shaky cheese to coat everything. I get the play on the 3 S's, but I keep wondering when the tomato is coming in. No, that's valid. And I've learned over time. One of the things that I've learned about as I've been doing all of these writing recipes, and more specifically pitching recipes, has been that naming is super important when you submit it. Because I have submitted, there's a recipe that got accepted recently. The next one I'm going to make on stream, not this one, but the other one. It's a cauliflower soup. I've submitted that recipe. I've pitched it 4 times. 4 times. And they bit on one that was specifically named to a prompt that they'd sent out. So I changed the name, I changed the wording a little bit. But it really matters. Megan on YouTube, welcome in. Megan, good to see you. Our friend Megan has joined the chat. I'm gonna put this in the Twitch chat. But Megan is a friend of an IRL friend of mine who is also a home cook, recipe developer, genuinely kind human being, has a really good Substack that is about parenting and food, and I would love y'all to go subscribe to that. She has some good end of year goals, so if you're the type of person who pays for content, it'd be a good place to invest in, I promise you. If you're a parent, it's a great place to invest in. Check out our Instagram though, because that's like a good entry point too. Anyway, hi, it's nice to see you. Sorry, I don't, I will stop with the effusive praise now, but it's always nice. Rotini, okay, rotini is good, Liz. We like rotini. I love all pasta shapes. I just love pasta in general. Period. Cavatappi and bucatini. I'm a big fan of rigatoni. I love me some rigatoni. It's I love that you can put stuff inside of rigatoni. Caretaker says, I discovered bucatini 2 years ago, and if it was more readily available, I would replace all the long noodles in my pantry. What's the type of spaghetti? What's the type of long noodle that is hollow on the inside? That's bucatini. Is it? Right? Am I thinking of the right thing? Okay, it is. Yes. Yeah. Okay. No, I'm with you. Those are so good. The only problem with bucatini is if you don't sauce them correctly, it's like they're not good. They're not it's not as effective if you don't like stir it in the sauce for a few minutes, because the sauce needs to like get inside of it. Like you can't if you do the whole thing where you have the like spaghetti dinner, VFW spaghetti dinner, where they like give you a plate of pasta and then they like spoon the sauce on top of it, that doesn't work with bucatini. But I agree with you. It is really good. Okay, so let's do, we're going to do a weight. So we have 4 cloves. 4 cloves of garlic. How much do they weigh? 15 grams. 15 grams. That is 0.55 ounces. And then we're gonna, how do I want to do this? I want to slice this. I want to slice this really thin. Because I don't want it, there's not a lot of texture to this dish. So I want to slice these so that they are still visible at the end. That's the goal. Caretaker says there's an Italian market near us. The pasta aisle is insane. And they have a spot where you can have fresh pasta made. I love when you can get like fresh pasta and they like sheet it out right in front of you and cut it. Oh, it's the best. I do love that. You have to like make it right away. That's the type of thing where like you buy that would be an impulse purchase. Where if it's going to be like a super special pasta night, I'm going to go to the Italian market. I'm going to get me like really fresh fettuccine and then have the have it cooked like that same exact day. Liz, I do not need to transfer these cookies over quickly now. I was transferring the other ones because I wanted the sheet pan. Now that I'm done cooking them, I don't need to anyway. Tucson says, is it true if someone stays in a stream for less than 15 minutes and not considered the viewer? I have no idea. No idea. I don't pretend to know what any of the metrics that make things count for viewing or lurking or whatever are on Twitch. I can't. I'm not even gonna speculate. It's not like worth speculating. At least to me, it's not. I don't know. I've heard all sorts of varying things, and people have different sort of like different videos and, you know, diagnoses of it, and I just I can't lose any space in my brain to that line of thinking. All right, about 2 tablespoons worth. About 2 tablespoons worth of sliced garlic. Hello. Gwen is home. Okay. I don't actually know if I'm going to use a whole thing of garlic or not. I think I am. Do I want to do these? Do I really want to do these in a skillet? I do. And I think I'm going to need to use the large skillet. Because I would love to make a pound of pasta. I think if I make a pound of pasta, I'm going to need to double that amount of garlic. Right? So if I made half, is half a pound of pasta worth making? I don't think so. I am going to transfer these cookies over now, though, like just to clear my counter space. I think I'm going to. How do I want to do this? Yeah, I think I am going to make a pound of pasta in the big skillet. See, like, I started down this line of thinking, but I'm like, a pound of pasta is a lot of pasta. It's a lot of pasta for a 9-inch cast iron skillet, Gwen. I just said that out loud, and Gwen from the living room goes, no, it's not. I know. I want to make a pound of pasta. That's the point. The point is, it needs to be a pound. Half a pound is like a very small amount. And I'm looking at this amount of garlic here, and I'm going to need double that. So I'm gonna cut some more garlic. Okay, cut. I'm gonna double that amount of garlic. In fact, Lemon says a half pound of pasta is like 2 servings. No, yeah, that is factually correct. Leftovers make for great work.
I'm in danger.
I see we've hit 5 hours on stream. Yeah, it does seem early. 5 hours and 9 minutes. Yeah, I mean, it's just, you know, the mic is just getting older. It used to go all the way up to 7 hours. Now it doesn't. This one that I'm using, the one that my secondary mic has a little bit better battery life because I don't use it as often. It doesn't get used as much. Maybe we should just start switching them out. If you don't actually see him, how do I know it's not just him on a speaker? I don't, Tucson, and that would be wild. Noodle measuring contraption for 1, 2, 4, and 8 servings. I mean, that's a you measure noodles are something you measure with your heart, right? I think. Okay. Okay, we are gonna slice these. I think what I'm gonna do is, regardless of what vessel I'm cooking these in, I'm going to break the noodles in half. So like, apologies to the Italian purists, noodle purists in the room. But we're going to break these noodles in half because they're going into a pan and I want to be able to stir them more easily. Because I'm going to cook them in a little, I'm going to try to cook them in as minimal water as possible. Which I'm going to basically, what I'm going to do is I'm going to measure out a big thing of water. And then I'm going to cook them by feel. And then at the end, we'll see how much is left. And then that's how I'm going to sort of back into how much I need. Because I'm not going to just guess at how much I need. I'm going to cook them slowly on the stove and then have them be... wait, I want to keep this out. And then have them be finished when they're finished. I don't want to assume how much I'm going to need. So I'm probably going to measure out a quart or so of water. All right, that is my stock. So let's revisit this stock process here. Before we get started on the rest of this recipe. Gwen, you okay? Oh, okay.
She fell off me and I had to catch her.
Okay. Let me actually, before I do that, let me chop up my parsley so I'm good to go on my parsley. That's the only other ingredient I need to chop. I have garlic, frozen shrimp, garlic, spaghetti, butter, onion powder, and herbs. Okay, so the parsley is the only thing I actually need to like chop. Okay. Let me wash my hands here. And once I'm done that, we're going to revisit our stock process. I'm going to come back to that. I'm going to record a little bit more, and then we're going to make dinner. Y'all hear that? She's campaigning. Oh, woo, woo, woo. Oh, Daisy. She's just gotten like all old dogs. She's just louder and more insistent now that she's 13 years old. Almost completely dead. And relatively, she is finding it hard to get around. I think she is a senior dog at this point.
Don't.
Red says don't listen to him. Well, she can't hear me, so sorry. Is that insensitive?
Yeah.
Yes? Okay. Gwen says that's insensitive.
The vet said she looks amazing.
The vet said she looks amazing. Well, yeah, she looks great. Girl, you pretty. You're still pretty. No one said you're not pretty. She's not deaf. She's a teenager. They don't listen. Caretaker says that's fair. She is petitioning, not gay. That is true. Cooper had an upset tummy for the past 24 hours. Has been cleaning up puke and taking her outside for poop. Yes. Well, Daisy poops inside very regularly now. And so, yeah. She's just at the point where it's like, yeah, exceedingly regularly. There's little Daisy piles. She needs diapers. Oh my God, Liz, I can't even imagine trying to keep a diaper on that dog. She wouldn't have it. She would not have it. It would not go. It would just be on the ground, unless it was like some sort of industrial fastener. That's about a half a cup of parsley. So that should be enough. It's going to be enough for tonight because that's all the parsley I have. If I want more and need more, then I will, like, if it feels like it should have more, I'll note that and I'll just add more when I test this again. I bought enough shrimp to test this twice. At least twice. Close. Herbs. 1/2 a cup. Okay. Chopped. Noted. She is having a relatively good quality of life, Liz. Yeah, I mean, it's hard for her to get up and down the steps. So what I would say is it is starting to become dangerous for her to navigate the stairs. She's in good spirits. She is healthy, generally speaking. She has a big old mass on one of her front elbows that is cancerous, but is not currently like spreading anywhere. It might at some point, but it's not currently. It was the same one that she had removed 2 years ago. That was like almost like a 5 to 6 month recovery time, and she had much greater mobility then. And so at this point, it would be very hard to justify like taking that off, like removing that mass. And so we're definitely at the point where like that's just going to be there because quality of life. So is she having a good quality of life? Yeah, generally speaking. She's feeling, she's feeling very a woo-woo about it. I'm putting these cookies onto their own. I'm putting these cookies all into one rack so I can move the rack off to the side. Wipe this counter off because I want the counter to look relatively the same during this whole video about stock. So if I have a bunch of cookies to sort of randomly pop in at some points, then that's not going to be ideal. Anyway, let me move those just like thusly. And now they are off to the side. Okay. Checklist. Cookies. Make and cool. Got it. All right. So let's do I need this again? Yeah, I'm gonna need that scale again. So we'll put that over there. Feral Terminator, hello. Welcome. Welcome. Hello, hello. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so let's recap where we're at here with our let's recap where we're at. I'm about to raid. I'm not about to raid. No, I haven't even made dinner yet. I said that I wanted to start making dinner around 17:30. It is 17:38, and I've already started. So as far as timing goes, I feel pretty good about timing, honestly, which is really nice and helpful. So let's do this. We're going to come over to the where are we? Okay, we're gonna do our last look at this stock before we get to our next step. Okay, so take this camera. Hello. Okay, so our stock is now. Here we are. Our stock is at about 2 hours worth of cooking. It's been simmering. We'll let that steam clear up a little bit. So we had a pretty good simmer going on when I opened that pot up. Everything is pretty soft in here. The stock looks golden and delicious. And we're now going to take this off the stove for a few minutes, and we're going to bring it over to the counter so we can add our vegetables and our water, as well as our extra ingredients for this. Okay, so come on over here. Stock. Okay, let's do this and this. Okay, and then we'll do this one as well.
Your son asked me for 500 Robux.
He asked you for 500 Robux.
Immediately upon seeing me.
Not even a hello? Did you give him 500? How much? I don't even know how much 500
No, I didn't
Robux
do anything.
is.
Leave me alone. Everyone's barking at me. I just don't
Okay, good. I don't know how much 500 Robux is, but it's like $4. Probably like $40. Okay, I'm gonna get the pot off the stove, move it over to the counter here, and then we're going to add all of our vegetables to this. There we go. All of our vegetables. So this is our stock. So it's looking really good here. Put that over there for a moment. Now, if we remember correctly, which I may I may or may not remember correctly. We had, is this hot? Yeah, I can move that. Okay. We had 32 cups of vegetables, freezer vegetables. These are scraps from the freezer in addition to other things that I've taken out of the fridge. I added some fresh carrots to that. I added some fresh celery to that. I added some mushrooms, as well as some herbs from Thanksgiving that were left over. So I added some new vegetables as well as what came out of the freezer. We're going to add all of that to this pot. Then we're going to put this, we're going to fill that with some water. Basically, what I want to do is 16 quarts is a rough estimate of how much water I need. What I'm going to do is I'm going to fill this pot up to where the vegetables are floating off of the bottom, like just floating off the bottom. So for now, let's add these in. So we're going to dump these slowly so that we don't splash. The first ones are going to splash real bigly. And then we're going to, yeah, okay. No more splashing because they're above the liquid line. All right, so we have all of our vegetables in here for the most part. Get a spatula and scrape these in because I don't want to lose all of these. I took a lot of pain to save these scraps, so I don't want to leave any of them behind. Okay. Now the ones that are out on the counter, I'm gonna toss. All right. Goes in sink. It is a big bowl. That is true. It is a large bowl. We had a huge bowl and a 20 quart pot here. So we're gonna do a couple additions to this. Let's go back up. Not up. I'm scrolling back up on my my situation here. So we're gonna add our water to this and see how much water is actually in here, and then we're going to adjust. We're gonna add salt and peppercorns and add salt. We're gonna add peppercorns. We're gonna add a piece of Parmesan cheese if I have any in the freezer, and we're probably gonna add some other stuff to this too. Jazzy, hello. Hello. It is a full stock. This is like we're pretty good here. I am going to get. So I said 16 quarts of water. Now it was 32 cups worth of vegetables in here. Now that's not like packed in, right? So 16 is a basic amount that I might get up to. I doubt it though. We're gonna add 2 quarts at a time. I'm just filling up my bowl. So I have this is an 8-cup bowl. So this holds 2 quarts. So there's 2. We're definitely not fitting 16 in here. Just judging by what I just put in, we are not fitting 16, which is fine. That means it's going to be relatively what's the word? It's going to be very packed with flavor, very flavorful, flavor rich, dense with flavor. Okay, there's 2. Here's 4. Okay, so what we're looking for is basically, I want these to be floating, but not floating like a ton, right? I don't need these to be to the point when it's simmering where they're like circulating from top to bottom, right? I want these to be sort of just off of the bottom with enough room to move around, but not a lot of additional space. Room to cook. These should have room to cook. Exactly. So I still have like some solids that if I basically I want when I do this, when I like put the material, when I lift the material up and drop it, I want it to settle in one like flat level line, and it's not quite doing that yet. So I added 4 quarts so far to that. I already had 3 quarts of liquid in there, but that was liquid for my chicken. So we're adding 2, 4, we'll do 6, at least 6, which would make that 9 total. So we're going to add 2, 4, this will be 6. And let's see where we're at here. Okay, that is just about there. I'm going to add 2 more to that, and I think we'll be there. So this is off the bottom and things are floating on the top, but it's still pretty thick. Like when I drag my spoon through it, I can still get a big like pile to stand up here on the side like that. So let's do 2 more. Now, the only reason I'm measuring this at all today is for the sake of writing it down and sort of knowing what went into here. Generally speaking, I will just put this on the counter, put the spigot into it, and fill it until it looks like what I want it to look like. I don't think I've ever really measured this before. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've never actually measured this before. So this is what, 8 quarts, and this is full. This is well full of material. So this is looking pretty good. We got things are moving around. If I lift stuff up, they're sinking back in. So again, the last time I did that, it didn't sink back in. This time it's just about sinking in. So it will be pretty good like this. I am just below, so I'm going to keep an eye on this because I want the liquid level to stay basically just below my handle, where the handle's attached here. So when I take this off, when I uncover this a little later in the process, it will be I might need to add a little bit of water to it. But we're pretty much ready to go. Pretty much ready to go here. I still want to add to this a few additional things. We're going to add salt, peppercorns, a 1/4 teaspoon per quart. So 2 teaspoons of peppercorns. No, we're not. I don't think I have any peppercorns left. Hold on. I actually think that I am out of peppercorns, because as I'm thinking about it now, I'm like, that is what I meant to buy. That was the other thing I meant to buy at Reading Terminal this morning. Anyway, okay, so we're not going to add peppercorns to that. You know what? Yes, we are. We're going to add white peppercorns to this. gonna add white peppercorns to this. Because that'll probably be fine too. And because I have just enough pepper in here to be able to use it for my recipe tonight. Although I might end up just using white. Yeah, actually don't. Hold on. Hold on. I forgot to add peppercorns to my shopping list. Let's see. Let's see how much I actually have left in here. How much I can grind out. And then we'll supplement that with some white peppercorn. The white pepper is a different flavor, and I know that some people kind of don't like white pepper, and that's okay. They're allowed to that opinion. They're allowed to have an opinion. You know what? Maybe I have peppercorns in my overflow box up here. I don't. Damn. I thought I did. I thought I did. They're wrong. Yeah, they're allowed to have you're allowed to have an opinion. No one's telling you can't have an opinion. But it's different than mine. I love white pepper. It's funny, the first time I encountered someone saying that on stream, I can tell you who it was. I'm not going to tell you who it was, but I could tell you who it was because I remembered it and I was like, what? What? Do I really want to subscribe to you anymore? I do. I still do, in fact. But I remember them saying it and I was just like, we're not, okay, now I know. Now I'm suspicious. What else? What other opinions do you have like that? Okay. Anyway, we're gonna move along from that. We're adding a 1/4 teaspoon of peppercorns per. There we go. Sorry. We're adding a 1/4 teaspoon of peppercorns per quart. So for this pot, we have 8 quarts in here. That means we're going to add 2 teaspoons of peppercorns. I have a 1/2 teaspoon measurement. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4. Now this is for me. I like mine a little bit more peppery. You might want to add less peppercorns if you don't like a lot of spice, or maybe you don't like heat. You might want to add less pepper to this, but for my taste, this is how much peppercorn I add. Okay. Now we're also adding a 1/2 teaspoon of salt per quart. In this case, we have 8 quarts, so that's 4 teaspoons of salt. So I'm going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now this is the only salt that I'm adding to this. I did not salt this at the beginning. I'm not going to add, I'm going to taste it a little later on. And if it's too salty, I'm going to add some water to it. If it's not salty enough, I'm just going to leave it be. So that way, if it's not super salty, you can always salt it again when you are cooking with it. The best thing is to sort of leave it a little bit under-seasoned if you're not sure. Nutritional yeast, we're going to add here for a bit of extra body and flavor. I usually add about a tablespoon, not a half tablespoon per quart. But I'm going to add a little less than that today because I had a good, like a whole chicken in here. And I added a bunch of mushrooms to this. So I'm going to add, I had 8 quarts of liquid in here. I'm going to add 4 4 tablespoons worth of, wait, no. I'm gonna add 2 tablespoons worth. So we have a half, 1, 1.5, 2. Okay, so I'm actually adding about a 1/4 tablespoon per quart of water of nutritional yeast. Now, the other thing that I want to add here, I'm not sure if I have, but I might, I do, is a cheese rind. So this is just the rind from a piece of Parmesan cheese. That's also going to add a bit of body and flavor to my stock. What else can we do? What else can we put in here? Let's see. Is there anything else that I am forgetting? Bonus additions? No. What not to add? No. User discretion? No. I am adding, okay, so we added acid already. We added acid to this already. So what did we add to this already? We added apple cider vinegar to this. So we have an acid. We added peppercorns to this. We're adding a Parmesan rind. So we're pretty well off with flavor in here. I also salted it. It has the vegetables in here now. They've been sitting out on the counter for a little while, so they're mostly thawed. And we're going to put this on the stove. I'm going to put this on the front burner on the stove, the quick boil burner. And once it boils, we're going to move it to the back burner. So let me move these the cast iron pile. Okay. Okay, this is ready to go. We have a big stock pot. There are, let's see, how many quarts of water were in here total? We put 8 quarts in with the vegetables. We put 3 in with the chicken. So there's 11 quarts of water in here, 32 cups worth of frozen vegetables, and about 1.5 pounds worth of chicken, 1 pound, 3 ounces. So a little over a pound of chicken. That's all been in here. The chicken and 3 quarts of water have been in here for about 2 hours simmering with the lid on. We're going to put this on the stove. We're going to bring it to a boil and we're going to simmer it with the lid on for another 30 minutes or so. And then we're going to take the lid off to let it finish for about 20 more minutes. And then we'll be good to go with our stock. So let's get this on the stove. Let's get this to boil and we'll check on it when it is about to boil. All right, Kathy, enjoy your evening. Enjoy your dinner. Hope it's an easy one. Okay, that's on the stove. The lid is on. And we're not setting the timer on that until it actually boils because I want it to simmer for about 30 minutes with the vegetables. And if we do that between, if I set the timer now, it might not even boil in 30 minutes because there's a lot of liquid in there and a lot of vegetables. It's a lot to heat up. So we're going to give it some time and we'll check back. Okay, we're going to move along now. What are we going to move along to do? We're going to move along. This can just sit on top of the pot. This can go in the sink. We are going to... we're going to figure out how to cook this spaghetti. We're going to figure out what vessel to cook this spaghetti in. I said that I wanted to cook this in a skillet. That is the goal. We're not adding anything acidic to this. So I have my big skillet here. This one is 12 inches, I believe. Uh, 13 3/8 inch. This is a 13 3/8 inch skillet. So it is pretty big, pretty sizable. I started keeping these little paper cutouts in my cast iron because I leave them on the stove, and this just helps keep like dust off of them, so I don't have to like wash them out before I use them. We're gonna take this thing of spaghetti. Okay, Italian friends, I'm about to do something that could be disruptive to your emotional landscape. So just be aware. Be aware. We're going to break the spaghetti in half. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. It's for the recipe. We're gonna break this in half. So yeah, any Nonas in chat, you better look away now. I'm gonna stare you directly in the eyes and desecrate your pasta. All right. This will be fine in this skillet. I'm like, as I'm sort of doing this is like a good size for this. And we're also going to cook the shrimp in here first. So I'm just breaking this into here to make sure that it's all gonna fit. Now, sub question. I could do this in here, and I think this would be fine. Am I going to run into an issue where I really need to stir this? I mean, I really do need to stir it, but I'm gonna like be able to stir it with a wooden spoon. Thinking of whether or not I need to use a Dutch oven for this, or something with higher sides. I don't think so. I think this will be good, and I think it'll actually turn out pretty well in here. The breaking it in half may not be necessary, but like, I'm going to call for it just to make people upset. A little bit about me. Anyway, let's put this spaghetti off to the side. Put this off to the side in a little measuring John here, because the first thing I'm going to do here is cook the shrimp and the garlic. Speaking of garlic, we should try these cookies, right? I think they're probably dry enough now that they are worth trying. I think. I guess I missed two. Two tall ones just standing out over the top like, hey, you missed us. All right. I will say that for the recipe, I'm going to say to break the pasta into the pot, because these little pieces here, like break the pasta directly into the pan is sort of the direction that I would give. Okay, so one pound pasta, like that's, I don't need to weigh that. I think I can just call it like it is. So 454 grams, 16 ounces. Okay, let's figure out the shrimp situation. I think this should serve 4 people. Quarter pound of pasta, right? 4 ounces of pasta. I think that's a reasonable serving size. Maybe a bit much. I don't know. But I'm thinking like 4 shrimp per person, feels maybe right. I guess depending on the size shrimp. Let's take a look at what shrimp we have. Because I didn't actually look at the size of these Johns before when I ordered them, I sort of just ordered shrimp. These are 31 to 40 shrimp per pound. Yeah, Lemon, I'm thinking of how we eat. Like a quarter pound of pasta is a lot of pasta. So I'm thinking that probably functionally this would serve. I mean, like, what does the box of spaghetti say? What does the literal box of spaghetti say? The box of spaghetti says there are 8 servings in this container, not 4. So I think that serving size is 2 ounces. Okay. I probably want to say this relatively would make six servings, because I think 2 ounces is not all that much, honestly. From the same people that say a box of mac and cheese serves 4. Right, it doesn't. When we make mac and cheese in this house, we make 3 boxes of mac and cheese. So I think this is probably about six servings, reasonably speaking. So that would be 24 shrimp. If I did 4 per, feels like a lot. Feels like a lot of shrimp for what I'm actually making. 2 ounces does make sense if you have more of a sauce, like a meat sauce or like a bolognese or an Alfredo or something like heavy. This is pasta and butter with shrimp in it. That's really it. So there's not a whole lot going on here. So let's see. How many shrimp do they say is per serving? Serving size is 8 shrimp. No, we're not doing 8 because that would be a lot. Let's do first off, these are big. These are 31 to 40 shrimp per pound. These are, the shrimp is weird. The way that they assign the way that they size shrimp is just like the number per pound. It's not that weird, but it is notable. I didn't know that until I don't know, until I was an adult. I was like, I had no idea that. I was like, what does 31 to 40 mean? Like, what does that even mean? 80 grams of shrimp per person plus 113 grams of pasta. So they say 112 grams is a serving. I think I'm going to see how much 4 of these things weigh. So I'm considering, for the pasta, I'm considering that this is about 6 servings. So if we have 454 grams divided by 6, that's 75 grams of pasta per person, which is reasonable. 75 grams of dry pasta, which is a bit more reasonable. So that's dry pasta. Okay. Again, I'm trying to back this down into what a normal person would eat. What a reasonable person would eat with regard to pasta. What I would eat is 113 grams. Easy. All right, so with the shrimp, They say that 112 grams, 4 ounces is 1 serving. I'm gonna see how much 4 shrimp weighs. And I'm thinking that 4 shrimp is probably the right volume for this. It might be 5. I don't know. I don't even know if there's 30. I mean, there's definitely 30 shrimp in this bag. This is a 2-pound bag, so there better be 30 shrimp in here because these are 31 to 40 shrimp per pound. There better be 30 shrimp. Okay, well, let's see how much 4 of these weighs. You could butterfly them. I could butterfly them. That's a good idea. The reason I don't want to do that is because it's extra work. And that's literally the only reason. Okay, so 4 shrimp. 1, 2, 3. These 2 are frozen together. Does not count as one. 57 grams. So 4 shrimp is somewhere between 55 and 65. I think that that's reasonable. Let's see. If we did 18, 24. What does 24 shrimp weigh? Right? 6, 12, 18, 24. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Okay, so 24 shrimp weighs 348 grams. So if we do 348 divided by 6, that's just like your average. That is 58 grams, just under 60. It doesn't seem, 4 shrimp doesn't seem like much in a bowl of pasta. You're right. But if you cut them in half, you have 8 pieces of shrimp. True. My my primary reason for not doing that is the work that it takes to do that. That's it. And so I'm cooking these whole. Like, I'm definitely not going to cut them because cutting them would be an extra step, and I don't want the extra step in there. I would rather add 6 more shrimp to this bowl and just make it 5 per serving, which I think I'm going to do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so that was 436 grams. 436 divided by 6 is 72 grams of shrimp. Well, someone will like shrimp more and someone will like shrimp less. And I think that's where I'm landing with this one. So I'm going to say 6 per serving. No, 5 per serving. 436 grams. That's a pound of shrimp. That is 15.4 ounces of shrimp, which is good. That is like quite literally just about 1 pound, which is a very nice number to have for a recipe. So I'm going to go with that. Respect your choice not to cut. And Lemon, so for reference, this is supposed to be a simple, very simple, minimal step recipe. So I'm very conscious of something like that, where again, I would definitely do that. And if this was for somebody where that if this was for a publication where that didn't matter as much, where like you could butterfly the shrimp and have them look really nice, and that would be an important part of the dish. The important part of this would be, the timing of how long it takes to do. That's like the main component. you could call for smaller shrimp. Right, which is why I'm noting the weight and not just the number. I'm noting that I'm using 31 to 40 shrimp and that that the weight is this. And to be clear, when I finish this, if it ends up looking like more shrimp than I think it should be, I'm going to make an adjustment. To properly thaw, do not force thaw under running water. Great. Okay, so we're not going to do that. What I usually do, you can just like cook these raw. You can cook these like from frozen. I generally thaw these in water from the sink, not running water, but I will mostly thaw these in a bowl of water for like 10 minutes. That's my usual. It says do not force thaw under running water. Force thaw meaning like thaw quickly. I actually don't know if there's a safety concern with doing that. Planned cooking method. I was planning on putting these in the cast iron pan with a little bit of water and olive oil, so that they steam a little bit. So just like a quarter cup of water or so. I don't know if I want to try to cook these from frozen or not. I'm afraid of ruining them if I do that. So, Copy Zombie, hello. I'm doing well. I am doing well. I hope you're doing well too. It's a Tuesday, so your mileage may vary. I wonder if, hold on, I'm going to check something. I want to look something up on the website. I want to see okay. This is exactly what I was looking for. The website, Howard, has many recipes with shrimp in it already. I want to see what they have already published on their website about thawing shrimp. Okay. Shrimp, the founder of the website writes, last year, shrimp quickly defrost in cold water and cook in only a few minutes. So there you go. How to thaw shrimp fast. An overnight thaw in the refrigerator is best for shrimp. But if that's not possible, thaw frozen shrimp in a large bowl of cold water, changing the water every 10 minutes. Depending on the size of the shrimp, it should thaw in about 30 minutes. Great. Perfect. I'm going to go with that direction. I'm going to put these in a bowl of cold water. We're going to put that in the sink. We're going to set a timer. We're going to do what the directions say and thaw these in cold water. And this is the directions on the site that I'm writing this recipe for. So like this should not be an issue. So I was thinking of cooking them, trying to cook them from frozen, but I've never done that. When I was thinking of cooking them from frozen, I was thinking of doing it in a, like I said, a little thin layer of water, so that they're not like sticking to the bottom and that they steam a little bit and get sort of heat surrounding them. We're going to do the cold water method that they say on the website. That is, whenever I'm not sure if how they would like what they want or what they'll approve for something, I always just go back to their own website and look. And then I reference that recipe in the recipe that I'm writing, so that we have our continuity, and they can backlink it, etc., etc. Yeah, caretaker says, too bad our safety specialist Kadara is not here. Fair, yes, and my take on it is, if that is a thing that they have shared already, they're comfortable publishing it. It is how I have thawed shrimp forever, just in a bowl of cold water. Change the water every once in a while. I haven't done the like every 10 minutes thing, but I've done that. So we're gonna do that. That's what we're gonna do. We are going to cook the shrimp in a cast iron pan. I'm going to use olive oil. So we're going to cook the shrimp and the garlic at the same time. We're going to use olive oil in a preheated pan, and we'll cook them for just like a few minutes, like a minute or two per side, until they get opaque. That's the note, is opaque. Thaw reference. Okay, so what I would say when I'm writing the recipe is, when I'm writing this, the first direction is going to be put the shrimp in a bowl of cold water, then cut your garlic, then cut your herbs, then break your spaghetti, then measure out all the rest of your stuff, so that you're not like wasting your time. First direction is going to be all that shit in the fridge overnight. And if you didn't do that, here's what you do. Dan says, I cook mine still frozen in the air fryer, and they're delicious. I love that. That sounds kind of great. I bet Costco's warning is a cover your ass. 100%. 100%. That's why I was a little taken back of like, oh, wait, have I been inadvertently doing something terribly unsafe, food unsafe forever? Maybe. It's not unlikely. All right, we're almost at the boiling point for my stock here. So, we're almost there. Lemon says, I think the ideal quick thaw method is a bag, not a vacuum bag, in cold water, so the shrimp does not absorb the water. That is, I think, didn't it say that on the bag? Place a bag of shrimp overnight in the refrigerator, drain and use in your favorite recipe. No, it didn't say that. It says, do not force thaw under running water, keep frozen, do not refreeze contents once they are. The water absorption, I considered that, but I'm also, it's like I always consider that when I'm thinking about thawing shrimp. Ideal would be in a bag. Yeah, we're just going for it today. Yeah, and so in line with the shrimp being not butterflied, people thinking ahead is I'm not there's no assumption that anyone's thinking ahead here. The assumption is, oh shit, I need dinner and I have these ingredients. Okay, let's. I'm at a standstill because I want that shrimp to thaw. I also, this is like just about to boil, maybe not quite. It's not quite there yet. All right, we're getting there, but we're not there. Let me give this a little stir. Okay. Like I said, this could take a little while to come up to a boil. Almost. Sita says, I honestly didn't know you weren't supposed to thaw shrimp in running water. I guess I didn't know that either. It's not running. I mean, I don't know what the difference between like running versus non-running would be. I would think it would be better, safer in running order, but I don't know that definitively. So who knows? All right, while we're waiting for all that, let's taste these cookies. We have our garlic cookies here. We're gonna do something. We're gonna take a side-by-side taste test of these and see how they do. And people would put shrimp in a bowl and leave it to reach the danger zone. Yeah, it is really just a cover your ass thing, for sure. I'm guessing it's similar to washing raw poultry with the spreading of contaminants. That's valid too. See, this says I usually just add tilapia fillets to the pasta. Yeah, I love a good just like fillet, just right into the thing. Okay, we have some cookies here. Let's get interesting. These are very different colors. So let's kind of take a look at what's happening here. So we have this one is the one I made today. This one is the one from the market. I like the look of both. Yours look better, Jamie says. Thank you. You can see the cayenne. I mean, it doesn't really come through on the camera, but you can see the cayenne flex a little better in the one from the market. Now these are old, so they're definitely crisp. But these are just still a little chewy. I think these need a day to dry out. Or maybe there's too much sugar in them. Maybe I need less brown. Maybe I need to use white sugar in here. Regardless, let's give them a taste test because mine don't need to be exactly the same. Let's also be clear. Hold on. I'm gonna get a baseline and take just one bite of the original cookies. Now these again are a couple weeks old. They're 3 weeks old, so they're dry. Not really a great comparison one to the other. DJ Harley, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. Okay. We're doing this the right way. So the right way meaning I'm trying to clear my palate a little bit. Okay. So first taste of these is butter. Then sweetness. And then you're like, oh, that's garlic. And as your brain is processing garlic, then the cayenne comes in. And it's like, oh, that's cayenne pepper. These are spicy. What happened? What's going on here? And then you're taking another bite because they're good. Okay. All right. Those are they're a little stale. I know they're a little crispier when they're brand new. All right, this is the one from today. So this is half of it, obviously. It's a little chewy on the inside, but they're very thin. I do like that these are uniform. And they are side-by-side comparison, they're just about the same thickness as the ones from the market. So I think on the process standpoint, they are roughly the same. So different colors. I think the ones in the market are more white sugar and they're crispier. These are, there's no white sugar in these. They're just brown sugar. So I think if I wanted to make these crisper, I would use I would use white sugar at all. Okay. Butter. First thing I'm getting is butter. And then sugar. And then garlic. For sure, garlic. Maybe it's just my palate from the first one, but I put a lot of cayenne in there, and I'm not. Oh, there it is. Never mind. We found it. Whew. Okay, that came in after the sugar. Let's take a bigger bite. The second bite is always the one where you get the better taste. God damn, these need more cayenne. They're not as spicy as the original ones. I don't know how much they put in that. I genuinely would love to know how much cayenne pepper they put in there, because these are good. They're really good. They're very buttery. They're a little chewy. They're chewier than the original ones by a lot. But they're not as hot. I want another one though. Spicy is hard to get in a cookie because it's fat soluble. Try blooming it in the fat. My current technique for these is just adding it in with the flour. So currently I'm adding it in the step. I'm creaming together. I'm browning the butter, roasting the garlic. I'm creaming the butter and the sugars together. Then I'm adding an egg and vanilla and egg, garlic, and vanilla. I'm mixing that in. Then I'm adding a sifted together mix of flour, baking soda, salt, and cayenne. And I'm letting that rest for a little while. Basically dry spice. So would you say then, in order to get it in order to like get it to be that spicier, it needs to have liquid then. Would it be good? I'm thinking that maybe not cooking it with the butter, but maybe adding it to the butter after it comes off the stove and while it cools. That might work. Like, I'm getting it, but it's not anywhere near the level of the other ones. And as I've been working on this recipe, I've literally just been adding and adding and adding more cayenne every time. Steep the chili flakes in butter at low heat. It was hot. Well, I'm browning the butter So I'm thinking after I brown the butter, maybe I put the cayenne, after I take the butter off the stove, but it's still liquid, I put the cayenne in the butter at that point. Let it bloom and marinate in there. I don't think I want to add it. I don't think I would want to add it at the beginning of the browning process. But I think adding it like turn the heat off, put the cayenne in. That seems much better. And I want these to be spicy cookies. I'm getting it now. But like this piece of the original cookie is as spicy as a whole one of these. Okay. So add cayenne to butter. And the other thing I want to do I think is I want these to be crispier and less chewy. So I think I want to adjust the ratio of sugar here. These are good. Let me be super clear. These are a really tasty cookie. I'd be happy to give these to really anybody. They will dry out too. My experience having made these before is that they obviously dry out even more overnight. They get less chewy. If you let them sit for a day, they're pretty crispy. They're still a little chewy. But I think I'm going to want to adjust the sugar in here too. From brown, more on the white sugar side, less on the brown sugar side. Because brown sugar just makes it chewier. I might want to reduce the amount of butter in here too, but one thing at a time. Okay. So notes. Chewy. Sugar ratio more to white. I might also just want to add less vanilla. Crisp cookie ratios. Totally could. Have y'all seen that 108 Asian cookies cookbook? It is beautiful. It is beautiful. Speaking of cookies, I was thinking of cookies. I was looking at it, and it's probably the next cookbook I'm gonna purchase. It is amazing. Okay, so I could add more white sugar. Okay, I could also add less vanilla. We have not done the drawing yet. We're getting there. We're still working through. I'm probably going to wrap up today sometime, like I said earlier, between 7:30 and 8 p.m. That's the goal. Okay, this is just about to boil. So we're going to keep an eye on this. In a moment here, I'm going to show this on the camera, and then we'll get to the dinner making portion. Sorry, but we're going to do the drawing closer to between 7:30 and 8 p.m. is my assumption here. based on the current velocity of things on stream, things happening. Current velocity is not something that, generally speaking, enters the streaming lexicon. But you know what I mean. Okay. So go ahead and eat the rest of this. Just chucking our shrimp here. Okay. Shrimp is thawed. Shrimp is thawed. Now, do they suggest patting the shrimp dry? They suggest marinating the shrimp, which is not what we're doing. Okay. They do not say anything about that. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to preheat this pan. So basically, I need to get, step one is cook the shrimp and the garlic in the pan. We're going to preheat the pan on medium-high. And we're going to fry the shrimp and the garlic at the same time for like 2 minutes, like literally 2 minutes. Because that's really all it takes. It'll go pretty quick. And okay. Yeah, it'll go pretty quick. So before I do that, this should be okay. This is boiling. So let's come check on our stock. Let's come check. Yeah. Okay. Move that. Alrighty. Okay. We have been, our stock has been on the stove now for about 25 minutes, maybe a little bit more on the high burner. It's boiling. It's about to boil. We're going to go take a look at it. And if it is indeed boiling, we're going to turn it, we're going to put it on the simmer burner, and then we're going to turn it down to low. And we're going to start our timer for 30 minutes of simmering on, simmering covered. We're going to turn it, we're going to put it on our simmer burner. If it's boiling, we're going to transfer it to our simmer burner. We're going to cover it, and we're going to set a 30-minute timer, and we're going to let that simmer for 30 minutes, and then we'll uncover it and check on it. We're going to taste it after that first 30 minutes to adjust if we need to, any seasonings. But we're going to check on it now. So come on over to the stove and let's look at it. Here we go. All right. Now this is currently on high and it is boiling. We just hit a boil. It didn't look like that when I opened it a few moments ago. So we're going to turn that off for right now. And you can see, I can't hold the camera over this because it is super steamy, but everything is a little bit inflated here. You can see the onion, this onion has gotten a lot bigger. Everything is a little bit rehydrated and we are ready for the simmering process. So I'm just going to give this a stir. I'm going to give that a stir. And oop, all the herbs are stuck to the spoon. They're like seaweed. Okay.
Can I please have more?
There we go. All right. this is just about ready to go. We're going to move this. I'm going to put the lid on. We're going to move it to the simmer burner. We're going to give that about 30 minutes on that burner. All right. And cool. What do you want?
More time on Roblox.
Are you playing with anybody?
No, because my time went up, and then, they said he had to eat dinner,
Jason.
and then,
He had to eat dinner. Okay.
yeah.
All right. Okay. I guess you can have some more time. I haven't even made dinner yet, so we're getting there. All right, we're gonna move this to the simmer burner in the back.
Thank you.
Yup.
Also, I assume
What's that?
you don't have time at the moment for 500 Robux.
I'm not giving you Robux right now. No. Okay, we're gonna turn that to a simmer, and let's set a 30. Oh, it's 3 hours. 30-minute timer. 3000. That is definitely at a simmer already because it was at a raging boil. So yeah, that is just got a nice simmer. Okay. Let's work on this and keep moving on this shrimp recipe. We have thaw. Okay. I'm gonna put our pan. We're gonna preheat our cast iron pan on medium high. So that's 5. Caretaker, enjoy the rest of your day. Pretend I'm an adult. I feel like that often. We're adding, let's see. I'm going to add maybe 3 tablespoons of oil into there. 3 tablespoons of oil. Basically all of my measuring implements are in the sink. I need to wash the tablespoon here. There we go. Okay. Great. And my shrimp is completely thawed. I'm not going to dry these. I'm not gonna like put them on a plate and paper towel dry them. I think I'm just going to say to make sure if you're draining them, or if you're thawing them in a bowl of water, to just make sure that they're drained thoroughly. Because I don't think it's going to be a huge issue. But we'll see. We'll see. All right, pan is preheated, or is preheating. Now, I don't have this camera. This camera is oh gosh. The camera that I usually use on the stove is not currently in its normal position. So just give me a second and let me set this up so you can actually like see this pan. Okay, there. That's not a bad view. It could be a better view if it was higher up. And I could probably keep putting the pen in my mouth. I could probably put that on a cookbook. Let's do that. Okay. There we go. There we are. Thoughts. I hope you're enjoying your lurk. I'm enjoying your lurk. It's close. I can feel the heat. It is pretty close, honestly. Let's get our get my tongs here. Going to put 2. It does not. Come on now. Is this simmering? This is, yeah, we're simmer. I need to set that a little higher. Okay, so this pan is definitely preheated. I'm going to add 2 tablespoons to that. That is too hot. You know how I know it's too hot? Because it's yelling at me. Okay, so we're going to take that. I'm going to take that down a notch.
I'm in danger.
Yeah, I know, and I can see the oil starting to smoke right away. So I don't want to. Now, remember when I was like, "Hey, it'll be totally okay if I put shrimp in here with that haven't been patted dry with a paper towel." Yeah, not if the pan is as ripping hot as it just was. So we're gonna. I'm turning this to low. So very low. Just a moment here, and I'm gonna let this chill for a second. Now, this is Jeopardy. Da, 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 da. Just kidding. This is going to go quickly, and I'm going to get out. I need to get out a bowl to put these in for when they're finished. So I want to do 2 things. Where did my garlic go? Here it is. Okay. Jamie, some Hexclad pans. Heck yeah. I have never used a Hexclad pan, but I've heard good things. Okay, we're going to try 1 shrimp. And I'm just starting a count up timer. So I'm literally just doing 1. And I'm letting it sit. I just want to make sure. I got about less than a minute, probably less than 1 minute per side. You can see like the cook line coming up through it too, where it's getting that white to it. That means it's done. That 30 seconds right now. 35 seconds. So when I put all the shrimp in here, it's going to cool the pan down a little bit. I'm just putting the 1 in here to sort of make sure I've got the right. I don't know, just doing a test. That's 1 minute. All right, flip. And what I'm really looking for is right here. Because the tail is probably cooked already. But I'm looking to see that this big chunk here is opaque. Basically, as soon as that looks opaque, it's finished. One minute 30. $1:45. Just about. And done. So that was 2 minutes. This is ready to roll. Okay. Great. Shrimp cooks so fast. And we're just putting it in a little bowl. I've got a bowl off to the side here. We'll toss that. There's 1 lonely shrimp in there. All right, so we're going to toss these shrimp in here now, the rest of them. I'm going to kick the heat back up just a little bit on my pan because I just turned it way down. And as soon as I put these in, it's going to drop the temp a bit because there is more of them. But I'm just going to literally dump these in and spread them out. Still a little ice on a piece or two of these, but they're okay. And we're also going to toss the garlic in here. So our garlic is in and our shrimp are in. And I started a timer here. Did I start? I didn't hit start. Oh well. They'll be fine. So we're gonna give a little, maybe a little more than a minute for these side one. And then I'm also gonna take a little bit of salt here. I'm gonna take a 1/4 teaspoon. A 1/4 teaspoon of salt and sprinkle that over the top. There we go. Now, this is going to take a little bit longer than previously. So what we're looking for, again, what I'm looking for is that it's about halfway up the side, that the cook line is about halfway up. This one's almost finished. The ones on the interior are cooking quicker because they're under, or they're right over top of the burner. So I'm at about 1 minute and 30 seconds here. These are moving along. You really do want your pan to be pretty hot here because once these are in, the ones in the center certainly cook a lot quicker. And I opted to use chopsticks because they're it's a lot more precise and nimble than tongs. So I said I got the tongs out, but we're just using the chopsticks at this point. All right. So I'm also cooking the garlic at the same time. So here's what we're doing. These in the center here are finished. Heard of people having problems with the lifetime warranty on Hexclads. I feel like there's, with any warranties, there's always going to be some, I mean, like, anyone who's ever done anything with a warranty has probably experienced some kind of pushback at some point, right? Okay, these are moving. Now, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go ahead and just put the spaghetti right into here with the garlic. Because it's not going to overcook. The garlic, as long as the garlic is not sitting on the bottom of the pan and kind of burning, it'll be pretty good. So I think what I'm going to say is, for this recipe, is to take the shrimp out and then just go ahead and pop the pasta right in. Hello, Zach. Hello, welcome. Happy Tuesday. We're cooking shrimp. Cooking shrimp. Venomous Cowshot, hello. Becca, welcome. Zach, good to see you. Sofa, thank you for the shout out. Gosh darn it, Corin, welcome in. Welcome in. We're mid-process here. Zach, you're vegetarian now? Oh no, what happened? I'm just kidding. Or sorry, I guess what I meant to say is congratulations. Okay, I'm going to turn the heat off on this for just a second. And here's what we're going to do. We need to come back over to the main camera for just a second because I need to do two things. One, I need to say hi. Two, hi. Zach, nice to see you. Java Bean, welcome in. Alien Fox Mulder, welcome in. Not the cows. I know, not the cows. Oh no. Okay. We are making a recipe. We're working through it. I am adding. So I'm like mid process on what I'm doing here. So just give me a second, and I need to get some broken up spaghetti into this pot, and then we will be back in just a moment. Okay, so I need 32 ounces. 32 ounces in here, and that's going to be exactly 4 cups. 30, 31, 32, maybe. 32.45. Close enough. Not close enough. I want it to be exact. Okay. And hello. Zach, I will make sure Jamie gets credit. Thank you. I'm just being really precise about this because I'm like literally working on a recipe, and I want it to be, I want to have an exact amount in here that is easy to do math from, right? Hamburger is the one that has multiple cows in it. Ground beef is 1 cow origin. I think that that's true. Okay, whoa, 32 ounces, perfect. Okay. So at the start, I have 32 ounces. We're doing a shrimp recipe. Is math easy? No. Break spaghetti, cook with minimal water in skillet, stirring regularly, risotto style. Okay, so here's what we need to do now. If you're Italian and you're offended by broken up spaghetti, look away. We're adding this. Sorry, did I not give you enough time? My bad. Sofa, thank you. Oh, thank you for putting that in stream dump. I appreciate you. We're going to add this to the skillet. We're going to add some water to it. We're going to give it a stir. We're going to turn it on high, and then I'm going to come back and say hi. Okay? I'm going to say a formal hello. We're working on several things today, and I'll tell you what they are in just a moment. Okay, so this is now back on high. Sounds. Do we have sounds? Sounds are on. They should be on. They're on now. I think I turned them off earlier. We were doing some recording for YouTube, so I turned all the sounds off, but I believe that they're on now. Okay, so here's what we're adding. We're adding spaghetti, dried spaghetti to this. Dried spaghetti. And then we're going to take this water that I just measured out, 32 ounces exactly. So that's exactly 4 cups. And we're adding a 1/4 cup at a time here. So basically I want this to cook in 2, 3, 4. That's 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that's 2 cups. 2 cups of water in there. Now we're going to use our tongs. So I have this on high, and the goal here is that this cooks sort of like risotto, where I think I need more water in here because these are like really coming over the top. I don't see, the thing is I don't know how much water I need in here, so I'm going to add a 3rd cup. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now I should have, if my math is right on my scale, I should have just about 8 ounces. Yeah, I have 7¼ ounces. So I added a little bit more than that to the pot, but that's fine. So this is, yeah, this is 3 cups. I'm going to start a count up timer. And we're going to, yeah, we're going to count up. I think I need another cup in here. See, what I want is, I don't want to drain this at the end. I don't want to drain anything out of here. I want this to all sort of cook down and have like a sauce with butter. That's the goal. I don't know how much the exact right amount of water here is, but we're trying to figure it out. Trying to figure it out at this moment. This is one of those things where I had an idea and was like, maybe this will work, maybe it won't. Maybe it won't. All right, we're going to add... Am I going to add anything to this? No, not yet. Not yet. I'm going to leave that at 3 cups. So that's 24 ounces. 24 ounces in there first, right now. I have a timer counting up. So basically, the goal, I mean, I guess what I could do, you know what I could do? You know what would have been better for this? After I finished taking the shrimp out, add the water before the pasta and bring it and boil it, or like heat it, preheat the water. Because I think doing it this way is going to be slower. The goal is to not have to heat a whole pot of water and dump it out. The goal is that it all kind of cooks and you have, you know, like a risotto, once it starts to get soft, it'll, you know, stir in and it'll be a little bit better. So heat the water first. Chase 1 pot shrimp scampi. Basically, yeah. Yeah. What we're adding to this is butter, onion powder, and parsley. That's it. And frozen shrimp. I cooked the frozen shrimp. So that's taken care of. We're good to go. But yeah, I want this to be like just submerged. Now, also, this is not on my highest heat burner. So, caveat, it's not on the high heat burner. Let's move it to the high heat burner. We need to do a little stove Jenga. Hold on a second. Because I don't want this to take... This should be on the high heat burner. It's boiling. Like, the goal is to boil this. So, let's move my shrimp here. The handles on this too hot to touch? No. Okay. I'm going to move that. First, move this over here. It's going to move that literally off the stove for a second. Oh, you know why that's not heating? Because the fucking burner went off. Okay, great. That is super helpful. Literally, the burner went off. So it's not heating. And that is actually nice because then I can just sort of restart my timer. Okay, we'll do that. All right, we're gonna put this on the big burner. I'm gonna turn that on high. And we're going to restart our timer. Because the timer is only at 4 minutes. So, all right, that's good. That's good. That's going. This stock is simmering nicely. I'm going to give this, you can't really see anything. Just a second. We're going to come over to the stove here and we're going to come over to the stove and check what this stock looks. Come over to the stove and check what the stock looks like. Okay. So where's my wooden spoon? There's my wooden spoon. All right. Here is the stock. It's been on the simmer burner for how long has this been on the simmer burner for? This has been on the simmer burner for 25 minutes. So it is certainly simmering. It's looking delicious. The color is looking good. I'm just kind of pressing it down a little bit. You don't want to agitate it too much, but all the stuff that sort of got above the water line, I'm just kind of pressing it back in. So in about 5 minutes or so, we're going to take the lid off of this and then let that just simmer like it is for about 20 more minutes. Okay. So there's that. Let's take this and we're gonna move our cookbook over here. I said I was gonna say hi and I didn't, but that's okay. We will. We'll get there. Okay. We're working on it today. We're trying. We're trying our best. I want to add some salt to this before we go too far in, and I forget to do it. So let's add. I got a 1/4 teaspoon. I'm going to add a 1/2 teaspoon of salt to this. I am using a 1/4 teaspoon measurer. All right, 1/2 teaspoon. An inconvenient time. No, Jamie, it's the perfect time. Today has been fun. I have been having a really good stream. I mean, just for me, I'm getting done the things that I want to get done, albeit a little slowly, and that's how it goes. Jamie says, I feel like we just made stock. We did recently. I still have quite a bit of stock in the freezer, but that is, I'm what I've been doing today. So one of the things that I've been working through today. All right, we hit a boil. We hit a boil at 3 minutes. That's great. I know that we're going to do the cookie clip drawing. I have not forgotten. All right. So we're going to give this a little stir. Come on over here and take a look at what's going on here. Yeah, Chase, adding the water and bringing it to a boil will definitely work better because now it will soften the noodles a lot quicker. That's kind of definitely the goal. But we're starting to get to what I want, which is something where I may have added. I'm hoping that I didn't add too much water to this. I'm also hoping that the noodles are going to expand. Obviously, they're going to expand quite a bit. It's going to boil off a lot. But what I'm hoping here, the calculus is that the garlic is going to kind of, the garlic flavor that was in the pan is going to be really nice and like infused with the noodles. That we're just going to get a lot of like good flavor out of here. Because I did the shrimp in the pan and then basically put the noodles right in the pan from there. So I didn't lose any flavor out of here at all. My worry is, of course, that some of the noodles will still be hard on the ends when some of them are also cooked. So you want to kind of keep everything submerged. That's the goal here. Lil Mac, that is a tier 3 resubscription. I appreciate you. Thank you. I should note all tier 3 subscribers get cookies every single month. So if you are the type of person that's like, what can I do to pay for cookies? You can sponsor Cookie Club, or you can subscribe at tier 3. We are going to do the Cookie Club drawing later this evening. We have our Cookie Club entries already cut out. I did that at the very beginning of stream because I knew that I was going to get caught up. And I did. All right, my timer's going off for my stock. So let's reevaluate the stock situation. Okay. And we have, I also think I'm good on the amount of liquid too. Maya, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. Jamie, you are. Now, I should say that if you don't particularly like this month's cookies and you want to, it is confusing because, November, if you're sponsoring November, are you sponsoring the cookies that are made in November or the cookies that are for November? These cookies are for November, being made in December. Unlike the ones that were made in November, which were for October. It is confusing. I just confused myself saying it out loud. So there's that. All right. Now I want to stir this. You do want to keep stirring this. That's the thing. And I think I need a wooden spoon here. This is also, I'm going to add, see, we've gotten to the point where the pasta is over the, is no longer in water. So we're going to add our last cup. That makes four total cups that have gone in here. And instead of using the tongs, I'm going to use my wooden bamboo situation so that I can scrape the bottom here. And I think I want to add another, I need to add some more. Need to add some more to this. So we're going to do another, I'm going to fill up another 32 ounces worth of water in here. Then we will add that like 1 cup at a time. $32.5 ounces. Amazing. Pour out a literal drop of that. 31.6. We're close enough. Okay. Let's add, I'm gonna add another cup to this. Okay, that's, so if for those of y'all keeping track, like I am very diligently, we have used 5 cups of water. This has been in the liquid now for, how long has this been? I'm gonna take a look at the timer in just a second when I get this all sort of as submerged as possible. Okay. Great. Great. All right. It is looking, it's looking delicious, and it's actually smelling quite nice. So I'm happy. I'm happy with this. Maya says, I give you credit. Going to give you credit for using measurements. I struggle. I'm actually writing, like making a recipe right now. So I'm measuring because I want to get the right amount. I want to make sure that it's accurate. So I added plus 1 cup. And what is my timer at? I'm at 11 minutes now. Okay, so before we move forward, let's do like a check-in on the stock. Because that's what we're doing today. By the way, y'all, I am doing some like recording for YouTube. So like the stock stuff is, I'm trying to record the stock making process. I did like a whole monologue off of the teleprompter earlier. So some of this is like being recorded in general. Not like a phone call, like y'all don't have to worry about it. But just like for like, hey, why is he clearing the counter? Blah, blah, blah. It's so that I can do the thing. Anyway, we're going to, yes. Okay, we're going to check in on the stock now. It's been simmering for 30 minutes with the vegetables in it. Just to recap, oh, something in my eye, sorry. Just to recap, we cooked the stock with just the chicken in it for 2 hours. Then we added the vegetables, brought that up to a boil, let that simmer covered for 30 minutes. Now we're taking the cover off. We're going to let that simmer for 20 more minutes. And at that point, the stock should be finished. We're going to take it off the heat and we're going to strain it. So let's take a look. This is the, whoop. This is the vegetable stock, chicken and vegetable stock. Woo. Okay, this is the chicken and vegetable stock. It is just about finished. Got about 20 minutes left. Now we're going to take the lid off, and we're going to let that slow simmer for about 20 more minutes until it is finished. And it's looking really delicious. So, all right, we're going to leave the lid off and set our 20-minute timer. Yeah, we're going to leave the lid off. Now we're going to leave the lid off. Now we're going to leave the lid off and set our 20-minute timer. And at that point, it'll be completely done and ready to strain. 20-minute timer. Okay. Great. I give approximates and it calibrates. See, this is for a publication, and I am not allowed to use AI for it. It is explicitly in the contract, so I don't. Because I'm not allowed to. And I probably wouldn't in general. I have, I'm not going to open that line because I know plenty of people use AI for lots of different reasons and a variety of reasons. And I don't really, I don't really
It don't matter.
have anything against
None
it.
of this matters.
I don't really have anything against it personally. I don't use it for anything creative. Something like converting measurements or sort of like calibrating things, I think seems reasonable. Like, you know, if you're like, what is a handful of this roughly? Like, I think that is a reasonable use. Where I balk at using AI is when folks are like, I'm using it to like make, like, tell me how to make Alfredo. And then you follow that recipe. And that to me is like, oof. Like, I just don't trust it, y'all. I don't trust it. Okay. Let's take a look and see where we're at. When I say take a look, what I really mean is I want to get like a piece of this Sketti, toss it in a bowl, and see if it's cooked. All right, that is good. Almost there. It's al dente. I want to add another. Where did my liquid go? There it is. I want to add another half cup of liquid to that. Toss it at the cabinet. No. No. Although I do think that's fun. And I have done that before. Would it stick? Probably. Should we try it? Yeah, let's go for it. Okay. Yeah, we're stirring. This is just like... Yeah, I actually wanted to add double that amount of water. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, when that water is gone, we should be good to go. So I have added, wrong recipe, writing 2 recipes today. +1. So that's 6 total cups of water. 6 cups. That pasta itself was not very salty. So I'm going to add another half teaspoon of salt to this. Because this is not, I didn't salt my pasta water, right? So usually when you're cooking, you would do a certain amount of salt in your water. I didn't do that today, so I need to season this a little bit more as it goes. All right, so I added that. I have water in here. I want this to be like just the right amount for a sauce. So how much would I add if I was adding a sauce? This is probably about good right there. So what do we have left? We've added our garlic. We've added our spaghetti. We have cooked our shrimp. We need butter, onion powder, butter and onion powder to measure into here. Butter, onion powder, pepper, and parsley. Parsley is going to go on at the end. Let's go with the butter first. So I'm going to add, let's see, pound of pasta. I'm going to add maybe 4 tablespoons of butter to this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, save that last one there. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to add our butter. Oh, hold on, come on over here. What is that sound? Oh my gosh. Eating chips. Oh. Oh. That was so loud. Okay, we're putting our butter right there in the middle to melt. I'm going to add a teaspoon. I'm going to add however much pepper I have here. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 1 teaspoon of black pepper. Okay, this has been cooking for at the 18-minute mark. Pep, 1 teaspoon. Onion. I'm going to add 1 teaspoon of onion powder to this as well. So we have, again, I'm using a quarter cup or a quarter teaspoon spoon here because all of my other measuring implements are in the washroom earlier. I'm actually going to add 1.5 teaspoons of onion powder. Okay, so I added the onion powder, I added the black pepper, I added the butter. How much butter did I add? I added 4 tablespoons butter. Okay, let's let that melt in. And this is pretty much finished here once this butter is melted. So I'm going to add back in my shrimp. Now the shrimp plus the liquid that was in the bowl, because this was cooked shrimp when I put it in the bowl. So we're adding our shrimp back in along with our butter and onion and salt and pepper. Yeah, now this took longer to cook because I waited for because I put the pasta and the water in at the same time. I think what I would probably do moving forward with this is have this be a I might boil the water first, but I also, the other thing that I did was I would add more water from the start. Like I would add all of it at the start and then just have it at a ripping boil the whole time. I think I lost time here because when I added new water to the pot, it needed to come up to temperature. So I certainly lost some time here. I probably gained a little bit of flavor, but that's okay. So this is good. Everything is in this pot now. And we're going to take a little bit of this. I'm going to take a shrimp and a little bit of the spaghetti and just test this. I want to make sure, I want to see where I'm at with like salt, pepper, etc. Because I still can season this a little bit, but this is looking all right now. The last thing that I'm going to do here is add Parmesan to this. Not Parmesan, sorry, parsley to this. You can add Parmesan if you want. Oh, fuck yeah. Okay. Things that needs more of. Pepper. I'm good on salt. Salt was good. Butter was good. Salted butter. Oh, that's the thing. I'm using salted butter. I think I actually want two teaspoons of onion powder. Okay. Salt. How much salt did I add to this total? I added 1 total teaspoon of salt. I added 1 teaspoon of pepper. I want 2. I did not. I added, when I made the shrimp, I added 3 tablespoons of olive oil. Okay, that's great. And that was basically like let the butter melt. So basically cook that for somewhere between 15 to 18 minutes, stir the butter in, cook it for another 2 minutes, let everything incorporate, add your dry ingredient, add your salt, your pepper, your onion powder. Good. Now what I'm going to do is take this and bring this over to the counter. Let's put some of the things that are on the counter away. So the next time I make this, I will make some changes to the actual volume of ingredients. I think this is really tasty and pretty delicious right now, but in the next version, I will sort of dial everything in a little bit more and have it be just better than it is. That's the goal, but it's pretty solid right now, so I'm happy with it. Okay, let's get this over. Whoop, that is very hot. Let's not hold that with my bare hand. Okay, here we go. With my memory loss, I forget what I've done at any time. I'm also like, this is some things that I will just not recall. Cooking volumes and stuff. One of the really nice things that I actually find about Twitch and is really helpful is that as I'm working on a recipe, I have a VOD to go back to be like, what did I actually add there? Sometimes I just completely forget, or I forget to write something down, and I'll be like writing the recipe later, and I'll be like, oh, I had no idea how much like salt I actually added to that. And I can just go back and watch myself make it, and I'm like, got it. Okay, so we're adding half a cup of Parmesan? No, try again. Half a cup of parsley in here, just for some color. I want more parsley than this. Like, I already knew that from when I was chopping it up, and I was like, this is definitely not enough parsley. So what I really want in this is about a cup, maybe a cup and a half worth of parsley. But this is a final dish here. So we're good with what is here. I'm going to put those there, and let me show you this final dish. We have a shrimp. What is this? What is this? A garlic butter shrimp pasta. It has garlic, spaghetti, shrimp, butter, onion powder, and herbs. Salt and pepper, of course, a little bit of olive oil. But this is a first pass. This is a first pass at a dish. So the serving suggestion here is 5 shrimp, but this is what that looks like. Is what that looks like. So we have, there it is again. For your enjoyment. For my enjoyment, I'm going to try it and see how it is. How's our stock coming along? Great. We are simmering. Looking good. All right. So this is a nice bowl of pasta. Pasta's cooked through. Shrimps are done, but not overdone. Needs more seasoning. So, process, I'll refine this. It'll end up taking less time, obviously, to make. It'll end up taking a lot. If you were making this from a recipe, it would take a lot less time. But, I'm gonna dial this in a little bit more. And for example, like, thaw the shrimp while you're doing the rest of your ingredients. Boil, 5 cups of water in a cast iron, in a skillet first, then drop the spaghetti in and like let it boil, stirring occasionally until it is soft and the water is basically reduced. Like, that's it. I put 1 pound of shrimp in here total. So the shrimp that I'm using is size 31 to 40 shrimp, and I used 5 basically 5 per person was the volume, the anticipated volume. Okay, we're doing great. I need to clean up just a touch over here, and then I'm going to pop this into the oven. I'm going to set the oven at 170 just so that it can stay warm for dinner. For dinner. It's about to be dinner. It is in fact dinner time. At some point soon, my family's going to be like, hey, the fuck is dinner? And I'm going to be like, I'm so sorry. It took me forever. And that's okay. But it's ready. If they want a bowl of it, they can have it. Okay. Our stock is finished here. We have reached the end. Okay. There we go. Our stock is finished. It's on the stove. It's still simmering. We're going to take it off the stove. We're going to take a look at what it looks like in its finished format. We're going to remove the solids from it with a sieve. We're going to run it through a fine mesh strainer into a variety of different size containers, and it should be ready to go. So let's grab that off the stove. This is what it looks like in its final simmer. So this is, I just turned it off. It is simmering gently. It's not at a raging boil. But we're going to take this off the stove now and strain it. It'll be ready to go. It does look delicious. I'm excited. Honestly, I'm excited for this. Okay, let's take this and we'll do like that. Maybe like that. Okay, cool. Veggie potpourri. It is. It is. No bouquet garni in this one, but it is, it smells, I'll tell you what, this kitchen smells amazing right now. We had baked goods today. We had stock today. We had pasta today. God damn, this is heavy. Okay. So, here's what we're going to do. We're going to, I think what I'm going to do, I might not package this tonight. The reason I think I'm not going to package this tonight is I want to let this pot just sit like this on the counter for a little bit, to cool off, once I've strained the liquid inside of it. Then I want to let it sit with just the liquid so that some of that extra fat that's in here like rises to the top and I can just skim it off when it's cooler. I don't do that while it's cooking because it will eventually rise to the top as it cools. And then I'm going to package it probably at some point tomorrow. So, but let's get this strained off right now. So what I'd like to do for this is a little bit silly, but that's fine. We do a couple different things. Okay, timer is off. All my burners on my stove are off. My oven is on, cooling. Beautiful. Let's put this book away. Okay, so couple things to do here. One, I'm going to get my compost bucket and put things directly into the compost once they come out of here, because they are finished. They are definitely finished being their useful life. So, we're going to mash this with the back of a spoon just a little bit to help get some of the liquid out of here. And all I'm doing is I'm using a spider. So a spider is this thing for like stir frying or sort of anything where you need liquid to pass through. And I'm draining this and straining this until it mostly stops. Mostly till the steady drain stops. Okay, I'm actually going to move this over so you can see it on the overhead view a little better. So we're gonna strain. Yeah, we're straining this, and after we're done this, I'm going to take and put this through a mesh sieve so that it is completely free of solids. Now this is the point where if I wanted to really refine this further, I would strain it through a mesh sieve, and then I would put it through something even finer than that. So you could strain it through the sieve a few times. You could strain it through a bunch of different layers of cheesecloth. I have in the past, when I've wanted a clearer, less less murky broth, I've strained it through a coffee filter, like a paper coffee filter. That also works. But what we're doing for today is not that complicated. We're going to strain it through our spider as our first pass to get the solids out. Then we're straining it through a fine mesh sieve, and then we'll be finished. And as I said, I am not going to package this today. We'll do that tomorrow or Thursday. I might do that on Thursday to start stream. But we will try it, of course, today and see how it is. So we had lots of solids in here. There were 32 cups of vegetables in this stock today. This pot is a 20-quart pot, and it was filled basically to the top. I added 11 quarts of liquid total to this. So we have 11 quarts was my baseline of liquid. I'll end up with a little less than that because there's obviously some of it is going to be caught up in these vegetables. Some of it we've lost to steam, but this can hold up to 20 quarts. The general measure that I like to use for stock is for every 2 cups of vegetables, about a cup of water. Sorry, a quart. For every 2 cups of vegetables, a quart of water. So for every cup of vegetables, 4 cups of water. A quart being 4 cups. That is not the ratio we used today. I used half of a ratio that was half of that. So the ratio today was for every cup, I used for every 2 cups of liquid. For every 2 cups of solids, I used 2 cups of liquids. Because I had 32 cups of vegetables. With my other ratio, I could have added 16 cups and still had some pretty good broth, but this pretty good stock. But this is going to be a little higher concentration. Now, I'm not worried about this being murky. I'm not worried about it having sediment in the bottom of it. So once it's been packaged and it has time to cool in the fridge, we'll be able to see the sediment on the bottom of each quart. Now, if you're really concerned about sediment, that's where the coffee filter would come in, and you would want to filter a little bit farther than what I'm going to do. I'm not concerned about that. I think it adds flavor to it without adding any real textural issues. I think in my experience, the sediment also feels like it makes it a little thicker once it's actually in use. So it's like in a soup or in something. It's in its final application. So I don't worry about the sediment too much. All right, we're just about finished with the solids in here. I'm not fishing out as much as I was before. Typically, if you are composting your stock byproduct, all of this stuff, all the vegetables and everything, you're not going to want to compost your bones, because if you're composting at home, especially, it's not going to break down. I use a commercial composter that can do small amounts, like small bones, cooked bones, as well as meat. So I just toss everything in the same compost bucket. If you were doing this at home, you would want to fish out the larger bones. So, just point of order. Okay, let's put these over here. Now, you'll remember that when we started with the solids here on the stove, we had our liquid just about up to the rivets in our pot here. Once I removed all of those solids, you can really see how much liquid got, how much room the solids took up and how much liquid came out of here. There's still some solids in the bottom, but we're definitely to the point where I want to start putting this through a sieve and into a smaller pot. Now, the smaller pot is not going to be the final destination. Eventually, I'm just going to put this all back into here. For the sake of space, I might use 2 different pots. So I don't have this big pot in the bottom of the fridge. But I'm essentially now, I'm just going to take this and run it through a fine mesh sieve. And what is coming out the bottom of this is our final product. What's getting caught in the sieve are little pieces of chicken, little pieces of herb, probably teeny tiny pieces of bone if they are floating around. But this is too big to pick up and dump, so I'm doing this sort of one cup at a time. I have a 1 cup measure, and I'm just running it through. I can probably don't need to empty this filter all that much. I might empty it once just so that it doesn't push extra stuff through it. But this is just filtering down. If you have a friend to help you with this, it's certainly a lot easier to pour it into the sieve. And I may pick this pot up in a second and do just that, because it's quite a bit lighter now. Once I get to my filling that second pot over there, we'll do that. We're gonna dump the solids out of here in just a moment. So you can see in the bottom of this, I've got a bunch of solids that are built up in there. Not too much, probably, I don't know, less than an inch worth in the bottom. So it's still fine to keep using as a strainer. It's not impeding any of the liquid going through, that's for sure. Now, if you start running this through a coffee filter, Mix, hello. If you start running this through a coffee filter, though, it will take a while, because it will also be filtering out a lot of the fat solids, fat globules in there, which this is not doing. A coffee filter is fine enough to catch those. This is not. So all the fat that is in here will still be in here after I'm finished filtering this. Okay, pot number 1, done. I'm going to move this off to the side. Let's move this here. And we're going to start with pot number 2. Before we start with pot number 2, I'm going to do 2 things. 1, I'm going to dump my strainer. Start fresh. Okay. 2, I think I can lift this up now and get this dumped a lot more. I have to make sure that I don't. There we go. Okay. Done. It's going to stare into your soul as this finishes draining. So fluff, I am still here. We are still here. We're just about finished though. Dinner's finished. Okay, this is the solids that were left in the bottom of that pot. I should probably see it. It's a little better over here. This is the solids left in the bottom of that other, the second round. So this is quite a bit more than the first time. But we have a big old stock pot that is empty of stock. Let's move this over here. And I'm going to take this to the sink and rinse this out real quick. Actually, the first thing I'm going to do is take my spoon and we're going to scrape out the last bits of solid from the bottom. Anything that, specifically that bone, anything that I can't put in the disposal, like a bone. Nick says, am I going to try to the long cook down and see if I can make the shelf stable stock? I am not. No, this is freezer stock. So this is destined for quart containers in the freezer. I am not familiar with that process. I don't think I've heard of that. Okay. I am just going to dump all of this back into this big stock pot so we have some continuity for the end here. Okay, let me move that. Let's move this. I'm going to move this chair. And yes, this is empty and cleaned out. You put the pot on the deck overnight and skim the fat off and package it in the morning. That is what I'm going to do. I'm going to put this in the refrigerator tonight. So you can see this is now a much cleaner stock than it was before. You're going to see at the end here, watch the color change. It was subtle, but some of that sediment just came out. It had already started to settle. It's going to be more obvious. It's going to be more obvious in this one. So here comes the sediment. Yep, there it goes. All right. Beautiful. Spilled just a drop of it on the ground. That's okay. All right. Now, we have a big pot of stock that is ready. A big pot of stock that is ready to go. Ready to go. let's put some of this in a container. Okay. Let me see. I'm just getting to the point. Okay. We're going to do one last little section of like YouTube here before we head out. Before we do the Cookie Club drawing. I got it. See, I got it. For those of y'all who are not like, what are you talking about? What do you mean? We are doing a little YouTube recording today. And that means that there's a couple sections here where I'm doing like a little thing that I wrote that I'm reading off of a prompter. So FYI, this is one of those sections. So that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing now. So just like be aware. Be aware. So anyway, regardless of basically everything I've just said, your stock should have a rich golden color and a savory smell. Depending on your balance of ingredients, whether you added lots of chicken, an abundance of carrots, maybe you went heavy on the onion, it may taste more vegetal or more like a familiar chicken-only broth. All of them are going to be different, and the fun part is kind of experimenting a little bit. Your stock may be a bit cloudy, especially if you agitated it a lot while it was simmering. I usually give it a stir a couple times, so mine usually has some cloudiness to it. And as well, straining in a fine mesh strainer, like I did, leaves some finer sediment. Straining in a fine mesh strainer leaves some sediment that will settle visibly overnight. This is totally fine. If you really want it to be clearer, strain it through a coffee filter or a couple layers of cheesecloth. None of that's really necessary, but you can if you want. For color, your color will never be the same from batch to batch unless you're following a recipe with freezer bag stock. So just enjoy it for what it is. Likewise, there'll be some fine sediment in there when you cook with it, unless you strain it. So the sediment will be there. It will help the taste. The stock gets richer as it simmers. So when you have it at this point, if it tastes pretty weak, feel free to cook it a little longer with the lid off. That's going to help concentrate the flavor even further. If you add a little bit more salt, that might be helpful. Adding a splash of acidity might be helpful. So the more you make stock on your own, the more you make stock on your own, the easier it will be to get to that good point. If your stock feels a bit watery, you might want to add gelatin to increase the viscosity and give it a silkier texture.
Din time.
We can't record anything. Okay. All right, dinner's ready. Are you ready to eat?
Yeah.
Oh man, that is really good.
We were listening to your stream.
Okay. Well, the recording is over. This noise now.
Supposed to be recording.
I was literally recording when you walked up the steps. Yeah.
Be quiet.
Little too late.
We are hungry. It is 8 p.m.
It is 8 p.m. Here, put some food in your mouth and let me finish this video. We still have a cookie club drawing to do, but dinner's ready.
I'm coming.
Oopsies. No, Sofa, it is dinner time. This is my fault. We're far beyond dinner. Dinner's been ready for a little while, but y'all were downstairs, so I just...
Are these
Okay.
for Cookie Club or
No.
these
No
are
more
not?
speaking.
No, we're not. I'm not actually recording right
I
now.
know.
I
He's
stopped
practicing. We're practicing.
it. Okay. You're practicing being quiet?
Yeah.
Good luck with that. Okay. Hold on.
Ooh, that looks really good.
Thank you. Ooh, yeah. Listen to it.
I don't think they can hear me. I don't have a mic.
You don't have a mic.
You have a lot.
Okay.
No,
1,
don't.
Stop
2,
it. We're practicing being.
3,
Oh, God.
4, 5. That is 1 serving.
Excuse me.
Okay. Here, that's 1 serving.
Na, 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 na.
Horitz, welcome. Hello.
the world to know. You can take that out.
Yay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
God damn.
Dumb and dumber.
Okay.
Holy shit balls with the dishes, man.
It's my turn. It's your turn.
Taking off of the shrimp
So
too.
there you go. Yeah, the shrimp has been deveined and is totally like ready to go. Okay, we're gonna do one more little section here. Then we're gonna do a cookie club drawing. Okay. All right.
Shrimp is great and the pasta's great.
The shrimp is great and the pasta's great. Calvin says that's amazing.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you recording?
No. Yes, I am.
Okay.
Yes, I am recording something. Hold on. Gosh. Did Gwen get her hair done? She got her bangs trimmed. Okay. Daisy, you maybe? God damn. Okay. We're gonna try this, and if I can't do this, we're gonna try this again next time. Okay? I'm gonna wear the same thing for the next stream, and we're just gonna do it again. Okay? Okay? Okay. Daisy's not gonna let me do this. I know it. She's gonna woo-woo the whole time. If it tastes weak, feel free to simmer it a little longer with the lid off, and it will concentrate the flavor farther. Adding a bit more salt or a splash of acidity may also help your flavor. If it feels a bit watery, you may want to add gelatin to increase the viscosity and give it a silkier texture. Some tips, always helpful, right? I go light on the salt when I make my stock. Feel free to omit it entirely, unless you're planning to drink the stock, which is certainly good for that. You'll be seasoning it for whatever dish you're using it for anyway. So you don't need to go heavy on the salt unless you want to. If you're adding a lot of chicken or chicken fat, you may want to skim it a little bit as it simmers to reduce the greasiness. At the end, I don't do that. I don't skim this at all. So your mileage may vary. You can also wait until it cools a little bit. The fat will coagulate on the top of the stock and it makes it easier to skim it off at that point. Some other things that might help your flavor. Sauteing or even roasting your vegetables can help bring out additional flavor. I also don't do this because to me, the point of the freezer bag stock is ease, and roasting or sauteing all of those vegetables adds extra steps and it adds extra dishes. So we don't want that. The resulting stock that we've made is useful for adding flavor to rice, grains, or beans, braising meats, cooking risottos, even just deglazing a pan. If looks don't matter, it's great for making all types of sauces as well. I love using it for non-recipe soups that I'm throwing together on a weeknight when I don't really need anything specific other than good flavor and convenience. I should mention that I made this video during a live stream, so check out the links in the description for when and where to catch the next live stream. I hope this helped you feel a little more informed and empowered in the kitchen. Please don't forget to like and subscribe. It helps me make more videos like this one. Thank you. Okay, you can talk now. I'm not recording anymore.
Bell.
Smash that notification bell. That's right.
And if you got, hold on. And if you got your tongs there, pick up that subscribe button, put it in the water, and stab it with your fork.
If you got your tongs, pick up that subscribe bell, throw it in the water, and stab it with your fork. Here's our finished broth. It looks pretty good.
This is really good, Dad. One of the best things you've made.
It looks pretty good, and it tastes pretty good. I'm happy with it. Cheers. Okay. Well, we'll watch that back later and hope it's not a disaster. Anyway, the whole thing, not just that moment. That was actually probably funny. I don't know. Anyway, we're done with the stock. We're going to put this in the refrigerator. We'll package it later. I'll probably do like a little separate video of that. We've hit the point where we're going to do we're going to do our cookie club drawing. Okay? We're finally there. We're finally there.
Who won?
Someone page Cyber K Chop in chat, please, because they were asking earlier, and I said sometime between 7:30 and 8 p.m. and it's only 8:10. So if they're if they got here late, then they're right on time for me. So okay, we're gonna make this one. We're gonna make this one relatively quick. How do I go back here? Okay. We're going to do our monthly Cookie Club drawing now. What is Cookie Club? Cookie Club is the rewards program that we do for our community. It is a drawing for folks who are subscribers, for folks who are not subscribers, monetized and non-monetized people alike. We do entries throughout the month. Command Cookie Club in chat if you want to understand how to enter. There's a lot of ways to enter, and I don't think I'm going to go over all of them right now because that's a lot. What are we going to do? Hold on. Where are we going after this? Okay. I also know where we're rating, which is super helpful. Great. Okay. The way the Cookie Club drawing works is this. Everybody who had an entry, your name is in the entry tracking channel in Discord. There's a link to that in chat. If you are a tier 1 subscriber, all of your entries count for 1. If you're a tier 2 subscriber, all of your entries count double. And if you're a tier 3 subscriber, your name is not in here because you are getting cookies already. Here's how the drawing works. We pull out 10 names. You don't have to be present to win. After we're finished pulling those 10 names, we're going to pull names until someone is here in chat whose name gets pulled. So last month, I think we pulled 8 or 9 names before someone was here. So if you're here, get ready. But we're going to start pulling names now. This month's cookies are, what are this month's cookies? Molten chocolate cookies with orange and rosemary. They look really good. Okay, so
Chocolate orange cookies.
Chocolate orange cookies? Ooh, chocolate orange cookies would be great. I saw someone making something the other day that like melted down the chocolate oranges. Oh, it was on the Food Network show that we were watching. Okay. Cookie emotes in chat if you got them. We're going to start our drawing now. Name number 1. Did I do the parsley? Dan, I did do the parsley. Name number 1. For bits, for gifting bits, probably my favorite name, or the name that made me laugh the most when they came through chat and gifted bits on their literal first chat, Boner Pole. Yes, the table is giggling. We did it. Why is the camera not focused? God damn.
Maybe it's just you.
Damn.
There we go. Focus. There we go. Okay. Now, you get an entry for every 500 bits. So I might pull names again because that person had 10 entries in chat or in Cookie Club. Okay. Lil Max says the apple fritter cookies were amazing. I'm glad that you liked them.
Yes, they were, Dad.
Calvin liked them too. For being a subscriber, Tardis resubscribed today, in fact. For rating the channel. Cheese, please. John's great.
Cheese, please.
We love John. John is a friend of the stream. We did a co-stream with John over in the fall. Over the summer, actually. It wasn't the fall. It was like 6 months
He
ago.
looked at the bowl and licked her lips. The cats like it. They looked at the bowl and licked her lips.
For gifting a sub. For gifting a sub. For gifting a lot of subs last month. It's Jane Doe. For gifting a sub. Thank you, Jane. Thank you, Jane. Okay. For checking in. Checking in. Command check in if you haven't done so today. Every multiple of 20, you get a Cookie Club entry. And for their 120th. 120th.
That's a lot.
The Angry Rook.
Angry look.
So if it is onesie and cheese, 2 in please.
Thank you for the rose. Thanks.
Okay. For being a subscriber, K-pop fan mom.
Hello.
It's not Gwen.
How do you know?
It's Gwen's alt account. Okay, that was 6. Get ready. If you're in chat, we're gonna do the thing with the thing where you have to be present to win. So Fluff, that will go in. It works. No, that worked. It's the queue. It's the queuing system. So the shout out is gonna come in like 45 seconds.
I think I'm
Thanks.
gonna have
Thanks to
seconds,
Lemon
Dad.
for the queuing system. For gifting a sub. Luke Skywalker. And I want to note that Luke Skywalker is a tier 2 sub and that this has the T2 designation on it, which means that because Luke Skywalker doubled their entries, that entry that I pulled was the one for being a tier 2 subscriber. So, hey, Kristen.
Hey, Kristen.
Welcome in. That was like I had a third arm.
For the rose.
What is that?
We're being NPCs.
Oh, is that from TikTok?
Yes.
Okay.
It is.
There you go.
TikTok,
See?
you get roses. And if you're an NPC, you go, thank you for the roses.
I
In
like-
Roblox,
And then you
Good.
go like, I don't know.
Roblox NPCs go.
The NPCs have populated.
TikTok, Roblox.
For rating the channel. Ray Rar.
Yeah.
NPCs are from video games, actually.
Yeah, Mom.
Huh?
What?
Yes, obviously.
Yes.
What the fuck do you mean? Right.
Dinner was a hit, Jamie. Everybody's having seconds right now.
The roses are for TikTok, not NPCs. God damn. You think I don't know that?
Oh.
No, Lemon is saying that I don't know that. Which, I mean, I don't know if NPC is a term that's interchangeable on TikTok as well. I know NPC is like an insult too. It's being like someone's basic.
People go on
You
TikTok.
an
I'm
NPC.
trying to educate you.
Sorry.
People go on TikTok. You know this.
Yeah, it was me who
That
asked if it was from
bunny
TikTok.
person or whatever.
Yes.
The bunny or whatever.
The bunny?
The bunny woman on TikTok.
I just know the guy that's dressed up like Miles Morales.
No, she pretends to be an NPC, and she just stands there like this, and she's like,
I have a drawing in my hand. Can I do that? Can I finish this one?
Yeah.
We're rating the channel. Mish Mish.
trying to interact with you. God.
Sarah says you have an amazing shirt, Gwen.
Backstreet Boys fan club.
Totes. Okay, this is our 1, 2, 3, 4. This is our 10th entry. So, losing patience with TikTok. I'm not even on TikTok. Okay.
Actually,
Boner Pool can't win twice. The refractory period is too great.
Holla, holla.
That's a top shelf joke the kids can't reach. And can't win a third time either. Sheesh. Okay. For being a subscriber. She was in chat earlier. Megan Splawn.
Oh, on YouTube? Megan.
Megan on YouTube. Megan was
I
on
remember
YouTube today.
listening to you say Megan on YouTube.
Okay. This is the point where I'm pulling a name. If I pull your name and you're in chat, say something. Because
Say bye.
if you don't, I'm gonna- I'm going to pull another name. If you want to win, and you don't need to get cookies, you can get a gift sub to any channel. You can get gift credit to the merch shop. So get ready. Mrs. Syntax says NPC stands for non-playable character. So it isn't really interchangeable to any other platform than a gaming system where playable characters are a thing. But you know, a lot is being used for other purposes that makes no sense. Now, see, and that's like, I understand that it's also just like an insult, like calling someone a basic bitch, right? Like, oh, you're an NPC. Let Calvin draw.
Oh, sure.
Do you want to?
Sure.
Okay.
Now with the dictionary.
Bartold, welcome in. But you have to do it, okay? We can't, like, I want to...
Everybody?
NPC is the modern wallflower. Fair.
The
What?
dictionary labeled
Go ahead.
the best word this year. You know, rage bait.
Rage baiting me right now. Can you draw? I'm going to draw. Okay.
I do.
Okay. Who is it?
Good cooking formula. Raid.
For rating, Nick from Good Cooking Formula. I am damn near 100% sure that Nick is not in chat right now. It is 8... It might be 7:20 in the morning there. No, maybe he is. Wait, sorry. Good Cooking Formula is not from Australia. Good Cooking Formula is from Canada. Anyway, Good Cooking Formula, if you're in chat, say hi.
There's a huge difference between
Who?
Canada
Oh
and
man,
Australia.
I just mixed up Good Cooking Formula with someone
Are we
someone.
going again?
Look at that.
Okay. Should I put
Okay.
this?
Yes, you got to draw again. We're gonna move on. Who is it? What does it say?
For sub.
Can't win again.
Is it yours?
Draw it again. Mine. Yes.
For
TC. I was thinking TC. I was like, what does TC stand for?
reoccurring sub. Troy takes photos.
Troy takes photos. Are you in chat, Troy? Troy, are you still in chat? Troy left a little earlier. So. Yes, the stream is indeed live. All right, who do we got?
For channel points. Chapstick Queen.
Chapstick Queen. Are you in chat? For using your channel points. The whole kitchen on screen is bigger than my kitchen in Germany. That's possible. It's also a wide angle lens. Okay.
Wait, For subscribing. Sunny Girl 59.
For being a subscriber, Sunnygirl59. Sunnygirl59 has been a subscriber for a long time. Sunnygirl, are you in chat? Elsie's in chat. We got a cat.
Huh?
Command Elsie. Okay. Calvin, get ready. Sunnygirl59, going once.
Oh, sorry. Drop that.
Going twice. Sold.
52 appearances. 3 appearances since I saw. For subscribing. Lobster Claw.
Robster Craw. Robster, are you in chat?
Robster Grill.
Oh my gosh, what is the time in the US? It is 2025 right now, both the year and the time. That's
Actually, it's 2024.
You need to go to bed.
actually, I need you to keep drawing
I
here.
want to play with my friends.
For subscribing, Rusty Rhyme.
Rusty Rhymes. Rusty Rhymes is not in chat. Rusty Rhymes is live right now. So Rusty is not in chat. Rusty, if you're in chat and we draw another name and you like with the keyboard real quick there, we'll still count it. But
For rating Rusty Rhymes.
okay, can't win a second time. Okay, try again. See, here you go.
Okay.
You can't draw the same name again. It's okay. Just
For subscribing, Weedow.
Weedow is not in chat.
Weedow.
Weedow is not in chat. Weedow was a gifted sub from Troy Takes Photos. Tornarella, we might get there.
For bits, Bonerpool. Right.
Okay.
What?
We're moving. No, nothing, dude.
Bears.
It's just
Oh.
okay.
For subscribing, Doubles Loco 10.
Double S Loco 10. Double S Loco. Are you in chat? Maybe you are. I actually don't know. I don't have who's in chat open, by the way. What are we cooking? We cooked dinner, which is a shrimp and spaghetti. We cooked stock, which is in this pot. And I cooked garlic butter cookies, which Calvin's going to eat. Eat one for dessert. Another name, Cal, Double S Loco. Going once, going twice. Another name. Who do we got? Just pull
For
it.
subscribing, Kimmy99801.
Kimmy 99801 for being a subscriber. Kimmy, are you in chat currently? Oh, hold on. Didn't. Kimmy 99801 going once, going twice. Next name.
For bits, here too. Just locked in a bond, Jamie.
Jamie. Jamie, are you in chat? Jamie, are you here? I think
Multiple Jamie.
I think probably. Yes. Okay. There's probably multiple Jamie. No, Jamie's here.
Oh.
We got it.
Oh, actually, I didn't. I wasn't looking at that.
Jamie, did we decide if you're doing this month? Okay. Hold on. So Jamie was sponsoring Cookie Club this month. So we're going to okay. That's okay. I wanted to like confirming.
Couple more names.
Okay, yes. Another.
For subscribing, Patrick Richards.
I don't think Patrick is in chat. Patrick Richards, are you in chat? Patrick Richards, are you in chat? You are always in my heart and often in my ears. But unless you're in chat, we're going to move on.
Well, it would have been cool if you could rhyme that.
I'm not a comedian. Or it's not even the right term. Just pick another name.
For subscribing. You read that.
For subscribing, Hogue Like Whoa. Hogue Like Whoa, are you in chat? Hogue Like Whoa. We had a lot of gifted subs in November, so there's a lot of names in here that are not regular chat.
What if none of the names in here are in chat?
There are people in chat whose name is in this bowl. I know that for a fact because I have been watching the chat, and Hogue is good. I don't know if Hogue Like Whoa is in chat, but if they are, say something. Otherwise, next name. Who do we got?
For gifted sub.
Moving along.
Okay.
Troy Takes Photos was the name. If Troy's
Nope, he already did this.
okay.
Can you shut up, Mom?
I'm trying to get you to bed.
See, I'm also trying to do that. Just he already won.
Go away.
Oh Mike, I would love to go to the basement.
Listen, Fortnite will be there.
For subscribing, Joe Adultman.
Joe Adultman, are you in chat? Joe. Joe might be in chat. I don't know. If Joe's in chat, Joe was here earlier, but Joe might be lurking. Joe Adultman, if you're here, say hi. 2 is the only even prime number. I didn't know that. All right, Joe, going once. Joe Adultman, going twice. Sold, or not, or whatever. Still for sale. Who's next?
For a raid.
Finite singularity. Most certainly, probably not in chat. Avo, I have not pulled your name. Finite singularity, going once, going twice. Next.
For a clip, Cyborg K-Chop.
Cyborg K-Chop, are you in chat? Cyber K-Chop is asking several times during stream today when we were going to do the drawing for Cookie Club, which we started 20 minutes ago. Is everyone asleep? No, Jamie, we had a bunch of gifted subs. Cyber K-Chop, are you in chat? Cyber K-Chop, going once, going twice. Let's try one more. We're getting...
Shut up, Mom.
I'm just fucking sitting here.
Okay.
Your look is...
Gwen is upset because it's her turn to put Calvin to bed. It is 8:30 p.m. here, and she wants to go play Fortnite, and she can't do that until...
Okay, also, you know, his bedtime.
Sure, but it's 8:30.
For subscribing. What does that say?
Cthulhu. Cthulhu, are you in chat? So the room is getting increasingly more hostile. Cthulhu, are you in chat? For being a subscriber.
For subscribing, the Purple Sunflower. 55521.
Ellie, Purple Sunflower, are you in chat? I have not. So the folks that I haven't seen today.
Oh my god.
Last one, Mom.
Go play Fortnite.
It's not about that.
Okay, just go.
Does he have to pull the names? I'm not.
No, he doesn't have to pull the names, but
I'm
he's
not
having
going to play
fun.
Fortnite, but if this was your bedtime, what would you do?
I know, I would be upset. And that's why I'm absolving you of the need to do that. Okay? Okay. See, now you're getting it. Good.
Oh, that was good. For subscribing, please call me Scene.
Please call me Scene. Scene, are you in chat? I don't think so. But we'll see. Here. No. This side.
No.
These are the names that we've pulled. Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
For subscribing, Storm Martin BFG.
Storm Martine BFG, are you in chat? Storm Martine BFG. I don't think so, so we're going to pull another. Okay. No. Names that have come out of the thing already, we're just skipping. I'm not saying them out loud.
For channel points, Lord Bellows.
Lord Velos, are you in chat? Are you in chat?
I saw Lord Bellows like 5 minutes.
Lord Velos has been around today for a while. Is this the long? Oh, we got one! Yay! Is this the longest final drawing ever? Definitively so. So Fluff. Yes, it is. Oh, hold on. I didn't. Here, try the clap again. My bad. Okay. Okay, y'all. We got one. We got one. Oh my god. We finally got one. Okay, I'm going to be reaching out to winners either tonight or tomorrow night. If your name got pulled, Bronopole, TARDIS, Cheese Please, Jane Doe, Angry Rook, Megan Splawn, Mishmish, Ray Rar, Luke Skywalker, K-Pop Mom, and Lord Velos for being present, I will be reaching out to y'all soon. Potentially tonight. Possibly not. Anyway, excuse me. We're going to go raid Earth Toast today. Earth Toast was in chat earlier, hanging out for a little bit. They are making, what are they making? Sushi bake and coconut curry lentils, and we love curry. So we're gonna, we also love lentils, so we're gonna do that. We're going to raid Earth Toast today. Look at that, it's the first one that pops up. Great. Great. Okay, we had a pretty busy stream today. We'll be back again on Thursday making cookies. Oh, I should hit the raid button. Here we go. All right, here is the raid, John. You can say bye in chat if you want to. There's some raid messages that are coming through in chat as well. Here are some places you can follow me elsewhere on the internet. Linked in chat. We were working on a YouTube video today. There's a link specifically to YouTube right there in chat. It'd be great if you would go hang out and follow along or subscribe there. But we will be back again on Thursday this week doing what are we even doing on Thursday? We're gonna be making cookies for Cookie Club. So we're gonna be live. Thank y'all for hanging out today. I appreciate you. I appreciate the folks that have lurked on stream all day. It was an 8 hour and 19-minute stream, so just enough time for a full-time gig. Thanks for any of the new followers today. If you are not currently following, please feel free to hit the follow button. I would love that. That's about all I got today. We made stock, we made cookies, we made dinner, and I'm gonna do a bunch of dishes and clean up. So I hope you all have a good one. I'll see you soon. If I don't see you at the next stream, I'll see you in chat. Okay, bye.